I on the verge of becoming the world's first female alpha werewolf. Find myself lost in them all. It's not just the pressure of my new identity, it's because I've unexpectedly found my destined mate, a human. Chapter 1. This could be my last trip to the mall. I thought to myself as I look around the people sitting in the food court. I envy them just for looking like they have all the time in the world to live and have fun. Well, that was a bit dramatic. It's not that I'm dying or something. It's just that I am going to be the first ever female alpha of the world. And that is a hell lot of frustrating because usually, werewolves think a female wolf is a way to get a pup. To cook for them. Well, yes. We take patriarchy seriously. But I guess not all I like that cause my father is making me the alpha is supporting it. He was the one who suggested it. I should stop my mental ranting about being alpha or werewolf cause let's be on a style of both. And I need to go back before my beta and gamma start looking for me. I thought of taking the last sip of my milkshake. Just as I was about to stand, someone enter the food court, opening the door. That's when I smelled the best smell in the world. It was like a big library here. And without even realizing, I started walking toward it. My wolf flicker starts roaming my head, demanding to go towards our mate. And I did just that. I started looking for him. And my eyes stopped at a group of boys. One in particular. I can't see much of his face as they were at the other end, and one of his friends was making it difficult for me to look at him. I started walking toward him with the utmost agency. Flicker was getting frustrated with my slow pace and said, "Could you please hurry? I want to be with a mate. I know and am trying. Can't you see?" I replied, rolling my eyes at her. "It should be easy, as he would also have felt our presence by now," said Flicker. "That got my attention cause mate was not trying to find us. He was oblivious to our presence, but how could that be possible? Unless he was human. I saw people passing in front of me. I was standing there like deer in the spotlight. Flicker pacing in my head, screaming at me, brought me back to reality, and I start looking for a mate, but I couldn't find him, nor I could smell his mouth watering aroma. I lost him. Chapter 2. I was sitting in my office holding my head, receiving a lecture from Flicker. "Course you deserve one. How could you lose mate?" she said, screaming at top of her lungs. Or mine. This day couldn't get any worse. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heart that thanks her unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just as I said those magical words, whole gang, meaning my brother Kyle, my beta J, and my gala Ida into my office. "You gotta say that," said Flicker before shutting me out. "Where were you? What's wrong with you?" asked Kyle. "My brother." Okay, I didn't mean it like a question." "You look like you have lost the whole pack in a bet," said Tyler. "He thinks everyone is just like him. I need to stop their line of questions before." "I don't think that's what happened, Tyler. But sorry, Eddie, he does have a point," said Jay. "Seriously, guys, nothing happened. I'm just tired, that's it. Nothing else," I replied, but that doesn't even sound convincing to me. "Eden A. Crescent Black, tell me what happened now." Carl yelled, giving me a look that means I'm not escaping this one. Well, the full name thing was enough, you don't have to give me that look. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "Here goes nothing. I found my mate," I blurted out. "What?" they screamed in unison. I tried giving them my most innocent look, but they knew me better and didn't fall for the trap. "Who is he?" asked Kyle. "Where is he?" "Jay, is he good looking?" "Tyler, seriously, Tyler." We all said, giving him "you can't be" the serious look. "What? Someone has to ask that," replied Tyler, like it's the most obvious thing to say. "I don't know," I said, keeping my head down. "Which one are you referring to?" asked Kyle. Or could this be more embarrassing? So let's set this straight. "You don't know who your mate is?" Cole said this like I'm some retarded person. Like it's wrong. Flicker said, rolling her eyes at me. "Oh, look who's back. And if I'm retarded, then it means you're retarded too. 'Cause technically we are the same person. And whose fault is that, God? I want the world to end right now. Not before we find mate," Flicker said before blocking me out again. For a wolf, she has an attitude bigger than herself. Good to know she had her priorities set. Eddie, where is your mate? Asked Jay. I don't know, I said, looking down. What is his name? Carl tried again. I don't know, I replied. The flawed eyes to look interesting at this point. What does he look like? Tyler tried with a smug look that tells that he will get an answer to his question. I don't know, I whispered. Chapter 3. When I finally look at them, they were having difficulty in believing all this. Well, they were not wrong, as I wasn't being any help regarding my mate. How could it be possible that you don't even know what he looks like? Asked Jay. Are you sure your mate is not a ghost? Asked Tyler, wiggling his eyebrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Someone, please tell me who made this idiot my gamma. Oh wait, that was me. With that, I got up from my seat and went toward him, and slapped him on the back of his head. No, but was all I could manage before they started looking at me with questioning looks. I took a deep breath and start again. Here's a human. If I thought they were having difficulty in believing me before, now they were in complete disbelief. How could it be possible? Human mates haven't been seen since forever, exclaimed Tyler. I know, and I have only seen him from a distance. That means the only information I have regarding his looks is that he's around 17, 18 and has brown hair. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So are you going to accept him? Asked Jay. Honestly, accepting or rejecting him hasn't been on my mind. But I'm not going to reject him. If the moon goddess has selected him for me, then who am I to doubt her? How are you going to find him? Asked Kyle. I don't know. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They were looking at me with pity, and a little bit understanding, as none of them has found their mate. And for a werewolf, mate is a sacred thing. It's your other half after all. They complete you and no one else can make you feel the same way. Finding your mate is like the ultimate goal of a werewolf's life. And yes, we still have to accept them. 'Cause a choice of rejecting your mate is there if you think that Moon Goddess had made a mistake. But very few people use that. 'Cause mates are a one-time thing, and if you reject your mate it feels like the end of the world. As for your wolf, it is. After rejecting your mate you both will feel extreme pain, both mentally and physically, until the other party involved accepts it. They had a very long depression ahead of them after rejecting their mate. Just then my dad entered my office. It better not be that damn announcement now. We need to send the invitation to all the alphas for your coronation ceremony, Dad said without even looking at us. He was doing something on his phone which I am pretty sure is about the ceremony. He wants to announce to the world that he's retiring and I'm taking his place. It's kinda like he wants to show off his children to the rest of the packs. And I have been so excited about it. But right now I'd rather not have it. I send a pleading look to Kyle, to which he nods an understanding dad. We have to postpone the ceremony, said Kyle. Yako's Eddie needs to find out where her mate is, said Tyler. I swear to God I am going to strangle him someday. Looks like that day will come real soon. What do you mean to find her mate? She can find her mate even after the ceremony. Unless you have already found him, he said, looking at me. Where is he? She doesn't know. Those three idiots said that at some time. Chapter 4. What do you mean she doesn't know? Asked Dad with complete shock on his face. Meaning she knows nothing about her mate, said Tyler. God, he's going to die someday by my hands. Why did he reject you? How dare he reject my daughter? I'm going to kill him. Who is he? Dad said, getting angrier with every passing second. No, Dad, he didn't reject me. And I didn't reject him either. I replied before he could make any more assumptions. Then what's the problem here? Dad asked. At this point, no one spoke anything. We were just looking at each other. Asked Dad. Well, he goes nothing. He is human. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What? Dad asked. Something about his way of saying this makes me think that if he was drinking something right now, it would feel exactly like a movie where he would have spitted it all out. You are thinking about this right now? Asked Flicker. My bad, I replied to her. I look around myself, and there is a very intense discussion on my mate was taking place. And all these questions and worries started giving me a headache. Guys, I don't want to talk about it right now. I am going for a run to clear my head. I told them before exiting my office. I head toward the woods and take off my clothes. I let Flicker take control and we shift. We start running and everything around starts slowing. I need something to take my mind off the matter of concern. Eddie, how are we going to find a mate? Flicker asked with worry. Or not, I thought. We'll find him, a promise. What if he rejects us? What if he feels disgusted with us? Asked Flicker. It won't happen. And if it does happen, then we will let him go. He's a human, so it won't affect him that much. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But what about us? We will have to deal with it. We can't keep him if he doesn't want us. You know, he does have a choice, and it's only made sense that we respect his choice, whatever it may. We would still have each other and the pack. We will manage. I told her, feeling a terror escape how awry. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She doesn't say anything but stops near the river and sit down. I know how she feels. We have been waiting to find our mate since our first shift. Mates being human has helped us, as we didn't want an alpha as a mate. They are just too arrogant to take a female lead, but him being human does increase our chances of getting rejected. Chapter 5. I don't know how long I was sitting there, but it started getting dark, so I get up on my paws and went back to where I left my clothes. I shifted back and put on my clothes and started walking toward my house. We have a pack house like other packs, but some people like to live in their own houses. Like me, I have my place, which I currently share with my sometimes irritating brother. I walk past many people on my way back home, and all of them bow down to me, showing respect. I love my pack members. They all accepted my dad's decision of making me alpha instead of my brother without even objecting. And for the last 2 years, I did everything I could do to protect them and make sure they are living well. I went to my house and went to my second favorite place, kitchen. I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything since I found him. I shrugged at that thought and start looking for something to eat, to which there was nothing. I think I need to remind Belle and my cook that I still need food to live. I quickly fixed my sandwich and went to my room. I was just staring at the ceiling when Kyle entered my room. The idiot still hasn't learned how to knock at the damn door. What, no comment? Nothing. He mocked me, trying to lighten my mood. He sighed before sitting next to me and said, I know it's difficult for you. I know how it feels like to not know where your mate is and what is he doing. But everything will be all right. You guys are meant to be, and you will find your way to each other. How would you know you haven't met yours yet? I wind. Doesn't make it easier. I still worry about him, he said. You know, if you tell Daddy would understand. Hell, you haven't even told those idiots. You know they will understand you and accept you. I told him, hoping he would believe me this time. I don't know, I'm just scared that they will start looking me different and they will leave me, he said, looking at his hands. You know, I have got you back. And if someone says something to you, they have to deal with their alpha, even if it's Dad. And talking of alpha, you shouldn't have stepped aside from your role just because of that. It's not even that big of a deal. I tried to make him believe that no one will leave him. I won't let that happen. I know you will always be there for you. It's not like you have any other choice. He gave me his signature smirk and continued. But honestly, I didn't step aside just because I'm gay. It's one of the reasons, but there are other reasons too. I always knew you would be a better leader than me. And you have proved yourself on more than one occasion. You are a wonderful alpha, sister, friend, and I'm sure you will be a wonderful mate too, he said with a grin that speaks confidence. But what if he doesn't want me? What if he thinks I am a freak? Said Flicker, taking control over our body. I knew she was scared of losing a mate, and I can't say or do anything to make it better. Car notices Flicker's presence and pulls her to a hug and whispers, no one can resist my sister's charm, and if someone can't see it, then they are an idiot. He kissed my forehead and promised, "Everything will be all right. Flicker, I'm here for you and the whole pack is with you. Soon your mate will be here too. Good night, Sis." With that, he left, but his words do their wonder, and Flicker was feeling a little confidence in our situation. "We will find him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And he will love us. We will make him fall in love with us," she said while giving me control. "Yes, Flicker, we will. We will start our search tomorrow. Good night." I told her, "It's going to be a long night." Chapter 6. It's really early for me to be in my office, but I couldn't make myself to sleep for more than 3 hours. So I thought, why not finish my work, as I have piles of files waiting for my attention. It's not because I laid back or something. It's simply because my pack is really big, with almost 1,000 people, 897 to be exact. Yeah, we are like a town, so there is a lot of work to do. I can't abandon my pack for any reason, and I would need a lot of free time to find a mate. I mind-linked Jay to meet me in the office. After 20 minutes he walked in. "You are late," I scolded him. "Yeah, 'cause people usually sleep at this time. You know, it's 7 in the morning. By the way, how long have you been here?" he asked, giving me concerned look. "Since 5. But that's not the point. I called you here for work. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "What work, Eddie?" "I want you to tell Kyle that I will check on the first batch of female warrior." I told him, "Don't you think it's a little early for that? They have been practicing for almost a year, it's more than enough." I countered back, when I could do that without even a proper training, they could do that with a year training. "Your case is different." "Yes, of course my case is different. I didn't have a choice, because all of you guys thought of me as a perfect person to practice everything you learn from your training," I said, looking accusingly at him. "We thought you would be perfect target to boost our ego," he said while looking anywhere but me. Listening this caused Flicker to growl at him. When he heard me growl, he put his hands up in surrender and said, "Hey, but you proved us wrong and beat the shit out of us whenever we tried anything. Which you did many times. Sometimes I wonder why the hell I spend time with you guys," I said, faking to be in deep thinking. "Because you love us," Joe said with smug expression. I rolled my eyes at him and said, "So tell Kylo we'll check their training tomorrow. Oh, I want Tyler to give me stats on patrolling. And I want you to go check on the hotels. I heard something came up there. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were trying to free your schedule of a week in a day." But he paused and looked at me. "But I will make sure everything is done. After all, your wish is my command," he said, quickly doing a dramatic bow. "Couldn't Jay stop spending time with Tyler? We cannot handle one more of him," I said as he was exiting the office. "Now all I need to do is figure out where to start looking. How difficult could it be to find one person in this big city?" "Say that again with a little more confident and I will believe you," said Flicker. "You know it's not that easy, right? What are you taking about finding mate or finding confidence? 'Cause I will kick your ass in either cause. Please tell me, how are you going to do that? We are basically same person, remember? Eden Acres and Black, focus on what's important." She literally screamed my full name in my head, giving me a headache. Rolling my eyes at her, I told her what I was planning to do. We saw him, and I'm also assuming that he must live nearby. I will look in radius of 10 miles. Check in schools or something. And if didn't find him there, I will extend my radius. Flicker chirped in my head. Let's start mission finding mate chapter 7 1 month later. It's been a month and still nothing. I couldn't find him. It's like he never existed. Flicker is getting more and more restless with each passing day. She even stopped talking to me. Only a few words here and there. Dad wants to hold my coronation. He wants to retire officially. After Mom's death. It's been hard for him to stay here. He wants to go on a vacation. I understand the pain of losing your mate is excruciating, even though mine is just mere. To say that last month being tough is wrong, it's been hell. And he weren't sitting in my office trying to concentrate on work. There have been incidents of Rouge entering the pack border that need my immediate attention. So I called Tyler, as he's in charge of patrolling and border security. As I was waiting for Tyler, Dad entered my office. You remember next week we have to go to Alpha Jonathan's pack for a full moon party? Dad said. These kind of parties are there for young wolves, Alpha, Theta and Gamma's kid, to help them find their mate. And many alliances are formed or broken at such party, so they're kind of a big political affair too. But I've already found my mate, and I'm not officially Alpha, so I don't have to go. Right. I look at him expectantly. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He's not here with you, and we can't explain his absence because of his being human. Nobody will believe it, and as for being Alpha, it's your responsibility to attend these parties, as many alliances are made there, and they need to know that you can these matters. And he left without giving me any chance to make more excuses. I hate these parties where I have to deal with those brats who think they own the freaking world. I was waiting for the moment I would have a perfect excuse to stop going to them, but guess what, now is not the time, even though I have a valid reason. So you're going to the party? Said Tyler happily. Why is he happy with this situation? Eddie, are you sure you have a mate? It wasn't some sort of confusion. He said like it's good to joke about it. Flicker growled in my head and said I'm going to tell his mate everything. Every fucking thing. Every excruciating detail. How could someone be confused in such matters? And Flicker said she's going to tell your mate everything. I said as a matter of fact. And watched the color drain from his face. Please don't. I'm sorry, Flicker, I take it back. I was just trying to lighten your mood. Please, I'm sorry. He pleaded, Flicker. But she was beyond angry. What's going on, and why is Tyler on knees in front of you? Asked Jay through MindLink as he entered the office. I didn't say anything, just keep looking at Tyler. I feel bad for him, but I can't argue with Flicker, she's hurt. I sighed and said, because some idiot thought it's a great idea to joke about mate, and now Flicker is threatening him that she will tell his mate everything. As I said that, Tyler turns to look at him while giving him his best pleading look. Jay, who was trying to suppress his laughter. Who told you to joke about something like this when you have so many secrets to hide? He said to Tyler, then turned toward me. And Flicker, look, he's forgive him this time, as you know your punishment is too harsh for his mate. The poor Pearl already has the worst luck to be mated with this idiot. Don't make it more difficult for her. By the end of this, Tyler was groaning at Jay, and it was my turn to laugh. You know, half of the secrets are there because of you guys. You tricked me into doing those things. He blamed us while pouting. We indeed let him do those things knowing how bad idea they were, but most of the time they were his ideas. We just never told him how bad they were until it was late. Okay. I won't tell her anything. And I called you here to ask about the border. I told him honestly. Since 2 weeks there hasn't been a single encounter of Rouge entering. And I have doubled the patrolling. He said and left like his pants were on fire. I and Jay were looking at him leave and start laughing. Please have that in mind, that he's still a kid, and have mercy on him. Jay said. I know, but Flicker got angry. Mate is a sensitive topic for her. I explained. He hummed and said, I came here to talk to you about the party. I know you don't want to go, but it's a good opportunity, as Kyle is 24 and still not announced as the next Alpha. Many would try to seal the deal for themselves. But Dad won't agree with them. I said as a matter of fact. I know he won't, but that won't stop them from trying. You should be there to show them that you have the tough enough to lead a pack. I hate to say, but he does have a point. They will try to get my pack as they have done before. And since there will be almost all werewolves leader of the country, it will be a great opportunity to show them that I am the next leader. Chapter 8. It's the day of the party, and since their pack isn't that far from ours, it hardly takes half an hour to reach there. That means I don't have to waste my whole day over a stupid party. I have lots of shit to do. I still have to figure out where the hell is my mate. 'Cause my wolf practically stopped talking to me, and I have to go to a party full of arrogant and self-centered wolves. It's like the whole universe is punishing me for some shit that I did. Controlling my anger is getting difficult with each passing day, but so far I did a great job hiding it, as no one gave me a concerned look or lecture about it. Hey, you should start getting ready. We would be leaving in an hour, said Kyle as he entered my office. Yeah. I was about to get up, I said while closing my laptop. Relax, it won't be that bad. Think about me, lots of girls would be throwing themselves at me thinking that I would be the future Alpha and they can become Luna. And they couldn't be more wrong, he said, trying to lift my mood. But all I could manage was give him a small smile. I'm wearing a very risky dress with a high slit and deep V neck at the front. Let's just say Dad and Kyle are not going to like it. But to me, it's peak sexy, elegance and power. I needed a dress that will capture everyone's attention and yet intimidate them. And with my red hair done in a messy bun, I think I will achieve that. Dress Eden A is wearing. Carl told me that we would be leaving in an hour, so my time is almost up. I made my way downstairs and everyone was waiting there for me. As I reached the last stair, all heads snapped to me. I could see different emotions in their eyes and it's almost easy to tell what they're thinking. Like Dad wanting me to change into something else, Carl preparing himself to beat guys who laid their eyes on me, and lastly Jay and Tyler looking at me with "Aren't we getting late?" "Yes, let's go," said Dad before making his way to his car. Kyle. Jay and Tyler were going in Kyle's car, 1970 Chevrolet S. Yeah, he loves vintage car. "Wow, Eddie, I didn't know you could look this good," Tyler exclaimed. "Why, thank you, Tyler. I don't even know if it was a compliment or not," I said with a bored tone, and withdraw myself from any further conversation. Entire ride Tyler was talking about the possibility of him finding his mate. The only time he shut up was when entered Alpha Jonathan's pack. We get out of the car and went to Dad, who was already there waiting for us. I swear that man has no idea of how to drive safe or drive his age. None of us could ever dare to tell him that. Imagine someone telling Dad that he's old. The poor soul wouldn't even get the chance to know what hit them. As we entered the hall, every eye was on us. We're from one of the strongest pack in the country. It could be very helpful or dangerous at the same time. Alpha Jonathan and his mate Victoria came to greet us. "Alpha's Avia, it's good to see you're here," said Alpha Jonathan. "We understand how busy you must be with handling your pack," said Victoria. "It is good to see you to Alpha. Look, and know I've got some great help with pack business," Dad proudly said, looking at me, and introduced us. "This is my son Kyle, my daughter Eden A, and our beta J and Gamma Tyler." We nod our head as Dad said each of our names. This party is getting on my nerves. It's so damn boring. I groaned internally. I was standing there with the champion in my hand, looking at the people, wishing no one come to talk to me. It's already been torturous enough standing there while Dad introduced me to other alphas and betas, indicating that I'm going to be the leader. Some were considerate enough to acknowledge it, while others not so much. But my peace lasted 10 minutes only, then someone came to me. "You look beautiful. Did you fall from heaven, 'cause you look like an angel?" said the guy. "Yes, I am the devil," countered back. "Wow, and you're smart too. Rare combination." "I'm Clay from Stone Pack," he said, offering his hand to shake. I hesitantly shake his hand. "Thank you. So I heard you're the daughter of Alpha's Avia." "I don't like where it's going." "Yes, I am. Your dad hasn't announced your brother as next Alpha. Are you guys waiting for your mate? If he's a strong Alpha, so he could be a better leader for your pack?" he asked. "When we decide to announce next Alpha, or who we decide is our matter. But I can assure you my mate would have nothing to do with that decision. And if you'll excuse me, I have a brother to get to," I said, barely holding my anger. I get away from him before he could open his stupid mouth again, or I do something I'll regret. "Can't we just leave? We've been here for almost 3 hours. And I'm getting more and more pissed with each passing second." I begged Kyle. "Yes, this party is boring and it's pretty clear that none of our mates is here. So let's go home." Wind Tyler. "Okay, let me just tell Dad," said Kyle. Then he's owned out his mind, linking Dad. After a couple of seconds, Dad said we could go. Thank goodness, 'cause if I had stayed even a minute more, we all would have witnessed a murder. I do feel like killing some brats. Chapter 9, 2 weeks later. It's been 2 damn weeks after that party, and there's been a lot of meetings. Many alphas then noticed the shift in power from my father to me. So they came here to discuss the terms of our alliances, since terms need to be changed or revised as the Alpha changed. They tried to trick me or challenge my decisions. To say it was frustrating is the least. All the time Dad and the boys sat there with amusement clear on their faces while I counted everything that Alpha threw at me. But they all left impressed, so it wasn't all that bad. And today was the meeting with our last alliance Alpha of Stone Pack. Yup, Clay's pack. He was also impressed and told Dad that he made the right decision. As I left, I turned toward Dad and said, "Thank you, you've been a help." He laughed at my comment and said, "Hey, it was fun watching you give those orthodox sons of bitches run for their money. And you passed all their tests. I'm so proud of you," he said while bringing me a hug. "I have to tell you something. I'm going out for some time." "But you didn't even tell us. When are you leaving?" "I lost Dad today, but I won't be gone for long, maybe a week or two," Dad said and told Kyle to hug and left. "Hey guys, I'm going to the city. I need some me time after this hectic week. I'll be back tonight." "Okay," I told them. "You go. You deserve a break." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "That," said Jay. I was driving my car trying to decide where I want to go when I passed a small park. I parked my car and get out. Park was small but beautiful. "It feels good to finally be away from all those things," said Flicker. I haven't talked to her for a long time. She was ignoring me by staying in the back corner of my mind away from reach, and now she decided to show up. "I don't know whether to be happy or angry." "Happy would be better, you know," she said while I was still deciding. "Happy. Happy my ass. You left me alone. I know it was difficult for you, but it was the same for me. If you forget to notice the fact that he's my mate too." I huffed angrily. "I'm sorry, Eddie," she said, but didn't say anything as I didn't respond. I was walking around the park when I saw a bench and decided to sit down. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "I know you are mad, but would you do something? I'm not feeling good." Flicker told me. "What's wrong?" I asked her. "Don't know, but something is not right." "Okay, we'll go back," I told her and started making my way out. I was going toward the exit when someone caught my attention. We were looking into each other's eyes when I started walking toward him. Flicker was growling in my head, which confused me. Why would she growl at our mate? I was still walking toward him when a girl hugged him from behind. That made him break his eye contact with me and turned to her. I stopped in my track and Flicker was telling me to claw that bitch's dirty paws off our mate, but I was frozen at my place. All I could do was stare at him with disbelief. He looked back at me and whispered something in her ear. She giggled and left. I didn't notice that I was trembling with anger while watching them, and I didn't know when he started walking toward me or when Flicker took control over my body. The next thing I noticed was Flicker putting our mate in the passenger seat of my car, and he was unconscious. "Flicker, what the fuck did you do?" I asked her with disbelief. "I'm not letting him go without giving us a chance," was all she said before she blocked me out. And I watched her start driving back to our pack with our unconscious mate by our side. I can't believe we kidnapped our mate. Chapter 10. When Flicker gave me control back. We were at park border with our unconscious mate in the passenger seat. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How did I end up in this situation? I wanted to earn his trust. Take things slow and at right time drop the werewolf bomb on him. But seems like that plan has to change. I took a deep breath and pray for blessings, cause the goddess knows how much I need them now. I took a deep breath and start driving. I stopped the car when I reached home. I look around to check if anyone is around. Then I took his arm around my shoulder and took him inside my house. I took him to one of the guest room and laid him down on the bed. I was still kneeling over him. I took my time noticing his features. God, he is so handsome and mine. All mine. Flicker was purring in my head, agreeing with me. I check for his phone and his wallet and take them with me. Wouldn't want him to leave without giving me a chance to explain. I locked the door before exiting the door. "Flicker, what did you do to knock him out?" I asked her, as I have no clue of what happened there. But she ignored me. I looked at his wallet, there were his IDs. So mate's name is Adrian Ocean Whitaker. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He's 19 years old. I need to find out about his family and figure out what to tell them, and what to tell the sleeping beauty upstairs. I was sitting holding my head on the porch when I heard a voice. Hey sis, what you doing? I looked up and said, I saw my mate today. What did you do? He asked cautiously. He's sleeping upstairs. What the hell I'm saying? That's not what I asked. He said and stiffened. What did you do? I kidnapped him, I mumbled under my breath. He started laughing. He was laughing so hard he fell but continued laughing. It's not funny, I glared at him. Oh, it is. Just tell me, was it Flicker? He asked me. How did he know? Flicker asked me. Well, he's our brother, and he knows who's irrational of the two. I told her. Please tell me to what to do. What will I do when he wakes up? I asked Kyle. Let me call Jay, said Kyle, still suppressing his chuckles. Enthusiasm, Adrian's POV. I was waiting for Stacy in the park. I needed to tell her that it's over between us. Well, there was nothing much to begin with, but that was on my side. For her, it was a way to maintain popularity in school. Since I'd ended, I think this should end too. Stacy was a head cheerleader, so it was obvious for her to date one of the players. And I was the co-captain of our school team. But why did I started dating her is something I can't understand. I always wanted something meaningful in a relationship, but I guess I looked it in the wrong person. Don't get me wrong, Stacy an amazing person, she's beautiful and smart, but just not what I wanted. As I was waiting for her, I noticed someone's eyes on me and looked for the person. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen. She had an aura of power and authority around her. I was watching her, mesmerized by her beauty, when she started walking toward me. And for the third time, I nervous because of a girl. But she wasn't just another girl, she was special. All my thoughts came to a sudden, and when a small figure hugged me from my back, I knew it was Stacy. I turned to her, and she gave me her signature smile. You wanted to see me. What do you want to talk about, baby? She said, making her voice seductive. It would have worked any other time, but today it reminded me of that beauty who was coming to me. I looked at her, and she was standing there like deer in the headlights. I needed to go there, and for some reason, I feel the need to explain everything to her. But first I have to get rid of Stacy. Well, that's way too harsh than I intended it to be. But the only thing that matters right now is her. I whispered in Stacy's ear to wait for me in her car. She thought of it as messages for something else and left giggling. I ignored that and walked toward that mysterious girl who was hyperventilating there. I feel concerned for her like I've known her my entire life. Then all of a sudden her eyes became darker and she starts walking to me. And everything turned to darkness. I woke up with a slight headache. I noticed that I was in bed that is way too comfortable to be mine. As the sun was setting, there was still a little light in the room to see. I struggled in finding the light switch and turned it on. How the hell did I end up here? It's getting late, I need to go home or Mom will kill me. I looked in my pocket but I couldn't find my phone or my wallet. My wallet has my IDs. I can't just lose them. But there has to be some logical explanation for all this. Maybe I fainted. Yeah, I guess I fainted and that beautiful girl from the park helped me and somehow brought me here. Wherever he is, I bet there is a perfectly logical explanation what happened. Okay. Adrian stops panicking. Stop panicking. Just go find her or whoever brought you here and ask for your stuff and leave. I tried opening the gate but it was locked. Shit. Maybe it's time to start panicking. I took a deep breath and called. Hello. I need to leave. Can you please open the door? Chapter 11. Ed and May's POV. Carl called Jay to help us, or more specifically me. It's going to be bad when Tidal will hear all this. Jay I can handle, but Tidal or worse, Dad. I don't even want to think about this. How am I going to deal with all this? Damn you, Flicker, you made a huge mess this time. Jay came running to us. It took him less than 3 minutes to get here. I love this guy. I should give him a raise or something. What happens? Jay asked us. Carl nodded toward me and Jay turned to me and said, What did you do this time? I didn't do anything. This time it was all Flicker. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Okay, so what did she do? Jay asked more slowly this time, like he's talking to a kid. Flicker, we brought our mate here, and he's in one of the guest room. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Brought Eddie. Are you sure brought is the right word? Kyle asked. Kidnapped, I murmured. Wow, I never thought you had this in you. I mean, I could imagine Tyler doing this, but you surprised me. Jay mocked me. If you're done with your mockery, then help me. I don't know what to do. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you want to do? It's all up to you. You're the boss, remember? Jay said. He's right though. It's me who has to decide. And for once in my life, I would love for someone else to take lead. Here, take this. It's his phone and it's. Find out everything about him and his family. I also need a good lie to tell his family, explaining his temporary disappearance. I told Jay. Temporary? Kyle asked. Yeah. I don't want to rip him from his family. Just want him to be part of mine. I confessed. Kyle opened his mouth to say something else, but we heard something or something inside the house saying, Hello. I need to leave. Can you please open the door? Yes, here's your clue to leave. Don't worry, you have everything on him till morning. Jay said, and leave. Good luck, sis, said Kyle while hugging me. I am standing outside the door. The door that separates me from my mate. Speaking of mate, Flicker is hiding in my head. Head-like hiding is going to make things better. Goddess knows what she did there. Take a deep breath and let's get through this mess. I retold this in my head like a mantra. I opened the door and there he was sitting on the bed. My no-line. He was looking at the window, but as the door opened, he started looking toward the gate until his eyes landed on me. Hi, he said nervously. Is he nervous because he's kidnapped or he's feeling the same thing as me? Or a bit of both? Hey, I said, smiling sweetly. Can you please tell me what happened, cause I'm having a hard time remembering anything. He's still nervous. And all I want to do is hold him and never let go. But that has to wait, yes. You fainted and since I didn't know where you live, so I brought you here. It's my place. By the way, I'm eating it, I said, extending my hand hoping he would take it. He had a firm shake, which means he has strong personality. His touch was sending sparks through me. I wonder if he could feel the same. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Adrian Whitaker, thanks for helping me, but it's getting late. My mom would be worried and I don't want to trouble you more, he said, still holding my hand. Not that I'm complaining. No, not at all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I live out of the city and it's dark now. These woods are not safe at night, so I would advise you to stay here for the night. You can go in the morning, I said, with the last part coming out more as lie than I intended it to be. I don't know. I don't want to trouble you and your family. It would be my pleasure to have you here. As for my family, I live here with my elder brother and he would be fine, I said, looking into his eyes. Okay, if you say so. Where is my phone? He asked and noticed our hands and let go. Now that is a difficult one. I don't know where your phone is. Maybe it fell in the park. I tried sounding believable. We've talked for some time. Little things about each other cause bigger things are scarier and more complicated, at least mine are. I mind-linked Bella to bring our dinner. He told me about his family. He lives with his mother and 2 younger sisters. His mother works hard to make a living for them, and he decided to not go to college to support his family. If I wasn't feeling guilty before, I feel devastated now. I told him about my family. I told him that my father was the leader of our community and when retired I took his place. And because of that leader work, I couldn't complete my school. I thought he would judge me for that, but he simply smiled and said that he understood. We ate dinner together and bid farewell for the night. I left the room. but couldn't make myself go on my own. I wanted to stay with him. I know that would be pushing my luck. As I stood outside, I contemplated whether to lock the door or not. He could still leave, but he won't be one he wants to. I stood there as his breathing became even indicating that he had fallen asleep. That's when I started going back to my room. I need to figure out what I'm going to tell him, or what I'm going to tell his family, 'cause I know how it feels like to be taking care of your family. I know he won't be happy unless they have some kind of support. And I won't be happy to. Chapter 12. I couldn't sleep all night. I was so scared of everything, from not being able to explain everything correctly to him to losing him, and was not even getting a chance to explain myself. I need to figure something out before it's too late. And I want to help his family whether he wants to stay or not. It's been 2 hours. 2 hours of just tossing and turning in bed with no trace of sleep in my eyes. I can't take it anymore. Any other night I would have taken this opportunity to read some book, but not tonight. Tonight I have to do something far more important. I picked up my laptop and start looking for Adrian on social media. He must have an account. If you say that everyone has accounts on social media, not me. I didn't have time to do anything remotely personal in past 2 years. The only reason I still have friends is that I only had boys with me since growing up. I found his profile. God, he's famous. Not that I'm surprised or anything, of course. He was in the team. He bound to have many friends. Many girlfriends. I completely forgot to ask him about that. That girl. I hope she's not something serious. Let's check his relationship status. Yes, I'm stalking him, but it's different. He's about her. I don't know what to do now. What do you mean? He's our mate. She can't have him. Thicka growled at me. Yes, he's our mate. But he's not our property. We can't just claim him. I silently reasoned with her. Why can't we claim him as ours? Isn't it what people supposed to do when they find their mate? She argued back. We don't even know what it's like for him. If he feels the pull or not. What mate bond is for him. And if he didn't feel anything for us, then what's the point of any of this? I said, hoping I'm wrong. So we will just watch him leave. Leave to that bitch while we stay here alone. Forever alone. Thicka whispered. I can feel tears falling from my eyes. I can't bear the thought of my mate loving someone else, but I won't force this bond on him. If he didn't feel the pull, it's not his fault, then why would he suffer for this? Don't worry, Flicker. I'm still going to talk to him about everything. But it would be his choice whether we get a chance or not. I assured her. But she blocked me out and went in a deep corner of my head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Hearts out, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I still need to find a way to help his family. I've been sitting in the kitchen. I got hungry while thinking the whole night. Well, technically it's still night as it's for Anne. Are you sleeping? Jay mind linked me. Yes, Jay, I'm sleeping. I replied sarcastically. Hey, why no need to be rude? I stayed up all night just to find all the information about your mate. And I also had to hide from Tyler. Sorry, Dad. You know I love you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Yes, I know, he said, rolling his eyes at me as he was standing in front of me. How did you get in? I asked him. You gave me the key. Years ago, he said, and sat down on the stool next to mine. How long have you been up? All night. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Figured your reflexes aren't that sharp, he said, amused with himself. I growled at him and showed me a file. Here's everything I could find on your mate. He lives with his mother and 2 sisters. No father in the picture. He died 10 years ago. Since then his mother has to work a double shift and your mate has to take responsibility for taking care of his younger sisters who were 5 and 2 years old at that time. He's in his school team and from an outside view. He's your typical jock. But he's smart and they store his classes and most importantly never been a bully. Jay told me, but I knew he was holding something back. So I asked, what is I? TJ. He's been in a relationship with head cheerleader Stacy McCall for almost 2 years. He sighed, looking at me with concern. I already knew it, I said, looking at my hands. Thankfully Jay didn't say anything after that, just hugged me. So what could we do for his family? I asked, taking a deep breath to calm my nerves. As his father died in a car accident, hit and run specifically, and they didn't catch the driver. We send some money as an anonymous donor on monthly basis. It would appear that driver is feeling remorse for his actions, he suggested. It's a good idea, but how would they connect it with that accident? It's been old news. It happened 10 years ago. Yesterday was his father's death anniversary, so I send an amount of $10,000 account in a bouquet to his father's grave. Thank you. You, Jay. What would I do without you? I said with tear-filled eyes. You'll fail and might even go crazy handling your brother and Tyler alone. Jay left after an hour. He did a great job. He gathered all the information and he did come up with a great idea regarding money. Now I can continue sending them help, even if he decided he didn't want to see me ever again. Don't tell me you've been up all night, said Kyle as he entered the kitchen. Okay, I won't tell you. What are you doing this early, by the way? I asked him, diverting his attention from me. You know, I'm a head warrior. I have to train warriors and my training routine usually starts in the morning. Haven't you noticed this before? He asked, looking at me like I'm an idiot. Maybe I am. No, I didn't know this. I always think of you as someone who wakes up at 11 or even late. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You hurt my feelings, sister, he said, faking hurt by putting a hand on his chest. I just rolled my eyes at his childish behavior. Don't you think that I don't know what you are doing? You might be alpha of the pack, but to me, you're still my baby sister. And I know when you spend a sleepless night, he said, this time looking hurt. I know you care about me and want to protect me from this big bad world. But there are some things that no one can control. I'll be fine. Don't worry, I said, hugging him. Now go train your warriors, I said as I pulled away from him. He kissed me on my forehead and left. I know you felt protective for, and it's not just him. Jay and Tyler are the same. They could tease me, irritate the hell out of me, but no one else can even raise a finger toward me or they were to face the wrath of my boys. That's why I don't want Tyler to know he takes things to whole another level. And Dad is far worse. He never let any guy look at me in my whole life. That's one of the reasons why I didn't have any other friend. He could lock me in a tower to keep me safe from boys. It's like I could be part of the war, but I can't go on a date. I must be thinking for a long time as the next thing I know my trance is broken by a voice. Good morning. Chapter 13. My trance was broken by someone saying, Good morning. I must be thinking deeply for not noticing this breathtaking smell. Or maybe Jay was right, I'm not that sharp right now. I turn to him and greet him and ask him, How was your night? Did you sleep well? Yes, he replied with a smile on his face. I could do anything to keep that smile on his face. I zoned out again. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, but this time brought back by Bella. Well, actually by the sound of her cooking. When did she come here? She greets me. Morning, Al. Ma'am. She recovered when I gave her a pointed look, while Adrian was looking at us confused. Well, Adrian, this is Bella. My cook who make great food, and Bella, this is my friend Adrian. I introduced them, trying to make it less awkward, to which I did a great job. They just looked at each other and then at me. Wow, this is going great. Adrian, let's go sit there. I want to talk to you about something, I said, taking his hand and leading him to the living room. I sat down on the couch and he did the same, but leaving a little space between us, but it was a bigger space for my head. We just sat there for a while, without saying anything. You know, there's some type of silence which are comfortable. Well, it wasn't one of that. It was awkward. It was like we both wanted to say something but not saying. He decided to break the silence and said, I don't know why I feel the need to explain. Please don't think of me as some weirdo. I just want to explain this to you. I nodded in understanding, and for him to continue, which he did after taking a deep breath. You remember the girl I just heard that I zoned out? Oh my God, he's going to tell me off. He's going to tell me that he has a girlfriend and he loves her. I'm not panicking. I'm not. I wanted to break up with her yesterday before I fainted. He said the last part slowly and looking at me like he wanted to see how I would react. I think I did well cause he relaxed while looking at me, and feel like there's a firework going inside me. I feel so relieved. But not for long, as now it's my turn to speak. He was waiting for me to say something. Okay, I can do this. Do you believe in a soulmate? I asked him cautiously. I have never thought about it. He replied honestly. Well, my people, I mean the community or tribe would be a better word. We believe that each one of us has a soulmate. Our other half. I told him, looking for any reaction. Okay, but why are you telling me this? He asked, being genuinely confused. Because you are mine. I mean, you are my soulmate. I told him. What? How? Why do you think that? He asked with disbelief written all over his face. And I know I shouldn't jump to a conclusion, but I couldn't stop myself from feeling rejected. It's not just who's feeling this way. Flicker is also whimpering in my head. There are how few signs that help us identify our mate, like when you look at them your whole world stops and starts revolving around them. You feel a connection with them, like you have known them all your life. They become the reason for your existence. I told him though I can't tell him about the smell, I could tell him about something else that might make him believe more. So I placed my hand on his palms and said, and you feel sparks whenever and wherever you touch them. Minutes passed and nothing happens. He didn't say anything or reacted in any way. I can't tell what he's thinking, how he's taking all this, and the suspense was driving me crazy. I was looking at him to give me some clue, but his face was blank. Then he said, "Is that why I'm here?" "Yes," I whispered slowly. "So you mean to say that you and your people believe in soulmates, and by some weird logic I'm your soulmate? But what does that mean for me? Can I leave if I want? Or is that choice is taken from me?" He said, running a hand through his hair. I can tell he's frustrated, and I don't blame him. This is too much to take. But still, his wanting to leave is breaking my heart. You can leave when you want. I'm not stopping you. I just wanted to tell you this. I told him, trying to keep my composure. What would it mean for you? Would you get another soulmate? He said while putting venom on word soulmate. No, that's not how this works. I won't get another soulmate. You just find one in your life, and I already found one. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And still you're willing to let me walk out of the door. You won't come back changing your mind. He asked me as if he is testing my words are true. No, I won't change my mind. But I closed my eyes and continue. But you have to reject me first. Then you're free to go anywhere. Reject you how? Just say my name and that you reject me as your soulmate. To my agent extraordinaire, Mahlin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was just a second away from falling apart. I know I didn't tell him about the pain that will follow his rejection, but he didn't need to know. It's my problem and I will deal with it. I know for sure that he won't be affected, as he's the one who's rejecting and he is human. Bond is not that strong for him. It can't be for him to even consider rejecting his mate. I didn't want to stay here waiting for this. I will wait for it to end before falling apart. I watch him thinking deeply, taking every little detail of him. What would happen after I reject you? What would it mean for you? Will your people not try to stop me from rejecting their leader? He asked me curiously. It will break our bond, and as I feel the bond more than you do, I will feel it break. And no one will try to stop you, or else they have to answer me. Trust me, they wouldn't want that. I told him, this time looking anywhere but him. Okay, I've made my decision. And I decided that. Chapter 14, Adrian's POV. All this soulmate stuff was messing with my head. How could this be real? How could they believe this? I mean, this could have been true, Dick. It just sounded like an old legend. And my soulmate is this beautiful girl who has the respect of her people, as I can see it in that small interaction. It was like that lady worship her. She must be good at her work to achieve that. Looking around her place, I can tell that she's loaded. Then why would she be interested in someone like me? I mean, I'm not putting myself down or something, but she's way out of my league. What she's saying can't be true. It doesn't make any sense. Yet I know she's telling the truth cause I feel the same way. I even feel that sparks and I thought that I was going crazy. I can't say yes, I have responsibilities of my own. I have to take care of my family, but I think she understands that. I don't know what to do. Why do I even decide yet? I thought I would have a lifetime before I have taken such a decision. If this mate thing is that serious for her, doesn't that mean she won't have anyone else even if I reject her? Then how could she let me go? I know won't do that. I don't want to reject her though, I don't think I know what it exactly means. But it does sound cruel. Why do I have to decide? Okay. I've made my decision. And I decided that I want to give us a chance before deciding anything. I finally told her and watch relief fill her body and watch her relax. I can't help but feel guilty. I was responsible for making her feel this way. Maybe my guilt or maybe the bond made me hug her, but I was glad that I did when I felt her melt in my arms. Holding her feels so right. Maybe it was just me wanting to comfort her. We were standing there for a while and I'm not complaining, I could do this for my whole life. But like every good thing, this came to end when a guy cleared his throat to get our attention. He was sending daggers with his eyes towards me. Adrian, this is my elder brother Kyle, and Kyle, this is Adrian. She introduced us. Oh, now it makes sense, same hair color and daggers, of course he is her brother. Ed and I all just keep staring at each other like having a conversation in their head. Then he left without even looking at me twice. Okay. That went smooth. Let's go have breakfast. It must be ready by now, she said, trying to save the moment, though she didn't need to. I also have two sisters, so I understand what her brother feels. We went to the dining area. Kyle was already sitting there. Ed and A sat on the head chair and Kyle was sitting at other ends, so I end up sitting next to Ed and A. Not that I'm complaining. The lady who was cooking started serving us, and we started eating without saying anything to anyone. This was awkward. I could still feel daggers being thrown at my way, but I chose to ignore them. Just then two guys entered the room and sat there like they owned the place. Maybe they did, but she told me that only her brother and she lives here. The one guy with glasses looks at me with sympathy, but the other guy, he was looking at me with emotion I can only decipher as hatred. Is he her boyfriend? No, that can be possible. I might be looking tense, so she put a hand on mine to calm me down before start talking. Guys, this is Adrian and Adrian, this is Jay and this Tyler, while pointing at each one of them. And they are mine and Kyle's best friend. We are more like family and they care about me like their sister. And can be a complete ass sometimes. Hey, said the one whose name I think is Tyler before smacking her at the back of the head. I could feel the anger burning in me. How dare he? But before I could react, she stood up. Tyler and Kyle, I need to talk to you guys, she said to them, but none of them reacted. Now she said again, but this time with authority that they can't ignore. 3 of them left the room. Don't worry about them. We all just care about her way too much. In our group of 4, she's the only girl. She knows how to rule us and we just have an instinct to protect her even if she didn't need that. But don't worry, they will come around, Jay assured me. I just nodded in reply and kept my focus on my plate. She's been gone for a long. When will she be back? And I was thinking of leaving this girl. How was I going to manage that since I can't stay away from her for a couple of seconds? When did I fall this deep? The Alpha out of the Blood Moon pack appeared out of nowhere, demanding we return Stephen and his so-called mate. Chapter 15. Ned Dina's POV. I took Tyler and Kyle away from Adrian. They are not making things easy and told Jay to take care of him for a while. What's going on with you two? I asked them, giving them pointed look. He hurt you. I felt your heart break through the bond. And after that you expect me to act like nothing happened for his sake. But I can't do. Nobody hurts my sister and lives. Cole said angry. Then I turned to Tyler. And what do you have to say about this? Eddie, he hurt your feelings. If he didn't want you, then it's his loss. You deserve the best, Eddie said, Tyler with nothing but concern in his eyes. I don't know what to say, they are not wrong. I know Kyle must have felt my pain. His wolf took care of me, like his own baby, and still do. and Tyler wanted Ida be more close to me, while growing up as Kyle and Jay were close to each other. And he cares for me as a friend and even as a brother. And I love both of them, but they have to give him a chance. I hug them and tell them, I love you guys and I know you love me too. I get it why you're mad at him, but you at least have to give him a chance. This is all still new to him and he doesn't know what mate's meant for us. I pulled away and looked at them expectedly to say something. They both nodded and said at the same time, no promise, and gave me their signature smirk. What am I going to with all the boys in my life? We went back to the dining room and they both apologized to Adrian for their behavior, to which he said that he understood as he also has sisters. Good, everything is good for now. 3 hours later, Adrian and I are sitting in my office and he's talking to his family. And I'm doing some serious work. Staring at our mate is serious work. Flicker mocked me. Look who's back. Where have you been? I asked her. Just then someone waved his hand at my face. Did you hear a thing I say? Adrian said with an amused expression. Yeah. You were saying something. I answered, giving him my best smile. He chuckled and continued. I was telling you about a mysterious helper. My mom told me that someone sends 10,000 to her account. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said, trying to look surprised. Yeah. Mom thinks that the driver who hit Dad's car is that anonymous helper, he said with his voice breaking at the end. I got up from my spot and hugged him. Flicker was purring in my head because of the close contact with our mate. But I still have a lot on my plate. Like I still have to tell him about the pack thing without giving anything about werewolves. That should be easy, right? Adrian, you know that I'm the leader of my tribe. Right. I asked him. That caught his attention and he simply nodded, so I continued. And you are my soulmate, that makes you a leader too. What? He almost yelled in my ears. I must say he looked so cute with shock written all over his face. Yes, you are also a leader of this tribe, I said slowly, like I was talking to a child. But I don't know anything about your tribe or leadership or anything. That's why I want to tell you about my tribe. And you have leadership skills, you were captain of your team. Why ain't you? I told him and he nodded again. As you know, I am the leader of this tribe. And Jay is my second in command and Tyler is third in command. Kyle teaches self-defense. I explained him. Okay, so what would I be doing? He asked, seeming genuinely curious. You don't have to do anything for now. But you'll be making important decisions with me and taking care of mine soon, our businesses. I told him and he nodded in understanding. So you want to stay here or you want to go back to your place? I asked him, hoping he would stay here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He said the way too fast and blushed. Mate wants to stay with us. Flicker said, jumping in my head. Calm down or you'll give me a headache. I told her and smiled at our mate, who still was looking anywhere but at us. Maybe this will not be that difficult. Maybe this is the start of something beautiful. Maybe. Chapter 16. 3 days later, Dad is coming back today. And it's not that I'm not happy about his return, it's just that I'm kinda scared of how he would react toward Adrian. After seeing Kyle and Tyler's reaction, I can pretty much imagine how he would react. I can only hope he didn't decide to kill him before even giving him a chance to say anything. Speaking of Adrian, he has been attached to my back these past days. Not that I'm complaining, I loved every moment I spent with him. He even refused to go to his home to get his clothes. After several attempts, I managed to send him to a nearby mall with Jay to buy him some clothes and other essentials. He also told me that we are meeting his family this weekend, which is 4 days from today. I'm nervous. What if his mother didn't approve of me? Or what if she didn't like me or like us together? When I told him about my worries, he just laughed at me and said, what's not to like? It was sweet, but it didn't help with my nerves. And I almost got a heart attack, if that's possible, when it told me about his return. My thoughts came to a halt when a pack member mind linked me, saying, Alpha, there is a wolf from Blood Moon pack requesting to meet you. And your brother is personally escorting him. We didn't have any prior information about his arrival, so I thought I should inform you. You did the right thing, James. I told him and looked around my surrounding. I forgot that I was in my office. It's almost 11 in the morning and I'm alone at the moment, as Adrian is playing with some kids. Kids love him and he's great with them. Well, the whole pack accepted him and I'm grateful for them to be so understanding and open-minded. I asked them to be careful about what they say in front of him and also asked them not to shift anywhere near him. Knocking at the door brought me back to reality again. God, I'm doing that a lot lately. It also reminded me of the current situation. Why would someone from the Blood Moon pack want to meet me? I'm sure their Alpha has no idea of this meet. And why would Kyle go to escort him? They walked in and I look at them with a frown. Why is Kyle standing there in a protective stance? Why is the holding ears? Why didn't you tell me anything? Me of all people. I'd always supported you. I yelled at him. He flinched and started looking down. I wanted to tell you about us. But, he shut it out. Get out of my office right now. I growled at him. The other guy pushed Kyle behind him and put on a protective stance and started leaving together. A www, they are so cute. But now is not the time for this. Flicker is excited about it, as she finally got a chance to take her revenge. What I was still new about this whole shifting things. Kyle and Flicker would always start their conversations, which usually cost me several minutes of control over my body. And at the end of these conversations, Kyle was always right. I love my brother, but he's been arsed with Adrian, so this is my time for little revenge. You stay here. I want to talk to you, I said calmly to the other guy. Kyle opens his mouth to protest, but when I gave him a pointed look, he left the office without saying anything. I turned toward the guy standing in my office and tell him to take a seat. Sorry for that. I just wanted to mess with my stupid brother. How long have you been together? When did you meet? And by the way, I'm Janae. I asked him, giving him my sweet smile. He chucked and said, I already liked you. I'm Steven and I'm the younger brother of the beta of Blood Moon Pack. I'll answer all your questions. You just need to slow down, it's a long story. I took a deep breath and nodded toward him to continue, to which easily comply. 2 years ago, I saw your brother at the mall. He was with his friends and I was there all by myself. When we saw each other we knew that we are meant to be together. But I panicked. I was scared that he might reject me or he might be disgusted with me, so I did what anyone in my situation would do. I know that it's very cliché, but that's the only thing that came to my mind at that moment. So I ran and hid in the men's room. I was standing there staring at my reflection in the mirror, cursing myself for my stupidity. When your brother came in with this almighty aura around him, I then noticed that he has alpha blood in him that made me think reject me. But what he did next surprised me. He hugged me like he has no intention of ever letting me go. I was feeling great, but then I noticed something wet on my shoulder. It took me a moment to realize that he took my running as a sign of rejection. I told him about my thoughts and fears, and he just laughed and told me that he would never leave me. He told me with a blush on his face, how did you guys manage to stay away from each other for this long? Why didn't you tell anyone? I asked him, genuinely curious, as I can't even stay away from my mate for a month. We meet every other day, and there is Skype too. You know, all the things people do in a long-distance relationship. And he was ready to tell everyone about us that day, but I stopped him. My pack has a very orthodox mindset. They would never accept me and my relationship. And I was kinda scared of everyone's reaction. Why now? Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you came here, but I just want to understand what happened. I asked him. I understand. And you are right, something did happen. My Alpha is getting suspicious of me. He just needs one slip up and he would kill me and I know for sure that my brother wouldn't try to stop him. How he would help him. And I can't stay away from him anymore. I have already wasted a lot of time on people who would never accept me. But you should also know that if you let me in your pack it would bring war. My Alpha wouldn't stop until he has my head. He finished with tears in his eyes. I knew what he needed most at this time, so I called Kylan. It took him 1 second to notice his mate, and he went there to comfort him. Steven, you are welcome in our pack and you don't have to worry about anything. Anyone who wants to get you to have to go through me. You can join our pack today, or if you wanted to go back to get your stuff, anything, then you can join us tomorrow. I told him softly. Tomorrow would be fine, he said, still holding his toes back. Kyle looks at him with concern but didn't say anything. And Kyle, since you like hiding things from me, I think you should hide in your room for the whole day. You're grounded, I told Kyle with a smug look on my face. That earned a laugh from Stefan. Kyle turned to him and glared at him, which only made him laugh harder. To prove how serious I'm about his punishment, I called Tyler to take him to his room and Jay to escort Stefan to pack border. To say they were shocked was an understatement. But Tyler was happy that he finally got this golden opportunity. They asked me what Kyle did wrong, but I told them it's his secret to tell. And Kyle was so embarrassed that he found the floor more interesting. If Kyle thinks he had it bad with me, then he has no idea what is in his way when Dad returns. Kyle would have to handle a lot of angry people. I know they won't be angry at him for the reason he thinks, but they would be angry because he didn't tell them. I love him and I would protect him, but this time I would give him some alone time with them. Dad is going to have his hand full with Kyle, so I hope he won't be giving me and Adrian a hard time. I know that makes me look bad, but I'm ready to have a little relief no matter how I get it. And I will help Kyle eventually. Chapter 17. I sent Adrian to Jay's house, just to be safe. And when I find the right opportunity, I will let him meet Dad. I hope I will get that opportunity. Or more specifically, courage, right? Fricka taunted me. But I just ignored her. Dad must be coming any minute as he has entered the pack borders. Yes, I told people to alert me. I need time to prepare myself. Edene, my princess, I missed you, Dad said, while hugging me. And where is my stupid son? Shouldn't he be here to greet his old man? He should, but right now he's a bit trapped in a difficult situation. I told him, trying to suppress my smile. What situation? What happened? Dad asked, bit confused. He is grounded for the day, I said with a smile. Dad almost screamed and started laughing. What? What did he do this time? He said as he struggled to control his laugh. He kept secrets from his family. I told him as matter of fact. And Dad didn't need to be told twice as he made his way toward Kyle's room. Dad hated secrecy in the family, especially after Mom. The reason Kyle is having punishment is we all promised each other that we won't keep secrets in the family. And I can tell he is going to have a really hard time, as the last thing I heard was Kyle Karen Black. It's been an hour since Dad went to Kyle's room and I need to know what is happening there. Maybe I could hear something if I get a little closer. Or not, as I heard the door open. And Dad came down with a very ashamed Kyle behind him. So that went well. As I have dealt with your brother, are you going to tell me about your mate? Or do we have to repeat everything I did with your brother? Dad asked with a tired expression, and my face must have shown emotions like shock or horror, or maybe a bit of both, as Dad continued. What? You didn't think that I won't notice some male smell all over you? Well, I hope you didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nobel. Hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why, where did I went wrong that my own kids have to hide things from me? Dad said with his classic, I failed as father expression. Don't get me wrong, but my father loves drama. I don't have any excuse for why I did that. Just that I don't want you to look at me differently. I'm still the same old me. But Eddie has a really good point of being scared of you meeting her mate, Carl said with guilt and sympathy. What would I do to her mate? You guys just like to picture me as a villain. That's all, Dad said with faking hurt by putting a hand over his heart. A, you are almost shifting while talking about my mate. And B, you never let me talk to any male that's not family. What? I let you talk to Jay and Tyler, Dad said. Like I said, other than family. And they are family. You even threw daggers at every male that come to pack meetings. I told him, 'cause they deserve that and more. But I'm really thankful that your mate is human, as I can't imagine would have done if he had been an alpha. Dad said with the last part more to himself. What do you mean? I asked, not sure if I heard correctly. I can't let you leave me. You're my princess, and I would kill every fucking man who tries to take you away from me, Dad said while clenching his fist, and then he turned toward Kyle and said, on the other hand, I don't mind if someone takes you. I might even be happy. This made Kyle huffing in frustration and mumbling something under his breath and me laughing so hard that I fell on the floor trying to catch my breath. I knew you were adopted. I teased him. As I always told Kyle, Dad wasn't mad at him for being gay. He was mad because Kyle didn't tell him. Dad also blamed himself for not being a good father. But overall it went well. Dad made me call Jay to bring Adrian home. I'm still scared, but it has to be done. But I did warn Dad about Adrian having no idea about the werewolf business. I just hope Dad won't go all Dad on my poor Adrian. Chapter 18. Dad took Adrian to a different room to talk, and I have no idea what's going on there. But I know what's happening with Kyle. Tyler and Jade are giving him a piece of their mind, which may or may not include some punches. Well, he deserved that and more for keeping secrets in the family. It's already dark outside and been 20 minutes. 20 fucking minutes since Dad and Adrian went to talk in Kyle and the boys went out to sort their matter. And I'm left here to bite my nails in anticipation. Nails. If you bite one more time, you'll be biting your fingers. Stop worrying, everything will be alright. Dad knows we love him and we know that Adrian is a good guy. So just relax. Vicar told me. You know, usually I'm the one consoling you. It's weird to see the role change. I told her. Before she could reply, I heard footsteps coming toward me and with the mouth-watering aroma in the air. I know who's coming. It only increases my anticipation. He came to me with a smile on his face. Never knew a smile could calm my nerves this way. And the only thing in my mind is to jump on him right now, right here. But all my actions came to halt when Dad entered the room. I look at Dad to get an idea of his mood or thoughts. He just came to me and hugged me and said, "You really find a good one here." And I told him what would happen if he ever broke your heart. The last part came out with a menacing tone directed toward Adrian, and I fight my urge to roll my eyes at his protectiveness. Dad cleared his throat and asked, looking around, "Where's your brother?" "Outside with Jay and Tyler. Talking," I replied with relief written on my face. I turned to Adrian and asked him and Dad for dinner. Don't judge me, this day has been really tiring, and now when everything is sorted I'm starving. After 10 minutes boys join us for dinner and I clearly can see bruises on Carl's face. I smirked at him and he glares at me. Then I turned to Tyler and asked, "What happened to you?" "He was stupid," Carl replied, and Tyler growled at him. I didn't know stupidity can make his nose bleed. Dad laughed at them. He was being stupid by making fun of Kyle about how he enjoyed his grounding, which resulted in this. Jay explained, pointing at Tyler's face. We laughed at each other as we ate our dinner, and after that Dad and the boys said their farewell for the night and Kyle went to his room, so it's just me and Adrian. I can feel the tension in the air. It's like an electric charge pulling us together. And I so much want to take our relationship further, but I know I have to wait till I tell him about werewolf things because I don't think I can stop myself from marking him if we start. We both are staring at each other, knowing fully well that it's time to part our ways and go to our rooms, but not wanting to go different ways. Even if it's just a different room. I sighed and extended my hand for him, which he took without hesitation. I need to feel this connection. To feel him. This charge in the air is getting more and more suffocating, calling me to release this tension. I know he can feel it too as I see the change in his breathing, and with heavy steps we start walking toward his room. What did you and Doc about? He seemed genuinely impressed by you. I asked him to delay the part where I have to go to my room and to distract us. You look really surprised with the fact that your dad is impressed with me. Did you think I couldn't impress him, or do you think I'm not worthy enough? He said with fake hurt in his voice. You know what I meant. So stop being a drama queen, I said while drawing a small pattern on his hand as we reached his door. He laughed and pulled me in. Just about normal things that every dad asks any boy their daughter thinks is the one with some threats. Nothing unusual, he said, looking in my eyes. He inhaled deeply, and in one swift move, he had me pinned against the door. His eyes bored into mine before they flicked down to my mouth and lingered there. His tongue slipped out to wet his lips as his eyes shifted to mine. I closed my eyes as his fingers traced a line on my cheek, down to the hollow on my throat where my pulse was beating wildly. Just a taste. He inhaled deeply. My hands fisted to prevent myself from touching him and to hold the last strands of my control. sucking my bottom lip between his, licking and biting lightly. And then he put his arm around me, putting me against his body while his other hand secured the back of my neck. His lips became hard and demanding, challenging me to kiss back. His kiss turned almost desperate as I kissed him back. The world became hazy and I felt my teeth aching to touch his skin, to graze at his neck. Stop, I protested against his lips, my palms flattening against his chest to push him away. He let me go. We were both panting. He exhaled slowly, and I heard him swallow as he rested his forehead against mine. We need to stop. There is something that I need to tell you before I said while tried fumbling to find the right words through my clouded brain. He looked at me with an expression that I could only understand as fear and take a step back. I hold his hand tightly as he takes his hand away from the back of my neck and gave it a reassuring squeeze. It's nothing like that, I said, reading his expression as I saw wheels turning in his head. Amazing. I don't even have the right word to describe it. Trust me, it's taking every ounce of control to stop myself from kissing you, I assured him. Then why are you stopping yourself? He asked with attrition all over him. Because I need to tell you something about me that I should have told you earlier, but I was scared of losing you. I told him, we will talk about this tomorrow. It's a long conversation and I need to show you something. I bid my goodbye and start walking to my room with a heavy heart. Flicker is whining in my head to go back to our mate. I know we can't go back cause I wouldn't be able to control myself. And I'm scared of his reaction, but I also know that I scared him too. I didn't want to leave him hanging like this, but I need to prepare myself for the talk. And goddess knows I need all the strength I could gather. Chapter 19. I woke up with Flicker pacing in my head. I can feel the anxiety flowing through my veins. I check the time. Damn. It's 10:30 am. I don't remember the last time I slept this late. This happened because I couldn't sleep all night trying to figure out how I would talk to him, which resulted in me sleeping till 10. I tried asking Flicker what's wrong, but she ignored me and kept pacing. I swear she is trying to give me a heart attack. Oh, shut up. You can't have a heart attack. That's not possible. She screamed and kept pacing. Please tell me what the hell is wrong. The suspense is killing me. I begged her. I don't know what is happening. Rudy is scared and I can't help but catch his feelings. She replied, it has to do something with his mate. I told her. I linked Jay and asked him to meet me at my office in 15 minutes. Which means I have 10 minutes to get my shit together and 5 minutes to reach my office. Thank goodness. I don't use makeup, otherwise getting ready in 10 minutes would have been impossible. I was on my way to the pack house when my office is when I met Dad. He has the exact same expression as me. We nodded at each other and entered the office. So you're feeling it too? I replied. Just then Jay came in with Tyler along with him. Jay, I need you to go to Blood Moon Pack, and since we can enter in the pack, I want you to stay at the border, and if you see Stephen, I want you to bring him back to our pack. And if anything's suspicious or wrong, call me. I told him. He nods and leave. Then I turned to Tyler. I need you to keep an eye on Kyle and make sure he won't do anything stupid. He nods and starts leaving when I said, Tyler, we might need to prepare for conflicts. You think his mate is in trouble? Dad asked me with worried expression. I checked on that pack's history. Stephen was telling the truth. They would never accept his relationship with Kyle, and would do anything to stop them. I just hope we are not late. I told him, don't worry, we'll handle it. If that son of a bitch needs a war, we'll give him one. Cause nobody messes with my kids. Dad said, bringing me in a hug. This day is getting really long. Jay's waiting at Blood Moon Pack's border for hours and still got nothing. Kai has come to ask him permission to leave the pack border, which I politely declined. I have a pretty clear idea where he wants to go. I told him that everything is fine and he's just being paranoid. I know I'm lying to him, but when it comes to our mate, we wolves don't tend to use our brains a lot, since I can't expect him to think rationally. I can't tell him that I have already sent a little expedition to bring his mate home. It took lots of explaining and time to convince him that I'll do everything in my power to bring Stephen back to his new home. It's almost 4 p.m. and I'm really trying hard to stop myself from calling Jay and telling him to screw the rules and just go and bring Stephen back. I know this will only increase trouble and we can't have that. I was just sitting in my office holding my head when he came in. Then it hit me, we were supposed to talk today. Could this day get any worse? Hey, you're okay? He asked and came to me. I didn't even believe myself. He didn't and hold me tightly to himself. His warm embrace made me relax, like I can feel all the tension leaving my body. I should just stick to him and I won't feel tense ever. Maybe I could use glue or something. I thought we were going to talk about something. He said, and I was thinking it's impossible to tense when he's holding me like this. Guess I was wrong. Yeah, about that. I swear I'm not trying to avoid the inevitable. Today has just been distracting. I told him while nuzzling more into his neck. Inevitable? He chuckled. And I just took the moment to enjoy the peace I'm feeling right now. Eddie. Flicker finally stopped pacing and is purring because of how close we are to our mate Eddie. I can't even remember what got me worked up the whole day. Dina, I don't want to let go. Your phone is ringing, he said musingly. Just one more minute. I said, still clinging to him like it's matter of life or death. Dina, it's Jay. It might be important, he said, and that got my attention. I literally jumped to pick up the phone. Jay, what's happening? I got in, Eddie, and we are halfway to our pack. Jay replied, but I asked, not really wanting to hear. But he's hurt. Like really hurt. And they are kinda coming after us or him, he said, and I can feel tension through his voice. How bad? Like several stab wounds with silver knife and with the rate of the healing process I can say that knife was coated with wolfsbane. And I'm not sure how the hell he made it to the borders. Shit, Kyle. He's going to be mad. No, furious. Rudy must have felt his mate's pain. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Find Kyle and stay with him till I reach there, he said, and I told him that I would do that and he should be careful. What happened? Adrian asked. I totally forgot that he was still there. Kyle's mate is hurt. Really bad. I told him. I linked Tyler and told him to meet me at the PAX hospital with Kyle. We need to get to the hospital and make sure everything is ready for their arrival, and I need to talk to Kyle, I said, and start walking out. Adrian took my hand in his and gave them reassuring squeeze. I was talking to the doctor, telling him what Jay told me when Tyler came with Kyle. What's wrong? Kyle asked. Jay is coming with Stephen and he's hurt. I told him. It took him a couple of seconds to understand. When he did, he just sit on the ground holding his head in his hands. How bad? Pretty bad, I told him. Just then Jay entered with a bloody and unconscious Stephen on his shoulder, and we all rushed to him. Doctor and nurses came and took him inside the room. Cole tried entering with his mate, but the doctor asked him to wait outside, and we all had to hold him to stop. I turned to Jay to ask him what happened there. I was just waiting there for anything, and at that point, I was thinking whether I should enter or just wait outside, when I saw someone stumble just a foot outside the pack border. I went to check who it was, and I heard people coming toward us. I saw that it was Stephen, so I took him into my car and started driving. And this is how I reached here, he explained. Eddie Blood Moon Alpha is at our borders and demanding that of Stephen and his mate. Tyler informed me. I'll handle that bastard. How dare he hurt him? Cole growled. Carl, stay here. Your mate needs you right now. I'll handle him, I said, putting my hand on his chest to stop him and to calm him slightly. I told Jay to stay with Kyle and asked Tyler to come with me. I also called Dad to join Kyle and Jay at the hospital. I really don't want him near the border right now. I'll come with you, Adrian said. Adrian, I don't think that's a good idea. It might be dangerous, Tyler told him with genuine concern. I know I'm not trained like you guys, but Eddie, I'm not letting you go without me, he said while looking deeply in my eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But you have to promise that whatever you see or hear, you would give me a chance to explain before you reach any conclusion, I pleaded him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chapter 20. I'm going to the pack border with Tyler and Adrian, and Flicker keeps telling me all the things that could go wrong. Like I don't know how bad this idea is. He's not supposed to know things like that. But what am I supposed to do? Tell him he can't come with me, and let him think that I don't trust him? Reaching the border is taking time in our human form, but with Adrian shifting is out of the question. We finally reach the border, and I can literally feel the tension in the air, not just because of Adrian being with us, but also from my warriors trying to control themselves from attacking the Alpha. I wanted to meet with the Alpha, not some pup or girl. Where's your Alpha pup? Is he too scared to meet me? Said the Alpha of a Blood Moon pack. This earned him a growl from every member of my pack except me and Adrian. I just rolled my eyes at his pathetic excuse of insult man. I'm the Alpha, and I'm a little surprised that you wanted to meet me this bad, that you thought you could come to my pack without any prior notice or my permission. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You are the Alpha, he said with disgust and anger, and looked at Tyler and pack warriors and continued. And you all are okay with that? What a bunch of weaklings. I can see the anger in everyone with me, with their clenched fists and hard-set jaws like they are grinding their teeth in anger. Stop beating the bush, Alpha. I'm sure you didn't come here to mock us. You must have some reason to come here. So do us all some favor and come to the damn point. I growled in frustration. I want my pack member back along with his so-called mate. He was your pack member. Now he belongs to mine. And you have no right demanding anything from anyone, so you better remove your fucking ass from my property. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He looked like he was going to explode. Maybe no girl gave him a piece of their minds before. As he opened his mouth to speak, his gaze shifted to Adrian. What in the name of the goddess this human is doing here? He screamed and took a step toward Adrian. I growled at him. Careful there, Alpha. You wouldn't want to threaten my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This miserable excuse of a mate of yours is unnatural. And holy, your pack is going to be the end of our people. He glared at me, and then turned to my pack warrior and continued. How could you accept these blasphemous acts? How could accept human among you? This was ample to make my pack members growl at the Alpha. Tyler stepped ahead ready to attack. I stopped him and pushed Adrian behind me. Alpha, you don't have any business here, so please remove your fucking ass and your pack member from my pack before I do something you might regret. I growled at him, while Flicker was demanding me to rip that pathetic waste of space. Alpha of Blood Moon pack left while gritting his teeth, which made it clear that it's far from over. Why does it feels like he will be back sooner than our liking? Tyler asked. He will, and he will bring more with him. If he wants a war, he will get one. I so want to kill him. I can assure you that you are not alone. We'll discuss this tomorrow. Increase the patrolling. Tyler turned to ask me something, but I just pointed toward Adrian, making him drop it. After dismissing everyone, I turned to Adrian and offer him my hand, which he takes after a little hesitation. We start walking back home. The whole way a lot of things were going through my head, as what would I tell him or how would Kyle react. I didn't even notice where we were till Adrian stopped me. You asked not to overthink anything before giving you a chance to explain everything. So, please explain, cause I don't know what to think. I don't know where to start with. How about who was that guy and why was he talking to you like that? I don't know why, but his question made me smile. Maybe because he was still putting me first. I hope it goes well with that. I count my blessings. He was the Alpha or leader of the Blood Moon pack, and he was talking to me like that because he thinks that women are incapable of leading a pack. That's ridiculous. You are a great leader. But why was he here in the first place? You know Stephen is Kyle's mate, and Stephen belongs. No belong to his pack, and he doesn't approve his relation with Kyle. But why would he care? Okay, I get that he is homophobic, but like you, Stephen does not belong to his pack anymore. I think I have to go deeper to explain it to you. We worship Moon Goddess and believe that she selects a person for us. That person is called mate, as they are basically our soulmate, our other half. And a person cannot live without their soulmate. We found our soulmates, Extine. Rejecting one's soulmate is very rare as we cannot live without them, and the process of rejection is quite painful. And Kyle and Stephen is the first gay couple. That's why it is hard for some people to accept that it's Moon Goddess's wish. And so are us. You are the first human mate. Why are you referring to human as you are not? And he also said human as it's something disgusting. Because I'm not human. I'm a werewolf. Chapter 21. I'm a werewolf. You're what? I'm a werewolf and leader of a werewolf pack. I said, hoping it goes well. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What do you mean, okay? I couldn't believe he said that. It's like it's no big deal. He ignored my question. You said that rejection from one's mate can be a painful experience. He said with the slight accusation in his voice making me flinch. Rejection is a painful process for a werewolf, but as you are a human, bond was not strong from your side, so it wouldn't have affected you much. I said carefully, you mean to say that you were okay with me causing you pain? Why didn't you tell me everything before? What else did you lie about? He said with anger clearly showing from his eyes and body language. I didn't want you to feel trapped in this relation. I want you to have the choice to accept or reject. He added accusingly. Yes. He started walking away from me, and as I tried to stop him he said, please don't. I need some time to think about everything. With that, he just walked away from me, and the look of hurt in his face made Flicker whimper from pain and rejection. I need to believe that everything is going to be okay, or I won't be able to function properly. And Goddess knows I can't afford to lose my wits at such times. I must have slept waiting for him, as the next thing I know is strong arms wrapped around me and carrying me inside. They carefully placed me on the couch and kissed my forehead. Sparks spread in my body telling me that I'm in my mate's arm. I still can't believe werewolves are real, not just some fiction or myth. And to top it all, I'm mated with one. Is that a bad thing? Bad thing? No, just hard to believe. And the weird thing is that I am not mad at you for hiding it. I'm mad at you for thinking that I could ever be okay with hurting you. I didn't mean it like that. I know now. It took me a while to understand your point of view, and I might also have some help from Tyler. So we are okay. I asked, scared shitless that maybe he would want to end things. Yes, we are okay. He laughed. Now tell me more about it. I'm sure there are still dozens of things that I need to know about werewolves. Yes, there are. So tell me, woman, what are you waiting for? He said with the fake accent. Well, we wolves. We age slower than humans and heal faster. Like way faster. You can literally see some wounds healing from your eyes. And we don't get sick normally. It takes a lot to make us fall ill. Wow, does this mean that you would look like my daughter after some decades? And if you don't get sick and all, then why does Jay wear glasses? No, I don't think that you would ever look like my dad. As mates we are made to live together. So Moon Goddess must have some plans for us. And Jay likes his glasses. He used to need them before, but after his first shift his eyes healed, or I don't know what is the right word here. But he continued to wear them cause he likes them. Cool. It's good to know that I won't age normally. So basically you guys are invincible. No, we might be stronger than humans, but we do have some weaknesses like... Wait, you are willing to tell me your weaknesses? Why, because I trust you, that's why. So as I was saying before, someone rudely interrupted me. We do have some weakness like silver. Wolfsbane. How do you know that someone is your mate? I know you told me before, but I feel that there is more to know. Our wolf starts acting up, and then all of a sudden we smell the most amazing smell in the world. When we find that person, it's like our whole world just stops and our wolf says, well, basically yells one thing, mate, in our head. Your wolf. Wolf is like a different person living in your head who has different personalities and attitude. And sometimes they take control of our body. Can I see your wolf? I nodded and took his hand and led him outside. All the while Flicker is dancing happily in my head. Chapter 22. Adrian's POV. Werewolves are real and I'm part of their world. How did this happen? How did my simple and normal life take such a dramatic turn? Oh yeah. When someone beautiful and totally out of my league decides to kidnap me. This is crazy, or maybe it's just me going crazy. Eddie told me all this about 2 hours ago and I'm still having a hard time dealing with this. I am not really proud of the way I handled everything. I ran away for 2 or more hours leaving her with all this mess. But I was really mad she lied to me about the whole rejection thing. I could have hurt her. I know she had her reasons and they were not entirely wrong. But to even think that there was a chance that I might have had her scares the shot out of me. I don't know when she became this important part of me, but now I can't imagine my life without her. And all the talk about how strong and amazing they really are. I somehow don't feel threatened, instead I feel proud. Proud of her and our relationship. My train of thoughts came to stop when I heard what sounds like breaking of bones. I attempted to go to her to ease her pain, but even before I could take my first step, a white wolf stepped out from behind the tree. That white wolf's coat was like shining in the moonlight and her eyes were red like the fire is burning in them, and that red color reminds me of Eddie's red hair. Like in a trance, I walk towards the wolf while she waits for me to detect my reaction. I extend my hand to touch its coat, taking slow steps toward it. The wolf is really huge. Bigger than the normal wolves for sure. It has such a strong energy that you would want to cower away from it or now and surrender. But it doesn't threaten me. Its whole presence is inviting me to it. All this time the wolf kept watching me, letting me handle things at my own pace. I took the final step to close the distance between us and my hand touches its face. There were sparks from where I touched her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I said, surprised. I don't know why I was surprised when I asked her to show me her wolf. She growled. Did she growl at me? But I don't think she's mad at me, or I hope she's not mad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're not a. You are her wolf. I tried again. She nodded her head and jumped at me playfully and started licking my face. I never felt this loved and happy in my life. Chapter 23. Oh, you're not Eddie. You are her wolf. Thika was on cloud 9 when her mate recognized her, and I feel guilty for not telling Adrian her name. But I don't think that she noticed. She is just busy licking his face. At first I was afraid that we might scare him, but he's enjoying himself as he tried to control overly excited Thika. Okay. Can you turn back? He said between his chuckle. Thika whined and shook her head, saying, I'll spend time with you. He promised, and Thika looked in his eyes to see if he's telling the truth. When satisfied with his sincerity, she turned back to the tree where our clothes were. Why didn't he want to spend time with me? Did he not like me? Is he scared of me? I didn't scare him. Right. Calm down, Thika. You didn't scare him. He just wants to talk, you know. She nods in understanding and gave me control back of my body, and I shift back to my human form. When I was fully dressed, I came out of the back of the tree and went to him. She likes me, right? Yes, she loves you. She doesn't have any problem with me not being a wolf. Nope. What's her name? She has a name. Right. Thika. He rushed to me and engulfed me in a hug and whispered in my ear in his husky voice. Tell Thika I love her and I love you, Edina. This didn't exactly go as planned, but I couldn't be happier. I just want to freeze this moment. But there's still a lot to talk. We still have a lot to discuss. So I believe you still have some questions. Yeah, I kind of promised Thika that I'll spend some time with her. I don't know how to do that. He said meekly. I could give her control. So you two could talk. Or we could shift back. Once we mate, you might get mind link. Mind link. Mate. Mind link is like a telepathic conversation which kind of works on a Wi-Fi network which connects all pack members with each other. Well, that's one way to put it. And I don't think anyone ever thinks of it that way, said Tyler, clearly hiding his chuckle. Well, then you explain it. Now I think you got it covered, but I can help you explain mating. You do have a death wish. Why are you here? I growled at him and advanced toward him. Irene, control your mate. He put his hand up in defense and continued. I came to tell you that Stephen is out of danger. Being close to Kyle is healing him. But Kyle needs to be with him for a couple of days. Did you tell them about the upcoming war? And I can tell your dad is really scary. I want to talk to you about something. I think I knew what you want to talk about and I need to ask a favor. I said, looking at Adrian. I need you to train Adrian. Are kidding me? I was going to suggest that he should stay at his folks till all this drama ends. Do you think that he would agree? And we can protect him here. He wouldn't dare attack a human town. He would be safer with his family. He is standing right here and he is not running away, so you better him how to fight. Adrian tells us in a tone that means he won't change his mind. See? And I trust you with this task and I also want some kind of weapon for him. You trust him with weapons, hey? Hey, don't need to give stink eye. I was just kidding. What I meant to say was that I feel honored that you trust me to train your mate. Okay. I'm leaving and meet me at the training ground. Sharp 9. And with that, he left alone before I could get a chance to attack him. But for some reason, Adrian is giving me weird looks. So mating. I don't think I want to wait for that one. I gulped as he said that in my ear. Well, this is going to be interesting. Chapter 24. He advanced towards me like a predator walking toward his prey. My heartbeat increases as he takes one more step towards me with different emotions in his eyes. Lust and love were the most prominent one. This moment could have been perfect only if I wasn't frozen at my place. I had wished for this moment since I saw him at the mall. But now that's happening, it's feel too good to be true. And if I made one wrong move, all this would end like a dream. I was too deep in the thoughts when a strong hand come round my waist and pulled me into their hard chest. You want this, right? I could stop if... I stopped him before he could complete the sentence and shake my head. I want you. I have always wanted and will always want you. It's just hard to believe how could I get this lucky that Moon Goddess granted me with you. You are everything I could dream of and more. Sometimes I feel like this is all a dream and I'm going to wake up and you won't be there with me. I tell him, pouring all my fears and insecurities to him. You miss. I'm not getting rid of me that easily. I'm not leaving your side for anything. You bring the supernatural in my life. You think any boy from my school could say that? He chuckled softly, holding me close to him. You wanted to know about matting, but I don't think it is the right time for that. But we could do other things. Your wish is my command. My lady, he said with a hint of rejection in his voice. Don't think that. I mean that I don't know how your body will react to my mark, and this time I couldn't afford to take any risk. Your mark? Shit. I forgot to tell you about the matting process. But we don't need to stand here all night. Let's go and then we'll continue this. I peck his lips and take his hand in mine. I led him inside the house to my room. We sat on the bed, looking in each other's eye. None want to break the trance we were in. My gaze shifted from his eyes to his lips. He noticed the movement of my eyes as he takes a sharp breath. I lean in close to him, close enough for me to feel his breath on my face. He bent down until I could feel his mouth almost brush my lips. I could barely breathe. So thick with sparkling tension was the air around us. Adrian's arms were around me in a millisecond, caging me in, and then his lips came crashing down on mine. Adrian's lips were soft, yet somehow incredibly hard and demanding. They were exactly as I remembered from our last kiss. His mouth claimed my burning need, sending shivers after shivers down my back. Arms were drawing me closer towards him, holding me against his body. A familiar hand slipped behind my back, gripping my neck, holding it in place. As his lips pressed harder against mine, I gasped, giving him the chance to pass his tongue into mine. How long did it go on? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I didn't know, and I couldn't have cared less. With Adrian's lips devouring mine, it seemed rather hard to remember breathing. We break free, both trying to catch our breath. I stepped back, making some space between us while we were breathing hard. We were. Talking, I breathed and took a couple of a deep breath. Yes, we were. But can't we do it later? And said, leaning in again. I placed my hand on his lips. Oh, his lips. Eddie, focus. You need to understand mating. He moved my hand from his lips and held them down in my lap, while he leans down close to my neck. I feel his breath on my ear. That I do, he whispered sweetly, taking my earlobe between his teeth. Gently nibbling. I growled. Stop distracting me. Goddess. He is going to be the death of me. I felt him smile as he pressed a soft kiss on my neck. Ugh, mating is to tell other wolf that you are claimed. He asked, continuing his sweetest alt on my neck. Claiming means you belong to someone and they belong to you. It is done by marking. Mates bite each other on their neck. That forms a mark that lasts lifelong and tell other wolves that they have a mate. That somehow got his attention as he froze at his place on my neck. I wait for him to tell me what he's thinking. I waited for a couple of seconds before he moved back with a pale face. You both have to mark each other. That depends on people and their relation. In some relations only male mark his mate. In some both mark each other. But I won't be able to mark you. I want to. How would I keep other males away from you? He spoke so innocently that I can't stop myself from laughing. He frowned at me. That won't be necessary. I know I'm yours as you are mine. Chapter 25. He spoke so innocently that I can't stop myself from laughing. He frowned at me. That won't be necessary. I know I'm yours as you are mine. Once the mating process is complete, it would mean we are connected body and soul. Our scent would be mixed, which would tell another wolf that you're taken. We would be able to feel each other's emotions and hopefully each other thought too. You might get a mind link between us. That does sound good, he said while paying special attention to my neck, making Flicker start purring in my head. I let Flicker take control. They need to spend some time with each other before all the shit show starts. Somehow Adrian felt Flicker's presence without looking at my eyes. Flicker, he said, continuing the sweet torture on my neck, giving special attention to my sweet spot, where his mark would go if by some miracle he could mark me. Mate, she purred while brushing one finger on his lips. That was all it took for his lips to come crashing down on mine. His arms were around me, pulling me more into him. His tongue was fighting to claim my mouth as his and Flicker were fighting back, wanting not to be claimed but to claim him as ours. Flicker doesn't start something we can't finish, I warned. Who knew when we would have an opportunity like this? Better take advantage of it. Breaking our kiss, Flicker slid from his lips and moved down over his neck, where our mark would be. Oh, he groaned as my teeth sank into his neck. She grinned at him, bending to his neck again, and placed a soft, gentle kiss on the place of bite where the mark would be when we'll claim him as ours. Mine, she whispered. He sucked in a deep breath and groaned. If you don't want to take it further, I suggest you stop. Before I lose the last ounce of control. Flicker timidly nodded and stopped her assault on his neck, but made no efforts to detach herself from his body. I was happy that they finally got to spend some time. And she was on cloud 9. All the worries from earlier disappeared in the wind. We spent the night in each other's arms. And let me tell you, it was the best night of my life. Flicker gave me control when our mate started nodding off. They talked about many things. Both cleared their doubts and insecurities. Sleeping with him was good. Walking up next to him with his arms holding me close has no comparison. I want to lay there whole day. But as the sun is rising, I need to get up cause this is going to be a long day. I need to check on Kyle and Stephen. I need to discuss yesterday's event with Dad, Jay and Tyler, and prepare for war. I'm responsible for the safety of everyone who lives inside the pack border. At least Tyler is going to train Adrian, with Kyle being with his mate. Tyler has to take up the training of warriors. I need Jay to plan our strategies. Speaking of Tyler, he must be arriving. I need to wake Adrian up. Adrian, I called, shaking him gently, which is difficult considering my arms are trapped between his chest. I tried to shuffle away, but he pulled me into him more. After trying for a couple of minutes, an idea came in my head, and I started placing small kisses on his neck, just wherever I could reach. In a flash, our position changed and I'm laying on top of his chest where he hugged me even more. How was that possible? I could have sworn a second ago that there was absolutely no space between us. I could get used to this, he said, placing a kiss on my forehead. Chapter 26. I could get used to this, he said, placing a kiss on my forehead. Yeah, but you need to get up. Tyler would be here soon. I scolded him while trying to push him away. But did I succeed? Nope. The only reply I got was a squeeze. Goddess? He's going to be death me. I'm the one who's supernatural here. I should be the one who had more power. Right. I don't think that anyone told him that. I swear when it comes to him, I don't think I have any power. He holds all the power in this relation. This boy has me tied to his little finger with just a smile. Smile like the one he's giving me right now. Do I really have to? Yes. It's just been a night and you're already kicking me out of the bed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That hurts. You don't want to get up. Nope. You know, it's who's your training. Right. Still no. Okay. Then you left me no choice. You can stay in the bed as long as you want. Stop grinning. You're going back to your mom's apartment today. That was below the belt. That's just not fair. You want me out of bed. I'm out. With that said, he got up from the bed as it was on fire and went to the door. Where are you going now? You wanted me out, so that's exactly what I'm doing. I rolled my eyes at his childish behavior and at the pout he was giving me right before he left. Sometimes I wonder why can't I have normal people in my life? Everyone seems crazy. Only Jay is the one you could call normal. Like you are the normal one. You are the craziest of them all. Thanks. Flicker. I didn't know that. But I blamed Dad for it. Stop fooling around. You also need to get your ass up. Adrian yelled from the corridor. Unfortunately, yes. I need to go check on Stephen and Kyle. Tyler must have told them about yesterday, but I still to discuss this with them. I grudgingly get up from the bed to get ready. After 20 minutes I was good to go. When I went downstairs, I found Tyler talking to my mate about training. I just nodded at them before leaving. I went straight to the Pack Hospital. I know it's just 8 in the morning, but this is going to be a long day. I entered the room and found my brother sleeping beside his mate's bed holding his hand. I felt anger flow through me. These guys had gone through a lot. I'll be damned before I'll let anyone hurt them again. I went to Kyle and gently wake him. He slowly opened his eyes and I could tell he spent most of the night crying. He looked up at me and hugged me. I know he's hurting. Partially because he took some of his mate's pain, but mostly blames himself for this. Kylie, you need to go home. You spent the whole night here. I can't leave him like this. What if he wakes up and I'm not here with him and he panics? Kylie, just go and freshen up. Your mate needs you strong and I promise I'll stay here till you come back. Maybe it was the nickname that I only used in our childhood when I got scared or need him to chase the fear away, or the fact that mate needs him strong. Cole slowly got up and before making any move to leave looked at me. Promise you would call me if anything happens. Promise. He looks at his mate one more time before leaving. I want to do something for them. I want to do something that will fix Stephen. But I can't do anything. My brother is hurting. His mate is lying here, with all those wounds covering his whole body. And I can't fucking do anything. I promised to protect you and I failed you. I failed both of you. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault. So stop blaming yourself. You couldn't have stopped this from happening. How did you know I'm here? I asked Jay as he put a hand on my shoulder. I know you, that's how. How is he? What did the doctor say when he's gotta wake up? He has a couple of broken ribs, broken right arm, and several wounds on his body. Bruises literally cover his whole body. And there's also enough wolfsbane in his system to make his healing slower than human. Chapter 27. He has a couple of broken ribs, broken right arm, and several wounds on his body. Bruises literally cover his whole body. And there's also enough wolfsbane in his system to make his healing slower than human. And he looks a lot better today. Yeah. Cole spent the night with him. I just sent him home to freshen up. Jay started saying something but stopped and sniffed the air. Why do you smell like him? Like who? You know who. Stop spending time with Tyler. You are turning into him. And goddess forbid we got one more of him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why do you smell of him? Because he is my mate. No shit, Sherlock. Did you guys did anything last night? No, we just talked about everything. Just talked. Yeah. Right, wait. Everything. Yep, he took it really well. And I'm glad that now there's no secret between us, so. Is he leaving the pack for until this mess is over? Nope. Well, he's your mate after all. I glared at him and he chuckled at me. We were just staring at each other. Well, I was glaring at him and he was clearly enjoying it, with Doctor entered the room. He checked Stephen and told us that he is healing but at a very slow rate, as Wolfsbane was him. And Kyle needs to spend as much time with his mate as possible. I don't think that's going to be a problem. We will have to drag him out to eat or things. I sent Jay to prepare for the pack meeting in which we'll tell everyone about the upcoming war and discuss our basic strategies. I sat next to the bed and took Stephen's hand in mine. He doesn't look like the happy and confident person I had met in my office. I look at his hand and start concentrating on his pain. I can't do much at this moment for him. The least I could do was take his pain away. After his mate, only Alpha could take his pain, and his mate also needs a break. With his pain less and his healing would be a bit fast. I would have been there for half an hour when the door opened. I take my hand away from Stephen before the person entered could look. But one look on Dad's face told me that he knew. You need your energy, baby. Pack depends on you, Dad mind linked me, and I nodded my head in understanding. You don't need to do that, Eddie. I turned back to see Guy enter the room and come to me. Do what? I asked, genuinely confused. Take his pain. I know you blame yourself, but it's not your fault. Just wanted to help. He hugged me and then said that he knows. We spent some time there desperately hoping that Stephen would wake up, even though we knew that would take some time. After a while, Dad and I bid our farewell and made our way to Pack House for the meeting. Everyone was already there waiting for us, including Adrian, who looked exhausted. I smiled at everyone and asked if they knew the reason behind this meeting, and they told me that they know. So he wants to fight us because we are not giving up our pack member. Let them know we never give up one of our own. Called a voice from the crowd, following with agreement. I can't say that I'm not proud to be part of them. You know the basic protocol, old. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Women or anyone else who can't protect them will stay in the pack house. Some warriors will be posted near the pack house covering all the directions, and rest will be posted near the border in small units leading by me, Tyler, Jackson, Michael, Jay and anyone has any questions. One hand raised from the far end and I signaled them to speak. Alpha, but what about female warriors unit? Won't we be fighting? Didn't I say all warriors will fight? But only those will be fighting who have completed their training. And trained, and those who haven't completed their training won't be fighting. I was betrayed by my own kind. Imprisoned in a dungeon where daylight never reaches. Subjected to relentless beatings. But my will was never broken. I am the leader of the pack. I must be strong, even when my heart is filled with a longing for freedom. Chapter 28. After briefing the unit heads about the whole strategy and checking the border, I was exhausted. It took a whole day and I didn't get a single minute free. I still need to check on Kyle and Stephen. And I need to check on the status of Adrian's training, as much as I want to believe in Tyler for not wasting time. I do know him. Nothing can make that boy serious about anything. I heard them practicing before I see them. They were practicing defense. As Tyler and Wolfram attack Adrian, he was doing well for his first day. I decided not to disturb them, so I stopped where I was and watched them. It all happened too sudden to blame anyone for it. 1 second before Adrian was focusing on Sonny Tyler's Wolfram next. He noticed my presence and turned towards me, causing Sonny to stumble into him. Okay, maybe it was my fault. I rush to them, but I see two things that need my attention at the moment. First, the deep wound on Adrian's arm that was bleeding, and second, a panicked Sonny. He felt my presence and jumped to the conclusion that I'll be mad at him for hurting my mate. I looked at Adrian and he nodded in understanding, and I made my way to Sonny, who was on the verge of a panic attack. Sonny, I call him, but he just kept moving back. It's okay, I'm not mad at you. It wasn't your fault, I said slowly as I was talking to a terrified child. Come here. He stopped and looked at me to make sure that I'm telling the truth. Hesitantly, he took a step towards me as if accepting his fate. It's okay, I said while petting him to calm his nerve. When he seemed that he won't run at the next chance he gets, I turned my attention to Adrian, who was holding his still bleeding arm. I called him toward us while petting Sonny's head, gently assuring him that it's all right. When Adrian came next to me, I held his arm to take his pain away. As his pain started to dull, he turned to look at me with wide eyes. I need to stop the blood before he loses more. I brought his arm to my face and placed some open-mouth kisses on along with licking it. If he wasn't surprised about the pain, well, he was now as he saw his arm stopped bleeding and wound healed at the skin level, and all there was left was a long angry line as Sonny's claw broke the skin. I can't heal him completely as we hadn't mated yet, but now it looks at least 2 or 3 days old. Satisfied with his arm, I turned my attention on the wolf, who had laid his head in my lap. I pulled his head up a bit and kissed his head and asked him to turn back. He nodded his wolf head and went behind a tree to shift back. A few seconds later, Tyler came from behind a tree, wearing his denim with the ghost of expression on his face. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm sorry, Eddie. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It wasn't your fault, man. I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Adrian tried to comfort him. Tyler, come, let's have dinner. We all had a long day. I took Adrian's hand in my hand and put my other hand on Tyler's shoulder. It wasn't his fault and he knew that, but Sonny's fear has affected him. After dinner, things turned normal and Tyler bid farewell, but not before telling Adrian to be ready for morning training. All the tiredness from the day finally hit me like a truck as my body struggles to stand straight. Who would have thought that taking Stephen and Adrian's pain and healing him along with the whole preparation for the war could be really exhausting? Adrian catch me before I fall, picking me up bridal style, and took me to my room and laid me down gently on the bed. He went to my closet and took an oversized tee, shirt and pajama shorts for me. Do you mind if I help you change? He asked with a red face, and I told him that it's okay. I looked at him adoringly as he struggled with his blush and bring my clothes to the bed. His reaction told me that he was expecting me to deny his request. He helped me get out of my jacket and shirt before putting a shirt on with a trembling hand. But that was the easy part, as he was looking at my shorts like they could change all by themselves. He glared at them for a sec and then turned his attention to my boots and started removing them. He sat on the bed next to me glaring at my shorts and probably thinking about his next move. Where is that confident person who wanted to take things to the next level yesterday? I finally took pity on him and asked him if he too wanted to change. Relief washed over his face as he jumped from bed to run out to his room. I could no longer control myself and laughed my ass off. I thought for a second, what would he do if came back and saw that I still hadn't changed my shorts? Chapter 29. It's been a week since we started planning for the war. It is affecting the pack members greatly, but there isn't anything we can do about it. Adrian and Tyler's training is going pretty well, and Jay is handling the patrolling of borders, while I'm training the warriors. It's a lot of work to do when there is just 3 of us to lead, but Kyle needs to spend time with his mate. Speaking of whom, all his surface wounds have healed completely, but he has yet to wake up. It's been 7 days and he hasn't woken up. That's worrying, but the doctor said that he needs time to wake up as there is still some physical and mental healing left. That he will wake up whenever he's ready, which I hope as soon as Kyle is getting worse. He refuses to leave his mate's side and literally is living in Stephen's room in the hospital. I have decided to give Adrian some kind of weapons to protect himself. I don't know how would others react to a human having silver in the pack, but I need him to have it too, well, at least make me feel a bit better about him being anywhere near the real danger. I know I can't change his mind. 'Cause if I was in his place, I would have done the same thing. Although it's been silent for these past days, not once predicting the upcoming war. But my instincts are telling me that something is about to happen. And it's scary and frustrating as I'm responsible for the life of every person living inside this pack's territory. and I'm afraid that I might fail. It's like I'm sitting on the time bomb about to explode. I was too deep in my thoughts, just staring outside the window of my office, when a hand came around my waist and pulled me back to someone's chest. Someone with nice ABS, that's for sure. Stop worrying, you are doing great. But I'm scared, what if I fail and cost everyone their life? That's not gonna happen. So just close your eyes and take a deep breath and try to relax. I tried doing what he asked me to do. When I opened my eyes, I saw him staring at my lips and leaning in. His hands came up to hold my cheeks as he kept looking me in the eye. My eyes drifted to his lips. And then it was over. His lips caught mine in a passionate kiss. A kiss that promises me that everything will be okay. A kiss that promised me that he will be with me through it all. It wasn't rushed. It was slow, like we have all the time in the world. Maybe it lasted a minute and maybe it lasted an hour. All I know is that kiss. And how soft his lips felt against mine. We were still in the middle of the kiss when a knock sounded at the door. Adrian ignored it as his hands found my waist and pulled me into him. We stayed pressing our foreheads together while trying to catch our breath. Cute, but not the right time, Tyler said as he marched in the office. Can't you just come in like this? Adrian groaned as he still refused to let me go. Hey, I knocked and... Tyler, why are you here? Oh, you're right. I came here to tell you there's an elder at the door who wants to see you, like right now. Shit. Why didn't you start your sentence with that? I pulled myself away from my mate, who still didn't want to let me go, and made my way downstairs to meet the elder. Elder coming to our pack when we are at the verge of war cannot be a good sign. I rushed to meet him while her leaving the boys to follow me. I went outside to find Dad arguing with the elder. We can't, as he hadn't woken up yet. Why is it so hard for you to understand? Dad, calm down. What's going on here, and may I ask you, why are you on my territory? Oh, so you are the Alpha. So the rumors are true. Yeah. I am the Alpha. Is there any problem with that? He smirked at me and said, You are summoned at the council. We expect you there in 4 days, and you know who else should be there. With that said, he vanished in thin air, leaving me the fear for what might happen at the council meeting. What was that all about? Asked Adrian. Well, we are fucked. Chapter 30. Well, we are fucked. That's the only thing in my mind right now. Elders know about all this mess and arranged a meeting for it. I can't help but feel that something bad is going to happen, as elders don't usually interfere with pack war unless it's something really bad or disastrous. I can't let anyone take him away from me, even if it's elders or Moon Goddess herself. He is mine. I'll be damned for letting anyone take him away from me. I was too deep in my head when I felt arms around my waist as someone pulled me in their embrace and whispered in my ears, Everything is okay, Eddie. We are all here safe and we will remain that way. Just try to relax. Relax? I don't think I can relax when everyone and everything is in danger. I can't. Yes, you can. Just follow my lead and take a deep breath. In and out. I tried following him, and after a few seconds, I managed to relax a bit. Better. Yes, and I'm sorry, I shouldn't be panicking like this. I'm supposed to calm everyone, not the other way around. It's not your fault, Eddie. You reacted in a way anyone would have. Trust me, I would have been worse. Dad told me that somehow I don't find it true, but I still nodded. Okay, let's go in, and someone please tell me what is going on. 'Cause I don't understand anything. We went inside. Enthusiasm, Adrian still holding like I would break if he let me go. And he's not wrong. I still can't get hold of the fact that they could take him away from me. They have the power to do so. They could even split Kyle and Steven. And if we went there, who would protect the pack? Adrian took me to the nearest couch and asked, Well, please tell me, what's the deal with the elders? Elders are, as the name suggests, eldest of our kind and some other supernaturals, and they formed a council that provides guidance to all of us. They are responsible for maintaining peace between different species. Dad explained. It is said that they can contact with Moon Goddess, and she herself has given them the responsibility of preventing any drastic situation. Tyler continues to explain. Okay, but how is their appearance here means we are fucked. They don't usually interfere with pack businesses, so they're coming here when there is a possibility of war. Can't be a coincidence. Since they have the power of breaking the bond between mates, I told him. He looked shaken with all the information and took a minute or two to digest what we told him. I can see all the emotions changing in his eyes, then they settle for something close to relief. Well, then it's a good thing, but I'm not part of the supernatural community. They may break the bond, but that couldn't stop me from being with you. Someone needs to talk to Kyle about all this mess. And that someone is not me. Dad Tyler. Any of you want to break the news to him? Nope was all the reply I got from Tyler and Dad. Well, let's just say he was there a second ago and then he was not. That only left us with one responsible person, Jay. Jay will talk to Kyle about this. And we need to have a pack meeting to discuss what happened and what safety measures would be taken in our absence. Who will lead the defense then? And I need to check on Steven after Jay told Kyle about all this and Kyle has cooled down. And I also need to calm a wolf who is constantly whimpering in my head. Chapter 31. 3 days later. We sent Jay to talk to Kyle, and let's just say he was not happy being the only sensible and reliable person among us. And Kyle, he reacted exactly as we feared he would. But who could blame him? His mate was on a hospital bed. A whole pack was against them, and now this threat that elders might break their bond. I don't know how he's holding up. Hell, I don't know how any of us is holding up. A meeting was called that night, and it was decided that Jay and Tyler will stay here to protect and lead the pack in my absence. Did they want to stay behind? No, Eddie. You can't be serious. I can't let you go there without pack warriors and us. Jay, at least you understand why I'm asking you to stay behind. No, yes, I don't want you to go there without protection. We're talking about elders. If they want to arrest us or even kill us, no amount of protection will save us. I am not leaving you behind. I'm trusting you with pack and pack members. Then at least take Tyler with you. It will help me rest my mind a bit. He's more needed here. Hey, I can talk for myself. You guys always forget that I'm present here. Okay. Tyler, what do you want to say? I'm not happy with this arrangement, but I understand where you are coming from. So I'll stay here. Only if you promise to call if you need our help. Even if you don't. I could tell that Jay was still not satisfied. But he understands. He was taking things better than Kyle. He was ready to go on a killing spree. We couldn't have been able to stop him if Steven has not chosen that exact moment to wake up. After sleeping for about 2 weeks, he chose the moment when his mate was going on a killing spree. He stopped Kyle before he could do something we would all regret. We all went to the hospital as soon as Jay told us that Kyle wants to go to elders and talk to themselves. We tried to reason him, but he wasn't listening. I was about to use my alpha voice on him to command him to stay put when a small voice caught him, making us all turn to the source. Where do you think you're going? Nowhere. I'm not leaving you for a second. I'm not leaving you alone ever again. Where you go, I'll go. I'm sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Cole said, holding his hand as he would disappear in thin air. I'm sorry, Steven. I shouldn't have let you go alone. I failed you as an alpha. I don't blame you, he said, and turned to look at all of us and continued. I don't blame anyone. If you don't mind, I would like to spend some time with my mate. We all smiled and obliged. We left them in their company. That was a close call. I thought we had to lock him up to stop him. Tyler said, which resulted him a few glares. Steven saved us. That idiot was going crazy, but we still need to figure out how to deal with all this, said Jay. Well, that was all that happened these days, and I was getting more and more worried about Adrian. He didn't exactly understand the severity of the situation, and I don't know if I should tell him to be sacred or let him be content with whatever he thinks of this. Adrian's POV. It's been 3 days since that elder guy, and I can see everyone worried, and especially Eddie. I know she's scared that they might not accept us, but I don't think they have much control over me, as I'm not a wolf. I may be wrong, but that's what keeps me going. I know if I start panicking it wouldn't help anyone, and I know Eddie's barely holding it. I don't want to give one more thing to worry about. I just hope that they would accept our relation, and Kyle's too. Chapter 32. It's finally it. The day that I dreaded most. We have to attend that damn meeting today. And I can't help but feel that something bad is about to happen. I can't stop Flicker from panicking. She's trying to tell me something, but all I understand is that something big is going to happen. Something most probably bad. I looked to my side where my mate was sleeping peacefully, who somehow managed to remain optimistic about the whole deal. I watched as the lights start to lit the room as the sun starts shining in the sky. I couldn't sleep all night. Flicker was pacing in my head all night. She begged me not to go to this meeting. Movement at my side caught my attention and I closed my eyes pretending to be asleep. Stop. I know you're awake. I didn't respond, still trying to pretend. I know it will hurt him seeing me like this. Eddie baby, I know you were all night and really did it help your case when I saw you close your eyes. I sighed and opened my eyes. I'm sorry I tried, but there's a lot on my mind to sleep. It's still early, so at least close your eyes for some time and relax as much as you can. I weakly nodded and do just that. If only I had any idea that this would be all I would have spent together, I would have spent it any other way. But then I only hoped to please him and keep him calm. It had been 2 hours since then, and somehow managed to do so. And it's time to start our journey to Elder's castle. Oh, did I tell you that Elder lives at a castle that is only visible to those who are invited? We decided to meet at the hospital as Stephen is still there to make sure he is ready for this. We were waiting outside the hospital when Kyle and Stephen came out. Kyle was supporting his knight, who was walking with slight limp, and his bruises all healed and disappeared except for the faint shadow that they left behind to tell the story of his nightmare. I don't know if it's my nerve or everyone looked on edge. It's like I can feel tension or fear flowing through them, and not just about the meeting but about something that none understand or point at. Even Adrian is on edge. Everyone was getting ready to leave. Everyone was on edge. But I feel like crying. I just want to cry and shame about not going to this meeting and tell everyone that elders could keep their opinion and their almighty ass. I, for some weird reason, know that no matter what happens that I would be the one who gets it worse. I know Adrian would get affected too, but not like me. This is going to be a shit show for me. Being the Alpha, I have to comfort everyone and be their strength, but today I can't. I need that comfort and strength from them. I know I can't just break. I have to be strong, it's not a choice for me. I don't have the liberty to be weak. I turn to Jay to hand over the responsibility of pack in my absence, and I can see the words of protest run through his mind. I know this sucks, but I need you to be strong for me. I am giving you the responsibility of pack and its members to you, to guide them and protect them in my absence. It's only you I trust for this. It sounded like farewell in my head, and I can see in his eyes that he felt the same. But he chose not to mention, and I couldn't feel more grateful. We left into cars. Kyle and Stephen in one and Adrian, Dad and I another. The drive was 3 hours long. The air in the car feels heavy and the silence was slaughtering our heart, but no one dares to break it. Dad kept on looking at us at small intervals. I had to keep my focus on the road to avoid having a meltdown over something I don't understand. I was holding the steering wheel with the strength that left my knuckles white and steering wheel one breath away from snapping. I felt a hand on my thigh and I released a breath I didn't know I was holding and relaxed my grip on the steering wheel. No matter how much strength I muster, I couldn't make myself to look at him. So I kept my focus on road, and he kept his hand on my thigh, drawing some soothing patterns on it. They kept me from breaking, but there is a limit of what a mating bond could do. After 3 long hours, we reached that dreaded castle. The moment we get out of the car, the big doors guarding the castle opened, and what looks like a long path to the front door of the castle could be seen. Oh, how much I wish we could enter in our car. But elders, they hate technology. They like living in the old world. That's why the first thing the guards did was take our phones, which also mean we can't touch anyone until they want us to. It took us some 15 minutes to reach that big wooden door with intricate carving, which are the spells that keep any unwanted guest from entering or leaving. We had to keep our speed slow to accommodate Adrian and Stephen's pace, and another 10 minutes to reach the conference hall-like setting where this meeting would happen. We were waiting for the doors to open. I groaned, "Someone please kill me," in my head, but stop myself as I look at my surroundings. Cause they actually might. Chapter 33. I was staring at the closed door praying. No begging it to not open. But it doesn't seem like Goddess wants to take mercy on me. The door opened with loud noise and we were all forced to enter. We had hardly set a foot inside the room. The door closed behind us, making an even bigger sound. I stared at the room, trying to get as much of my surrounding as I could. The room was huge with a setup like a modern conference room, but even the air in there felt old. The cold atmosphere made me shudder as I look around the table, and everyone suspected they're seated. That's all suspected to be the reason behind this mess. A loud growl from beside me told that I wasn't the only one who noticed that. As Stephen tried to calm his raging mate, I looked around the table and there sat the 5 ancient monarch elders, Ulysses at the right side of the head chair, looking exactly like the room itself, cold and wrathful. Across him sat Althea. She had warmth in her beautiful blue-green eyes. That didn't make me a tad bit comfortable, though. Right next to her sat Sylvester, who had a handsome face with dark hair and sharp jawline. He looked like any girl's best daydream or worst nightmare when you look at his dark as midnight eyes that seemed to the black hole that would suck you in, but not in a good way. Across him sat Naomi, who looked to be oldest of them all, even though I know that's not true. She had the personality of a hunter, cold and calculating. And last but not least, Cecil, the one with the boyish personality and platinum blonde hair and grey eyes combined with pale skin. He was the coolest of them all. Stories said that whenever elders are forced to come forward, he tries to learn as much of the current time and trends as possible. Maybe that's the reason that he's sporting a black shirt that fit him well, faded blue denim and a black leather jacket. But that's not all elders, there is one left. The oldest and powerful of them all. They, which literally meant Therian stories said that she looked like one. She rarely came in such meeting, as she was the leader and can't be bothered by petty affairs. I know that made her sound like a bitch, but she's not. She is the only one who could talk to the moon goddess whenever she wanted to. Others had to wait for the goddess to contact them. It is also said that she is the youngest child of the moon goddess, even though she is centuries old. But in some ways, it's good that she's not here, 'cause that means it's not that big of a deal, and things might go in our way. Boy, how wrong I was. On the other side of the table, the one that was close to the door sat the Alpha. Beta as in Beta are the members of the Blood Moon Pack. The guard who led here directed us to our designated seats, making me sat in the seat opposite to head seat, making me the center of attention, which was not good for my already failing nerves. The vintage chair that looked comfortable but felt anything but that. On my right side sat Blood Moon Peck and on my left Adrian. Then Stephen, making him right across his brother who was glaring daggers at him. Beside him Skyrim sat Kyle and then Dad. Someone started speaking something and I reached for Adrian's hand from under the table. I hold on to him tightly to anchor myself and he responded with a relaxing and calming squeeze. Only then I could turn my attention back to what was being said in that room. You see, my lords, she had the nerve to brought her human pet in our sacred place. Her ego and gullible nature didn't let her drop the mate act. And I want them to hand over my little brother, whom they had taken in their puny little pack. That made Kyle growl at him as he struggled to control himself from launching at him. See, they are not even stable and they are keeping him in their pack, knowing well that he doesn't belong there. I request my lords punish them for kidnapping my little brother, and let us take him back to our pack. Our home. Well, he wasn't wrong at one thing. It's true that Steve and doesn't belong to our pack. Well, not officially, as we still didn't share the same link, but that doesn't mean that he belonged to their pack either. Kyle and he hadn't completed their mating process. Sure, he marked him, but that's not the same in terms of connecting him to the pack link. But the mark does tell that they are mate and they belong to each other, thus giving them the choice to join either one's pack. Mark only appears when it is given by true mate. If someone who isn't your mate tries to mark you, it would be painful for both and there would only be a red angry scare in place of mating mark. If I am not wrong, you are talking about the same little brother who we rescued from your pack from the near-death condition, and I'm not even sure if you are blind or just plain dumb, that you can't see their mark, I said with as much calm as I could muster at the moment. That mark means nothing. It's some kind of magic you had done to justify your sins. He is still my brother and I have sole custody of him and treat him whatever way I want. Even we think that that mark is real and they are mate. But that still doesn't explain the presence of your boy toy. This time it was the Alpha who smirked at me as he continued. Why isn't there your mark on him if you truly are mates then? Why didn't you mark him? Are you ashamed of him or the fact that you tried to mingle with humans? My lords, I suggest we should free that human from his misery and punish them. I could feel the anger flowing in my veins as I heard those statements. I was shaking with anger, a second away from shifting and ripping his throat. I couldn't even lift a finger when a door opposite to them from which we entered opened and in walked a lady with white hair that reaches below her waist and her blue eyes glows with so much power and warmth. She was wearing a white gown with a lacy white cape which made her skin glow like the moon. There was no doubt in who she was, as her mere presence speaks about her mightiness with an aura so strong it was clear that leader of elders. Faye has entered the room, which only confirmed the fact that this not that insignificant as it appeared to be seconds ago. There was Pin, got silence as everyone gawped her with awe. I felt my heart almost gave up when her eyes stopped at me and I feel the change in the air of the room. This can't be happening right now. Chapter 30 for I must still be sleeping. It can't be real. My luck could not suck this much that I'm living my worst nightmare. Faye is here. The leader of elders Faye is here. And her presence does not fill with common warmth as legends go. It chilled my bones. She does not, and I mean does not interfere with matters of mortals unless it's something really big which only happened once or twice in the whole history. This is not going to end well for me, and only one who thought this. Every one of my family felt the same chill as I see their terrified face. On the other hand, the Blood Moon pack was on cloud 9. They are considering this as their victory. The silence lasted longer than what my poor heart could handle, but thankfully not too long as more accusations started to thrown in our way, all in the hope of getting approval from the one who could end our life just by snapping her fingers. I was wondering what was worse, the silence or the words that were breaking it. Faye listened to every word of what was said and what wasn't said. Whole times the cold and calculating eyes were on me, like staring directly at my soul. The power of her stare was so strong that I couldn't even make the words that were being said now from both sides. It screamed me to look away and accept my defeat. But I didn't. I held her gaze the entire time. It felt like if I back down now I won't be able to give up ever again. And I get all the strength I needed from the angel sitting beside me. My angel. To my agent extraordinaire, Maylin Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This lasted for what felt like hours. She still didn't give anyone any sort of attention as her eyes were still glued on me. She smirked at me right before her eyes shifted to Adrian. My Adrian. I felt my heart stop as I desperately tried to reach for him. I didn't what I was trying to do. I just want him gone. I didn't want him in the presence of those I couldn't protect him from. I tried to get up from my seat when 2 strong hands pushed me face, first on the table and took hold of my hands which were forcefully pulled at the back and locked in silver handcuffs. Silver burned my skin as I struggled to look back at my captor. It was Ulysses which ceased all my struggle as I know I can't break free from him. I looked at my family only to find them in a similar situation minus the handcuffs, to which I felt somewhat thankful. Althea was holding Adrian down and was whispering something to him. Sylvester was holding Kyle and his mate was being held down by Cecil. And Dad was being held down by Naomi. They all were struggling except for Adrian, but that changed soon as Althea finished whatever she told him. He started saying no and struggling to break from her hold and shift toward me. This was enough to start the spark of the fight in me again as I tried resisting him with all I had, which wasn't much for him. He didn't have to break a sweat to keep me in place. He didn't as much have to apply more strength. I was truly helpless. I didn't have to look at them to feel their excitement bubbling through them. They were enjoying our misery. At some point in the struggle, Dad tried to reason with Faye, which in my guess didn't go quite well. I could still imagine that same smirk on her face. Well, all I could do right imagine as my face is pressed down on the table with the strength that might break it. Maybe I said that too early as I felt Ulysses grab a bunch of my hair and pulled my head up painfully, making me look at her. She still had that smirk as I had imagined, but there were several emotions running through her head. I could clearly see them on her face, but I couldn't understand any of them. But in my defense, I didn't get much time to decipher them as she nodded to someone and I felt something prick my neck and everything turned black. I felt trapped and able to move not just physically but mentally too. I myself didn't understand that, so I don't know how to explain it. I felt myself drifting somewhere, unable to control anything. I felt a block in my head, blocking me from I don't know. I got more aware as I started feeling my body. I was lying on a cold, hard surface and air surrounding me felt restricting. I tried to move my hands, which burnt as hell. That did help me gain more consciousness. I get more aware of my surroundings and realized I need to open my eyes to know where I am right now. Opening my eyes had never been this difficult as I tried to will my body to obey. It took a lot of efforts and time and I pried my eyes open, only to find me in a dark place. I closed my eyes again in the hope that this time when I opened them my surrounding would make more sense. Yeah, I know I'm so smart. I waited for the contradicting voice in my head to tell me otherwise. I waited and waited but nothing happened. I opened my eyes in panic and tried to reach the deepest part of my brain, but I still couldn't find her. It's like she never existed. I tried again and again till I had to stop to focus on my erratic breathing. I couldn't find Flicker. She was gone. I then remember everything that happened in that cold conference hall. I tried reaching out for Dad, but nothing happened. Then I tried Kyle. Then Jay. I even tried Tyler but nothing. I couldn't reach them. It's like my whole life just vanished. I sighed as if accepting my defeat and look around. I was in a dimly lit dungeon, and I was lying on what seems like a metal bed that had a thin blanket instead of a mattress and one was covering. My hands were tied in silver handcuffs that had a small chain in between. This time they were tied at my front. I removed the blanket to get up when I noticed the same attention were given to my ankles. The chain does a great job of hobbling me. I gingerly get up as my body felt like I had run a marathon. I hobbled to the bars that were keeping me in this cell. I tried to look for guards or literally anyone who could answer some of my questions or tell me anything. The goddess must have hated me as no one came. I waited for what felt like hours or maybe days but nobody came. What was my fault? Why was I getting punished for something I didn't do? Why chapter 35? I've never been this lonely in my whole life. I always had someone with me or for me. If they weren't physically there they would keep on checking on me every 5 minutes. Trust me, it gets frustrating, but now I would give it anything to feel their presence or at least find that they are okay. I am worried about Flicker too. I just hope she's okay. I don't want them to hurt her. I'm willing to take her pain. Hell, I'll take the pain of everyone in my family and pack. I don't want them hurt. Not if I could do something about it. Staying in this cell is starting to get on my nerves. Nothing changed here since I woke up. Nobody came here. It must be days or weeks. I don't know, time really doesn't pass here. There's no way for me to know what's happening outside or if there's outside anymore. I know I'm being dramatic, but it's been so long that I mostly forget that I have silver cuffs on my hands and feet and is hobbling me. I don't feel the burn unless I make any unusual motion. I could walk almost normally without tripping on the chain as I did initially. I haven't eaten anything or even heard any sound. The only source of light is the torches that keep burning because of some kind of magic. I don't know what to do. I must have asleep as I jolted up at sounds of the metal door opening and in came Ulysses. His face was blank as he made his way to me and in an instant snatched the chain between my cuffs and dragged me out. I was too stunned to react. This was my first human. He counts as a human interaction, and this isn't the way I thought it would go. He dragged me to an underground arena-like place and let go of my chain. I wasn't expecting that, so I fell. How so are my reflexes? Well, I could blame it on lack of food, but I know that's not true. I was just too startled with all this that I didn't think of reacting anyway. While I was still deep in my thoughts, I felt excruciating pain on my left leg as I stumbled to the ground. I look up to find him looking down at me with no expression at all, like he didn't just hit me. What the hell? But I got no reply. He just kept down at me like waiting for me to get up, which I did with great struggle as I was reminded of the chain between my legs. I hadn't even stable on my 2 feet when the blow came again. This time with much more force, and I fell this time face first on the ground. I gasped as I felt the cuff dug deep in my foot, so deep that I smell my burnt flesh under them. I grudgingly rolled back to see him looking at me again. What the hell does he want? This lasted a couple of hours until I couldn't get up. Each time was the same. He would hit me and I would fell. Then he would keep starring me till I get up, and then the cycle would repeat. I'm grateful for the fact that he was using a bamboo stick instead of something sharp or metal. It didn't cut my skin except for the cut on my lips that I got from the fall. I only got bruised. Did I bruised? I don't think there is a single spot on my skin that doesn't have any bruise. This also told me something. I wasn't healing at my usual speed and I can't move a finger without getting hurt. That also means that I'm lying on the ground completely helpless with a man that beat me to a pulp, completely disregarding the fact that I'm still cuffed. I laid there for 5 minutes before he got bored and grabbed my hairs and dragged me back to my cell. Yeah, my cell. And I think it's going to be mine for a long time. He dropped me on the floor near the door and left after properly locking it. I don't think he really needed to lock the door, as I don't even have the strength to lift my finger. At some point, I had closed my eyes and drifted off to restless sleep. Sound of door closing jolted me and I found a tray with food right beside me. Oh, well, they are finally feeding me after I don't know. But the biggest question is, how the hell am I supposed to eat when I can't make to move? I guess I don't have any other choice but to try. My body is already weak with loss of food and with the beating I got today. And with this new and amazing healing power, I need a lot of strength in order to survive. And I had to survive, it's not a choice. I still not know what happened to my family and what is going to happen to me. I gather all my strength, which to be honest wasn't much, and lift my broken and beaten body up. It took me 5 to 6 attempts to lift my body and lean on bars of the door. Task 1 complete. Now next challenge had to bring food to my mouth. I take a look at the plate. It didn't have much. Some boiled vegetables, bread and rice noodles with soup, juice and water bottle. Water. How could I not realize how thirsty I was before seeing it? I took that first with my shaky hands and gulped down some. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Feeling a bit better, I took my time in eating the rest of the food. The biggest tyranny of this situation was, I was the alpha of one of the biggest pack. I was supposed to be strong and dangerous, and yet here I was cuffed in silver while my captors didn't even think of me as some who could use a fork or something while attempting and escaping. Well, that does sound stupid even in my head. What good a fork would be against this immortals? Especially when I couldn't even move to save my life. This routine lasted 7 days. Each day the same as earlier. I had bruises over bruises, and I can bet that I'm all black and blue, as each day I would be dragged to the arena, then get beaten to a pulp and left in my cell. At some point, someone would drop food and water, and I would drift to sleep after finish eating. I was sleeping on the cold hearth floor, almost where Ulysses would drop me. And how I know how many days had passed? By judging the numbers of meal they had given me. And if I'm not wrong, they only fed me once a day. Goddess, I'm really in hell. Chapter 36. I hadn't heard a single word since I woke up at this goddess-awful place, and I hadn't seen any face beside that asshole whose face had stuck in a single expression. It's like with his aging, his expression also froze at one. He hadn't spoken to me, he just keeps staring till I do what he wanted me to do. Which is not easy, as I had to guess with his no expression. It had been 7 days with the same fucking routine, which always ends in the same way. Me getting beat until I'm all black and blue. And I'm getting all frustrated and irritated at this. Today is going to be different. I can feel it. It had to. I waited for him to come, as I had managed to wake up early somehow. He came to me. A look of surprise passed through his frozen face. Oh, so he's capable of showing more emotions. But it didn't last very long. And he still dragged me to the arena, just the way he loved to do. Today I stood more alert than I've been lately, and late cautiously as he looked for his weapon. After he had picked his today's favorite, he turned to me. He had picked a long and thin staff. It's going to hurt real bad. He swings it with great force as he mimics the way he plans on beating me today. Show off. I'm not scared. You are scared. In an instant. He was standing so close to me, and I hadn't even seen him move a muscle. He swung the shaft at me from the right. I literally had a second before I dive away from it. I hadn't planned it beforehand, so I landed poorly on my arm. God, it hurt. I could barely move when I felt a sharp pain on my back as I jerked forward with the impact. I winched as I felt a stinging pain and a small drop running down my body from the wound. He had broken my skin. I felt him walk a few steps away from me, waiting for me to get on my feet. which I did as fast as I could. I watched him getting back in his stance. He swung his shaft in circles from his right hand to left hand. I focused my eyes on the shaft, and this time I was prepared as it swung to swift me off my feet. I jumped and rolled away from it. This time he didn't wait for me to recover and swing his shaft at me again. And I rolled away from it again. Seems like the only thing I could do at the moment. I tried dodging, but it still hit my back and a cry of pain escaped me. The pain on my back choked me, and I had to struggle to breathe as pain takes over my whole body. He stepped away waiting for me to get up, but I don't think I could. I tried evening my breath. It was a lost cause, as each breath I take means excruciating pain in my body. Every part is aching. Each breath felt heavy. Even a small moment hurt. But despite all this, I had to get up, 'cause I know the brooding figure above me is not known for his patience. I know well not to test. So I tried with everything that I had left to get up, and it still took me minutes to push myself on my knees. Standing on my own feet seemed like the toughest thing that I had ever done. I think what little patience he had left him as he swings his shaft at me, this time aiming at my head. I flinched and put my hands up as a pathetic excuse of defense. I didn't expect it to work, so I closed my eyes. I didn't want to see it coming, but it didn't come. I cautiously opened one eye to look at the shackles that I loathed have saved me. The shaft was mere inches from my face, stopped only by the chains that connect my shackles. My body reacted even before my mind could comprehend what had happened, and pushed the shaft with everything I had. And to my surprise, Mr. Asshole stumbled back. I think both of us didn't expect such a reaction from me, and I can't blame him, as this is the best I had done against him. He looked down at me with shock and something on his face, but it didn't last long as he smirked down at me. This smirk was different than his usual. It didn't felt like he was looking down at me. It was like this is the first time he saw me. Like everything had to end, this to end it, as he struck again, hitting me hard on my side. I groaned as I hit the ground. I knew I couldn't get up this time. I don't have anything left to keep fighting. So much today being different. I still get beat until every inch of my being hurt. Nothing is different. I felt dark spots dancing as I struggled to stay conscious. I lifted my head a bit before opening my eyes, 'cause I knew where I would be. Mr. Asshole must have dragged me back to my beautiful cell. I tried grabbing bars to pull into a sitting position or something similar to that, only to find that I'm waving my hand in the air. That definitely pushed to finally open my eyes. Well, that's different. I'm not in my beautiful cell. That asshole left in the arena. Am I supposed to spend the night here? 'Cause I still can't move an inch. Why is this happening? I don't know if this is Moon Goddess listening to my prayers or punishing me, but I heard footsteps coming toward me. Several footsteps. They stopped right beside me, and then I felt several handsmen handling me as they dragged me to somewhere. Somewhere that is not my cell. At least they were better than him. They dragged me through some stairs towards a bathroom. It looked old, as it's made of stone, matching the old castle feel that this place has. They dropped me near the bathtub and left, closing the door. I looked around, lifting my head a little. The whole place is made of stone, and it had a giant pool-type tub in the middle. It looked like it would be lit up with candles, but to my surprise this place has electricity, so it's not all ancient in here. The door opened again. This time two maids entered. They prepared the bath for me with warm water and adding something else in it. Then they helped me get in. I never knew warm water could bring this much relief to my broken and bruised body. I closed my eyes and feel the tension and pain leave my body. I opened them when I heard the door closed. I saw the same maid enter again with some clothes in their hand. When did they leave? They put clothes down and helped me get up from the bath. One of them started drying me, and I felt flushed. I didn't need their help, but I can't deny the fact that I would fall face first if they let go of me. After drying me, they put me in clothes that they brought. Clothes were nothing special, simple grey sweats. One of them got behind me to keep me steady, while other one bent down. I didn't know what was happening until I felt shackles on my ankles. Then she stood up and did the same with my hands. I was too busy thinking when they removed them in the first place to struggle against them. They walked me out to the guards. I think the same from before, who walked me back to my cell. They locked it before leaving. This was definitely my first time leaving or entering this cell when someone was not dragging me somewhere. I sat on the bed, which also first after a long time, and look over my body. My hair is still damp from the bath. My body still aches, but my bruises have lessened noticeably. I smell it before I heard them. Two guards came with a tray of food. It smells amazing. As they left after putting the tray in, I went up to it. I barely noticed that walking wasn't a big challenge as I reached the tray. The food looked delicious. After an eternity, I'm really excited about eating. It doesn't feel like a task to keep me alive. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. It's not daily when I'm served warm and tasty meal. Today was definitely different. Chapter 37, Adrian's POV 20 days. It's been 20 days since they took her. And I couldn't do anything. Why am I such a loser? I couldn't even stand up for her. I don't deserve her. I tossed the blanket away as I know I'm not getting any sleep tonight. How can I sleep when that day keeps on replaying in my head? As I hear those words over and over again. She is suffering there because I'm not strong enough. We have to take away your little mate from you. She's weak. She needed to be strong. Strong for both of you. I shake my head in the hope of getting rid of these words, but I know it's futile. I haven't told anyone about this. How could I tell them that they're their beloved Alpha? Their sister, friend or daughter is taken away from them because I'm not strong enough. They would hate me as I'm hating myself right now. I didn't plan on keeping it to myself, but when we returned that day, Xavier told me I can stay with my family, no one would judge me. But this is also my family and they need me more, yeah. What difference does your presence make? We had a pack meeting that day to tell everyone what happened. No one blamed me. Not a single finger was pointed accusing me, blaming for taking her away from them. They should have. They should have. It was hard to decide who would lead the pack in her absence. There was still the risk of war hanging on our head, though elders had warned him not to attack till we get our Alpha back. But no one asked those bastards to keep their words. Carl was the best option, but we all knew his mate needs him. No one wanted Xavier to take this burden, as they knew how hard his last years as Alpha were. Leading without your mate beside you is difficult, as their wolf couldn't handle the burden alone. So the next best option was Jay. I think he would lead the pack well. But when he was asked, he just turned to me. He didn't say anything, but I know the question in his eyes. I gulped and nodded, still thinking about how horrible this idea is. Jay didn't seem to agree with me as he smiled and announced that he would be leading the pack, as I'm technically the Alpha's mate, and that he would guide me wherever I need him. I half expected people to laugh at this and half expected them to demand me leaving the pack. But they did none of that. All I got was a quiet agreement. I'm leading the pack since that day, and true to his words, Jay has been present as a guide and friend. I didn't know they had so many businesses among human. I had never hated a word before. I didn't even know it is possible to hate a word, especially that word that looks so innocent while describing me. A lot has changed here. I never knew the impact a person has in your life. Till seeing this. Everyone is different. Xavier looked like he aged a decade in these days. Tyler, that kid who couldn't be tamed. And everyone babbied him while keep teasing him to death, has grown up. He had himself taken the responsibility of keeping pack borders safe. He is pushing his body's limit. Well, we all are. Kyle is back at his training. He is pushing warriors hard, but no one is complaining. Everyone wants to make their Alpha proud. And no, that's not me. They want Eddie to be proud of them when she returns. When she returns. I and Stephen are training together well. Most of the time our session is separated from the rest of the warriors. Everyone, especially Kyle, lost their shit when Stephen announced that he wants to participate in training. It's easy to say that no one agreed, but they couldn't budge him. Even though I wanted him to avoid all this for longer, but I understand his reasons. How could you sit still while your family and your mate are in danger? When no one from family stood up to train us, Tyler did. He said that he would hate himself and others if he had to sit down at such times. Nobody argued after that, but Kyle wasn't happy. Stephen and he didn't talk for over a week. But then he relented, and now Kyle and Tyler train us alternate days. My relation with them has changed a lot for the better. At least that's what I think. Training together with Stephen had made us good friends. I get a better understanding of the boys, as Eddie loved to call them. These strong men that could kill you with bare hands have only one weakness: their family, which is also their biggest strength. I know they felt the same helplessness when they took her away. Something good happened in 20 days. Jay found his mate. She's a feisty little thing. She was rogue and entered our pack while she was running from other rogues. I smiled at the memory of that day. I looked at the time. It's 5:30 am. I should get ready for my training. It's Kyle's turn today, and if I get there late, he would make me run the whole pack border. And I cannot do that when I didn't get 4 hours sleep. Chapter 38, Jay's POV. I look at the beauty, laying beside me. It's still hard to believe that I found her. After looking in so many packs, she stumbled inside our pack. I can never forget that day. I was in the Alpha office with Adri and telling him about some deal for one of our hotels when Tyler linked me about rogue in pack border. I didn't pay any attention to it, as I know he could handle it. But after 2 or 3 minutes, I got another link from one of our pack warriors telling me that Tyler might need help with that rogue. To be honest, I didn't believe that. I mean, I agree that he might not look the type to make anyone piss their pants from fear, but I know what he's capable of. I thought that this is one of his infamous pranks where he would make fun of me for believing such a thing. But I still decided to humor him and went there. What I found there was shocking, to say the least. Tyler was fighting, or more like trying to subdue, a small wolf who clearly had several wounds and was at the verge of fainting. But the wolf wasn't agreeing to that and was fighting with all her might while Tyler was trying to avoid any injury on both parts. He had a long scratch on his left leg and was bleeding badly. But for some reason I couldn't look away. I was in some trance which broke from a painful cry. My body reacted before my mind could, and I fell between 2 fighting wolves. Only one of them was still standing. The little wolf had snapped their leg and was on the ground. I slowly kneeled in front of her, not to startle her. Her eyes were watching me warily, watching my every movement. I didn't at that time. Why was I so intrigued in some rogue? I asked her if she'd back so we could take her to the infirmary. She shook her head in no, while keeping the eye contact, whether to check that I don't make any sudden movement or she was too in the trance. Like me. But the contact broke when she collapsed on the ground, maybe cause of exertion or injuries. I picked her up with the amount of care that I didn't know I could muster. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for asking, Jay. I turned around to look at him. He had shifted back and was wearing some shorts. His leg had started healing, though the cut was re-deep and without medication would take a couple of days to heal. She's my mate. Tyler. I found my mate. Okay, buddy, I'm happy for you, but we needed to take her to the infirmary. She's bleeding badly. I looked down at his words to notice my little mate still in her wolf form, unconscious in my arms, and my white shirt turning red from her blood. Guess that's the only encouragement I needed to start running to get her help that she needed badly. When I reached there, they took my mate from me and pushed me out of the room. They didn't let me see her as they started her treatment. I just wanted to hold her hand and take away all her pain. And I swear I would have barged in if Tyler didn't stop me. That day I understood how Kyle felt when he saw his mate in that state, in that he refused to let him participate in training. I too wanted to lock her in a tower if that meant she would be safe. But I knew she would kick my ass for even thinking such thing. And I had seen her fight, so I don't have any doubt on her. Waiting for her to wake in hospital was hard, but waiting for her to open up to me was harder. She presented challenges at every point. There is never a dull moment with her. And when I look at her sleeping next to me, I just feel happy. I don't have a better word to describe my feelings. I'm just happy. But I also feel guilty for being happy. It felt wrong to be happy when my family is going through so much. Eddie and Tyler were babies of our group. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Cause she was the only girl in the group, she was a weird combination of queen and baby, while Tyler being youngest and magnet for trouble. And watching one growing up in front of my eyes in just a matter of days when other is out there suffering to protect us. It different kind of torture. I never knew when they both grow up that start looking after us, and I think Kyle and Xavier think that too. Kyle's guilt of not being able to protect his mate was already eating him, but now not being able to protect his baby sister is making things so much worse. Xavier, who wanted a break from Pax life, can't even leave Pax border in fear of any attack happening against his family. And Adrian, that poor guy blames himself. I comprehend the reason though, that's why I suggested him for leading the pack. Course technically he is the Alpha's mate. He's doing his best in learning how to lead pack and his training. Tyler has taken the responsibility to handle each attack by himself, and goddess there's so many. He's trying himself out. And I'm trying my best to take care of everyone when they can't. I'm trying to glue them together. I just want my sister back. Edenae's POV. After the day when I had impressed that asshole with my fighting skills, I don't know what had him impressed, but it got me a hot bath and a hot meal. But the next day was different, as when he was picking his shaft he picked one for me too. Which didn't help me much, as it ended broken just like me in the end. And I didn't get any special treatment that day. It had been repeating for today's and today too. But today I think I was better than yesterday and day before. How could I say that? Well, I did manage to shove him to the ground 2 times. 2 times. No, actually he just stumbled a bit. Hey, that got me same special treatment, so I guess that's good too. I hope one day I'll be good enough to beat his ass. I hope everyone is fine and I'll meet them soon. Chapter 39. I finally completed the training, or what I would like to call my beating, and they are going to let me go. I don't think I could ever forget anything that happened here. The way we were brought here, or that I was drugged and locked in a fucking dungeon, and I definitely can't forget the training torture. I had to fight against that asshole, no, I should say. Ulysses. He would definitely beat me more for calling him names. I had to fight against him, and I was able to hit him once. Yeah, once. That's all it took to complete his part of the training. He even gave me a smile. Not his usual smirk. An actual smile. And that's how I entered the next stage of whatever it was. I refused to call it training. Next was Naomi, and goddess, she is scary. She has a special love for her daggers, and let me tell you, wouldn't want to be on the other end of it. She never misses, and I mean never. I still don't know what I did to pass her test, cause all I could recall from it was running like hell. I lost the count of times she stabbed me or nicked me. It was living hell, cause unlike Ulysses, she didn't give me any weapon or shield. I didn't know what I was supposed to do, so I did not own any special bath or meal during her time. But somehow I managed to pass it, and I'm not going to question it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfading enthusiasm. Came Althea and Sylvester, with their mighty swords and their love for the blindfold. I don't know how they expected me to fight not one but 2 elders with a blindfold. It took me days to rely on my other senses. Things that should be easy for me, as being a werewolf and not just a werewolf. An alpha, but without the help of my inner wolf, I don't think I was any better than humans. And the fact that they didn't make any sound and are well coordinated with each other wasn't a big help. As a result, I got beaten a lot, which as I look in these past days has been constant. More constant than anything ever been. Thankfully they didn't use an actual sword, or it would have been way worse, and I fear that I might have lost a limb. Somehow I again managed to pass. All I had to do was make a single hit. A single hit was all it needed to stop again. But my nightmare was not ended after this. Cecil still had to take his chance with me. His speciality is hand-to-hand combat. And you would think that after spending my time with elders I would be able to stand against him for 2 minutes. No, I didn't stand for 2 seconds. I didn't even know when it started or when it ended. That guy is way faster than Flash. And he broke more bones than all of them combined. Something that I didn't know was possible. But all's well if the end is well. No, I still have to stay here as Faye wants to talk to me. Once I would have considered myself lucky for this opportunity, but all this. I just want to go back to my family and pray that I would never have to look back. I got flickerbacks, and not everything is bad. She told me she'd had to train somewhere. They had locked her out so she couldn't contact me. It doesn't matter where she was, I'm just glad that I have her back. After living in fear of never having her back, I'll gladly hear her irritating voice again. That's not what you said when I came. See, I don't care what you said. I'm just happy to have you. I'm sure she had a comeback for that, but she didn't get the chance as the door opened and they all come in. I'm back in that room at the exact same place where it all started. They came inside one by one and take their previous seat. So I see the little wolf is not that weak after all. She somehow managed to survive this. Alfea mocked, to which I chose to ignore. I didn't want to give them any reason to start that all over again. I turned my attention to Faye. Are you going to answer my question now? Yes, my child. Ask what you want to know. Why? Because you were weak. You needed to be strong for your mate, your pack, and even for all other werewolves. Naomi told me. I don't understand. What does I have to do anything with other werewolves? We are, how do I put it? We are retiring. No offense, Faye, but you guys don't really work that much. I said that before even realizing what I did. Are you crazy? Do you want us to be shunned from the world again? Flicker scolded me, but to both our relief, Faye only smiled that warm smile that makes you feel at ease. Do you know how old we are? We have lived centuries after completing our natural life cycle, after losing each and every one we love. How much it takes us to come here and solve your quarrels. Don't we deserve to go back to our mates? Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know how much you are sacrificing for us. We all are retiring. All the elders of different species, all. Then who would guide us? Without elders there would be chaos. We have figured out something for that. You don't have to worry about that. But I still don't know why I had to do all that. I had thought that you did that because you don't accept a human as my mate. No, it's not that. We think he is the best you could have, said Naomi. My child, you have no idea how difficult it was for the mother to select the right mate for you. Faye said with a distinct emotion. You were destined to be the alpha of your pack, but that made finding the right mate very difficult. Cecil said for the first time. Since you are a strong alpha, you needed a mate who is also strong, but selecting another alpha was not wise, as you both would have many conflict, and finding anything less than that meant you wouldn't be strong to fulfill your destiny, said Ulysses. That's why the mother picked that human for your mate. He has courage and compassion, which he proved by fulfilling the role of both mother and father in his sibling's life. And as you fulfill the role of lone alpha for your pack, you needed a mate who could do the same. Your human mate has proved that mother's choice was indeed perfect. You both are a perfect match for each other. Now it's time for you to go and untie with your family, Faye said, and within the blink of an eye I was outside, and there was no castle anywhere in the sight. Damn, you got us kicked out of Elder's castle. Girl, you have some amazing talent. Shut up, Flicker. I mean, I could expect this from Tyler, but you need to work on your people skill. I chose to ignore her calls. I take my word back. She is damn irritating, and my family is waiting for me. I quickly shifted in my wolf form, which took me some time as it had been a while since I shifted in this form. But once I shift, I start running in my pack's direction. Adrian, baby, I'm coming. As Eden, a female alpha, I face not only the internal conflict within my family but also the responsibility of protecting my pack in the looming war. Yet, the biggest challenge is that my mate, a mere human, now bears the responsibilities of an alpha. Chapter 40, Adrian's POV. I don't know why I feel so anxious today. Maybe it's because of the work that piled up even after working my ass off daily, or maybe it's because my mom is mad at me for not visiting her. 'Cause according to her, meeting for just 10 minutes doesn't count. It wasn't 10 minutes, I stayed there for over an hour. But would she accept that? No. Everything is going downhill. Rogue attacks are increasing day by day. One of the hotel chains is also having some issue, and my mom. I'm running out of excuses to explain my absence. I don't know how Eddie handles all this, 'cause it's like I'm fucking everything up and I can't function without her. The whole pack needs her here. I need her here. No matter how long I think of this, I still couldn't find what to do with this problem. I know we have a mole inside the hotel. I think I also have a good idea of what department that mole is from. But what I don't know is how to draw them out without causing more trouble. Ugh. It's so frustrating. I can't find a single way to handle it. All I seem to be doing is staring down at the reports about the whole incident, wanting to rip it to pieces and then burn it down for good measure. But that won't help my situation. Not even a tiny bit. I'm fed up. I pushed the chair back and get up. Maybe I put more force in pushing it than needed, as it's mashed to the wall with a bang. But right now, I don't care. I just need fresh air, or maybe some help from the god above. I walked to the window and opened it. The scene ahead is really beautiful. This whole pack is beautiful and it feels like home. I didn't even know when it started feeling like a home or if it always did. The sun looks so mesmerizing from here. How the fuck have I never noticed it before? The setting sun made me realize that I spend a whole day looking at the report without actually doing something for the problem. Here I thought that you would be missing me as much as I do. But looks like you are too busy loving this window. Am I dreaming? Should I jump off to check? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm really here. No need to jump off the window. This is real. She's really here? I'm not dreaming. This time she is really here. She's back, but what would she think of me now? She must have got an idea of why they took her away. She must know now that it was because of me. But if she knows all that, if she knows that I'm weak and not good enough for her, would she still want me? Would she still want me if I'm the reason behind all this? Would she want me if I'm the reason she had to stay away from her family? Her pack? I don't think so. I'm sorry, I muttered, but still couldn't bring the courage to turn and look at her. All these days, after desperately waiting for her to return and to listen to her voice, I didn't know I would be this scared to face her. I could feel my heartbeat rising as the words from that day keep repeating in my head so loud that I didn't even hear footsteps coming to me. I only felt her hands holding me close as we both shrink to the ground. Everything is fine. I'm here and I won't leave you ever again. Those words were like salve to my bruised heart, and she knew that too. So she kept repeating them all while holding me close, and I lean on her as my life depends on it. And maybe it actually did. At that moment we both needed that physical contact to assure that the other one is still here. So we remain in the same position. After a while, I felt at ease and my heart started to act normal. No wonder after all this time I only relaxed when she's here. I know that I'm at ease because of her. My heart knew that and she knew it too. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I belong to her. What I am and what I'll ever be would belong to her and no one else. She slowly turned me to face her, and I look in her eyes. There was so much love, need, and fear in them. I keep staring in them. It's been so long that I got to see them. My eyes slowly start to follow the lines of her face. Maybe I needed to make sure that she is okay. My eyes find the destination that was her lips as they stuck at them. I keep staring at them while leaning in slowly. Too slow for both of our liking, but I couldn't help it. I needed the assurance that she wants it to want me to before going further. I didn't get the assurance. What I got was her frustration as she grabbed the back of my neck and pulled me in. She started punishing me. She would keep caressing and nibbling my lower lip, but she was doing it too slow like what it did earlier. But I let her take the lead. Let her do what she wanted to do. I gasped when she bit a little hard, and that did it. My patience that was non-existence from the moment our lips touched broke completely, and my hands found their way to her hairs. And I pulled her in. Our movements get sloppy as we hungrily started kissing. I pulled her closer than she was before, so there would be no space between us. I need her. All of her. My hands seem to have a mind of their own as they start moving up and down her back. Clothes are in the way. I want them. No, need them off. I start struggling with her shirt's button. It'd been so long that I got to see her. Feel her. I feel the need to compensate for all the lost time. Lost time. We all missed her. It'd been over 2 months that we got to see her. That made me freeze. Did everyone know that she's back? It's not fair if I keep her all to myself. Even if that's all I want to do. I can tell for sure that they do not know about her return, or they would never let her leave their side soon. What happened? What's wrong? Do they know that you are back? I asked after I pulled away. I swear if I didn't, I would lose what little control I have. No, then we need to stop. Why? I'll meet them later. If we continue what we are doing, then we both where it will end. And it won't be fair to them, as we all missed you these past days. So just call them over. Okay. But it's all your fault. I planned to call them the first thing after I see you, but you made me forget everything. And don't you think for a moment that I forget about that, sorry. I'll be asking you about that later. So you better prepare a reply and don't you dare lie to me. When have I ever lied to you? I'll tell you anything you want. Chapter 41 Edene's POV. I've never seen Adrian like this. He always has been a confident person, but now he somehow seemed pretty shaken with something. And I know deep in my heart that it has something to do with the elders and me staying there. I can tell that it's pretty bad from the way he hesitated before, like he was scared that I might reject him. That something changed between us in these past days that would make me think twice about us. Though he seems okay now, I can't let it slide. I need to erase whatever doubt or fear he has. It has to wait for now as I need to deal with the rest of the family. My confidence that they would be okay got shaken badly after seeing Adrian. I know I don't have to wait for them to come, and true to that, Dad came within 3 minutes of me calling them. It's really good to have the link back. We were still standing by the window was like a blur, and then Dad was hugging me tightly. I can feel all his emotions on him. They were so strong. The fear that he was feeling and a feeling of failure and disheartened. That I could taste them, and it broke my heart further. Dad, I'm here. And I'm fine. Dad, it's okay. I called him, but he still didn't give me any response. He just kept hugging me. I take a step back despite Dad holding me strongly so I could make him see that I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. Daddy, look at me. See, I'm right here and I won't go anywhere. I'm sorry, baby. Daddy failed you. I couldn't protect you back then. I am so sorry. Hey, Dad. It was not your fault and I don't blame you at all. I should have done something back there to stop them. You know better than me that no one can stop elders. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was you who told me everything about them, so you know you couldn't do anything, and I don't put blame on you or anyone else. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry. I came to bring you back home, but I couldn't find the castle. I tried so many times, but I failed every time. I'm sorry. I failed as a brother to protect you, Cole said as he hugged me from the back. No one failed at anything. No one. I said while looking at all of them. They all need to understand that they are not at fault here. They didn't hurt you, right? No. I'm going to leave it to that. They don't need to know everything. Especially now. I'm sorry to. If it wasn't for me, George Stephen's brother, and Mark Alpha wouldn't have done anything like this. Stephen, you couldn't control their action, so you're not to blame here. They are adults who should understand that the world doesn't fit in their rigid image, and everyone has the right to make their own choices. But leave it. You tell me, did my stupid brother give you any trouble? Well, he kinda did trouble me, but I think it's a bit too late to ask Moon Goddess for mate exchange. So I will adjust to what I have. Hey, I'm standing right here. And you want to exchange me? You think you can someone good, looking, charming, smart and strong like me? I don't think so. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will help you find another one. You are right, it's late, but we could still try. Since you two are picking on Kyle, can I take it as a sign that everything is okay? Jay, I said as I hugged him. I missed you. Is it late to say that? Don't go anywhere I say I have a bad feeling about. In my defense, you didn't exactly say those words. You know what I mean, 'cause I expressed multiple times that I don't want you to go there. But it's already done. So, the most important thing. How are you? I'm fine. It wasn't easy, but I got through it and I'm good. You tell me, did you take care of yourself or were you too busy thinking about others to notice yourself? You know the usual. Well, you know me. But I got someone to take care of me or stop me overworking myself. I knew something was different about you. So you find your mate, and why I'm hearing about it so late. Shouldn't it be the first thing you say after coming from that door? He obviously ignored my comment as always and called someone in. Oh, she's beautiful and they look good together. I can tell that she is worried to meet me. which means that she didn't have good experience with packs or alphas. So I have to show her that not all alphas are bad. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is Raven, my beautiful mate, and Raven, this is my sister and our Alpha Edene. It's good to meet you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And it's good to know that someone's here to look after this idiot who remembers everyone except for himself. And I can tell that he's lucky to have someone like you by his side. And that reminds me, it's a bit late. Sorry, Stephen. Both of you are not an official member of the pack. I wanted to organize an event to announce it in front of the whole pack, but I guess we are still under threat of war. So this has to do. Edene. Wait. You're going to let me in your pack without even knowing anything about me. You should know that I'm a rogue and it's okay if you don't want me in your pack after knowing everything. But listen to me first. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're Jay's mate, and that is enough for me. And he trusts you, and I trust him. So where was I? Oh yeah. I Eden A Crescent Black. Alpha of Scarlet Moon Pack, accept Stephen and Raven as our new pack member and hope that you both will follow pack rules, that you break any rule you will willingly take punishment given to you. Finally. Sorry I blame my stupid mate for traumatics. I learn all this from him, Stephen said while running out with a very angry Kyle chasing after him. These two kids. By the way, where is the kid? I thought he would be the first one to arrive. That kid has grown in your absence and taken the responsibility of protecting everyone on himself and borders. And he said he will come to see you once I go at the borders to free him for his shift. Jay told me as he took his leave with Raven by his side. I should go now. You kids need your time, Dad said as he left. I can't believe Tyler has grown this much. I didn't know my absence would have this much impact on all of them. I don't know whether I should be happy by that or scared that what would happen to them if something were to happen to me. It's like bruises that I can see on all of them, some more visible than others. You see what your absence could do to us. So you better keep your ass inside the pack border for a long time more, he said as he wrapped his arms around me, or you would have to deal with some very clingy walls and a human. I don't think I would mind that. I put a chaste kiss on his lips. Not even a little bit. 1, gross, and 2, no PDA. Hey asshole. How is it PDA when we are doing it in our office, and if you find it gross you should have knocked before coming in? I hugged him close. Never again. I'm never letting you go anywhere remotely dangerous alone. Even if someone wishes to kidnap you, they had to take me with you. You really want the poor kidnappers to suffer by committing the biggest mistake of their life. Kidnapping both of us together. They would definitely go crazy in a day and return us with some ransom money. Not now, Eddie. You are never leaving me behind. Never. Or I would do something stupid, and then you would have to come back to fix it. And I won't ever talk to you again. Do you have any idea how difficult these past days were for me? You know why I spent so much time at the border, to make sure that when you enter the pack, I would be there to meet you. So please don't ever leave me behind. Promise, I said as I hug him. I know why he's acting like a baby now when he was taking care of everyone like an adult just a moment before. He didn't change. He was always like this, caring about everyone but not showing it. You would only know of his affection toward you by the number of pranks he played on you or who he would follow like a shadow. He likes to act tough and uninterested in things when the reality is that he notices everything. Every little change. He notices them all. I did need this training even though I hate it. I need to be strong for my family's sake. We depend on each other for happiness a little too much. So I need to be able to protect them all better. In the evening we held a little get-together with the pack so that they could know that I'm back and I am all right. It wasn't much as they were still wary of attack happening the moment. They let down their guard. But I know he won't be that stupid. I know for sure that he would have found out about my return, but he didn't know that elders have left Earth for good this time. They are not coming back, and I don't think that the alternate council has been formed, as no one seems to be aware of such a thing. I think he would wait for a day or two before attacking us so he could perfect the opportunity to surprise attack. So, all I care about the moment is food. Man, they didn't feed me well. I had to eat that cold, tasteless food daily, as I didn't earn the reward food as often as I would have liked. The food in front of me looks like it came straight from heaven. Why are you looking at food like it's your one true love? I don't know how I feel about being jealous of the food. Because it is my one true love at the moment, but baby, you don't need to feel jealous of the food, as I would come back to you after eating my fill. Well, not sure how I feel about it. Never mind. I wanted to ask you about Tyler. Why was he acting that way? Well, you already know about us for being close all our life. In our game, Jay and Kyle had a special bond since they were of the same age and had a common interest. While Tyler and I, being younger, had to follow them most of the time. Sometimes they would include us in their secrets and sometimes they won't, which left us with each other that brought us close. So close that people think that we might be mates. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We were always together, whether getting in troubles or just roaming around the pack. We were inseparable. We used to tell each other everything that we might not want to share with others. But we always knew that we weren't mates, and Tyler, for some reason, but always felt lonely despite having us and a wonderful family. So I stuck with him, so he won't ever feel lonely. I never knew that. That's why he was always there at the borders waiting for you. Well, it's getting late. We should head back home. We still need to talk about your sorry and lift from where we left it then. Chapter 42.1. We excused ourselves and walked back home. Home. I haven't been there for so long. You never realize the value of home until you're forced to leave it. We walked back holding hands and only stopped at my room's gate. So he was staying in my room. Sweet. I stayed here because I felt less lonely in your room. Hope you don't mind. I didn't reply to that, but instead pulled him in and closed the door and led him to the bed. We sat down facing each other, still holding hands, and I can see the previous insecurities and furities, but also in his body posture. Just what made him this insecure of our relation. But if he is feeling this way, then I'm at fault. Somehow, I made him feel unsure about us, and that's not okay, and I need to fix as soon as possible. The special someone in my head is also yelling me to do so. Cut the crap, Eddie. Mate needs us now. And he is most important right now. We can continue our bickering some other time. Good point. Flicker. You're getting smarter. Sorry, I'll focus. Baby, you remember you promised me a talk. Well, now is the time for you to explain me that sorry. I remember. We were in the middle of something which we had to stop because of family time. Well, we could pick from where we left it and then. Hold your horses, mister. You know very well what I'm talking about. Adrian, baby, I know there is something bothering you and I want to fix it for you. I cannot see you in this pain, but I can't do anything if you don't tell me what is wrong. Please, baby. Please tell me what happened. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm really sorry. I know. I'm not perfect for you. Hell, I had known that from the very first day. I knew that I'm not good enough for you. But I still stayed because I am a selfish person. I knew I could never find someone like you. I stayed silent as I watched him struggle with words. I stayed still when tears started running down his eyes. I even stayed still when he pulled his hand away from my grasp. I thought that these past days were difficult, but this does not compare to anything, as I'm forced to watch my mate suffer. I had to watch him break down in front of me as he struggled to continue. But I need to stay still, as I knew he needed to get this all out of his system. If I want to mend this, I need full understanding of the situation. So I let him his time. I let him build the courage to continue. I know I'm no match against Werewolf, and I know that I weaken you because of being a mere human in Werewolf world. I was foolish to think that I could survive here, that I could run among the wolves as equal. And in my foolishness, I only managed to bring you down. You deserve someone better. Someone strong who could stand beside you and fight beside you, which I can't. But it's still not late, you could still find someone. Someone who is fit for you. You can reject me. I don't mind. And you don't even have to worry about pain 'cause I'm H. I knew I said that I would take his time and let him speak his mind. But there is no way I could let him finish this sentence. So I shut him up with the only thing that came in my mind. I kissed him. I kissed him deep and slow till he calmed. He had frozen at the moment where our lips touched. I felt him relax in me as the kiss deepened so. I kept kissing him till his heartbeat evened out. I pulled away to look in his eyes. They had some relief in them as he just dodged the bullet. I understand why he felt that he had to keep everything to himself. He just doesn't want to trouble anyone with his problems. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He had been living that way for so long. He couldn't share his problems with his family. He wanted to protect them from the world, and doing that he must have started hiding problem from them. But he does not have to do that now. 'Cause his troubles are not just his anymore. His troubles and burdens are mine too. I kissed his forehead and bring him in close embrace. Maybe my heartbeat could tell him what he meant to me. I hope he could feel it skip a beat just with his touch. How could I leave someone who is made just for me? How could I find someone better than you? When you are what I want. Now and always. And you know how I can be sure of that. I paused to look in his eyes and watch him looking at me with hope in his eyes, and I knew that I am on the right path. He is listening, and soon he might accept the fact that I only want him. Chapter 40. To point to how could I leave someone who is made just for me? How could I find someone better than you? When you are what I want. Now and always. And you know how I can be sure of that. I paused to look in his eyes and watch him looking at me with hope in his eyes, and I knew that I am on the right path. He is listening, and soon he might accept the fact that I only want him. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have you seen yourself lately? With all training, all this muscle and this face. You think anyone can reject you. And when I take a close look, you know what I see? I see a very strong person who had always put his family ahead his own need, who is willing to sacrifice anything for their happiness. You remember I told you that I never wanted an alpha mate. Well, I was really scared of finding my mate when it was decided that I would lead the pack. Being the daughter of the alpha, my chances of getting a high-rank mate was already quite high, but alpha title just increased them to twice more. If I would have gotten a werewolf mate, they would either have been alpha or omega, as they are the usual alpha mates to balance out their energy. But my case was more complicated. That made me wary of my mate. You didn't want to find your mate. But why? I never knew that. Was you disappointed after finding me? It's not that I didn't want to find my mate. It's just that I was scared whether we would get along or not. And no, I wasn't disappointed after finding you. Let me explain it to you in detail. You know, Alpha is usually male title and Luna is female one. Alpha is like father to the pack, as they have the instinct to protect and provide for their pack, while Lunas are like mother, whose instinct is to nurture and care for the pack like the children. And since I'm female Alpha, I had both these instincts, and if I were to find Alpha mate, it would have created many issues due to authority, and Omega mate wouldn't have been right, as they are mostly perfect for those mates where one is proper dominance figure. So what I needed was someone who had both these instincts like me, and had been better than someone who had taken care of his family from quite young age. That's how I could tell that you were made just for me, and you are what I need or want in my mate. Enough of all that, though I hope that talk had helped you. I didn't even realize when I fluttered my gaze from his eyes. But now that I'm looking, I can see the storm in them. He is still overthinking everything, still trying to find loopholes in this conversation. It must be because of the bond. How did I take this much time to realize that simple fact? We have known each other for so long, and we still haven't completed the mating. So the bond is trying to bring us together, forcing us to complete it. But since our relation is not an ideal wolf relation, it's not working the way it should. It's making him confuse and question everything, including our relation. As I said before, it's all my shortcomings that had pushed him to question us. But he can't think if he can't even breathe. Right. So I pulled the collar of his shirt to bring him closer as I latched my lips on his. It didn't take him long to drop whatever he was thinking and start moving his lips. His hand caught the back of my head to bring me close as he deepened the kiss. I called away and he groaned. His hand went up to bring me back to my previous position, but I put my hand on his chest to stop him. I know what you want and I'm willing to give you that and much more only if you promise me something in return. I whispered in his ears and he groaned in reply and tried to bring me back again. I pulled away from him and said, "Not so soon, baby. First you give me what I want, then I'll give you what you want. I need you to promise me that you won't ever hide your troubles and worries from me." He froze as he let my words sink in. I didn't want him to overthink it again, so I pushed him so that he was lying flat on the bed with his feet dangling on the ground. I climbed on his lap and grabbed the hem of my shirt. He watched me in trance as I slowly pulled it off. I bent down and kissed his cheek, his jaw and then the corner of his mouth, missing the place he wants to be kissed most. I slightly pulled back and his hands grabbed my waist to hold me in place. I moved to kiss his neck till I found the spot where my mark would go. I nibbled him there, and he gasped as his hold on me tightened. In the blink of an eye, he flipped us and was on the top now, with his hand grazing my face going down to my neck, leaving the tingling sensation caused by the sparks caused by the bond. It was a different kind of high, a high I never want to come down from. The intensity with which his eyes were looking me while his hands were tracing my body, drawing small circles, had my stomach flipping from time to time. "I'll give you anything your heart desire. I'll give you the world. I'll give you me." His lips crashed on mine and he put everything in that kiss. He poured all of him and left me wanting for more, and he didn't keep meeting as his hands started growing bolder and he started marking my skin with his touch, lighting the fire I never knew could be brought by mere touch. I took his hand in mine and put it right on my heart. "Do you feel it? Do you feel what you do to me? This is what you do to my heart whenever you touch me, or hell when you look at me. This is your power on me. Feel it and remember it. You are the only one who could make me feel this way." There was hunger in his eyes as he stared down at me, and I see some switch flip in his head as he licked his lip angrily. He took off his shirt in one go and his lips found my neck, skimming the surface of my shoulder, giving light kisses there. I shivered and felt goosebumps rising slowly, and before I knew I let out a breathy moan. Soon enough his assault had finished on my neck, and I bet my neck must be red and purple with the hickeys that he gave me by nibbling my skin. His smell filled me and the world around just stopped, as if only we exist in this world. I gave a breathy smile towards him, and without missing any beat his forehead come down in contact with mine. My eyes glanced on his lips. They looked so tempting, so delicious, so damn kissable. I brought my lips closer, barely touching his. Then a pair of warm lips met my own. My whole body felt light on fire. Sparks ran down my body and my mind felt fussy. I didn't know that kisses could feel so nice. That it never felt this way before. Not even when we kissed a couple of minutes ago. His lips were so soft and inviting as they moved, guiding my own through this slow kiss as he worshipped my lips as if he was scared that he won't get another chance of doing this. His tongue occasionally caresses my own, making my toes curl with the pleasure. I wrapped my hands on his waist to bring him close, leaving absolutely no space between us. My almost bare chest came in contact with his and we both shivered at the contact. Seconds ticked into minutes, and after some amazingly good minutes, he unwillingly broke the kiss and I instantly missed the feel of them. I pouted slightly, only for him to give a subtle kiss on my forehead. "Baby, your eyes are glowing." Yeah. We both want to be present for the moment when we would make you our and mark you as ours. The atmosphere changed quickly as Adrian surprised me as his hands ventured across the curves and the overseas of my body as latching their lips again. His firm hold putting me in a place as he pulled me into a passionate state. My core throbbed in anticipation as the tent in Adrian's pounce grew rapidly. We fit perfectly against each other, lips molded with each other's, getting familiar with their touch and taste. I moved my hands and placed them on the back of his neck, bringing him closer as our nose brushed against each other and lips pulled deeper into each other. The heat between us grew as he pushed me deeper into the mattress. I groaned at the impact that between my legs grew, and I wrapped them around his waist, bringing him closer. The kiss turned demanding. It wasn't sweet or loving anymore. It was pure lust and need for each other. My lips were swollen from his harsh kisses and lip biting. He growled as his eyes dark and making him look more like wolf than human. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I breathed out as he peppered kisses down my neck, making sure to bite occasionally. He didn't reply as he continued his assault all over my skin. Adrian, stop. I pleaded again, and upon hearing that he growled again, but continued his assault. And I felt my canines grow and itch to bite him. Mark him as mine. I kissed down his neck as he did mine till I find the sweet spot where my mark would go. I didn't get the chance to think it through as I felt my canines dug in his skin. He moaned in answer as he grounded his hips against mine. He continued his moment in our nether rain, and after some time I felt my canines retract from his skin and moaned again as they completely leave his skin. I felt my last restraint break and my claws came out slightly as I ripped each and every piece of our clothing. This might hurt a little, but we would take it slow. He groaned in my ears, making sure to kiss me again as his hands glided against my skin. He took his time to ease me into whole thing, to prepare me for what was to come. The need to be combined together was present as the room turned hot. The sounds of pleasure filled the room as we combined underneath the moon's bright light. I feel every single worry of mine leave me as I found refuge in him and his body. The fire building in me subsiding as we familiarized ourselves with the contour of each other's body. He made his thrust slow and unhurried. Only actions could describe what we felt while our bond starting to complete, making me cry from the love and affection that I felt in the moment. The mutual feeling of lust, love and adoration soared through us, completing each other. I felt my finger make their way to his hairs and I gripped them only to pull him back, giving me easy access of him. I kissed his neck, my mark on him, and felt him shudder at the action. His reaction giving me the courage to go on, and I make my way down to his chest. Kissing my way down, he let out a breathy moan and his hand on waist tightened, and his moments churned bit sloppy. The euphoria of being one flowed through me as he whispered words of love in my ears. I felt his canines grazed my skin before sinking into my shoulder, claiming me as his, and we went off into pure ecstasy. The bond completed under the guidance of moon and our love for each other. I felt our soul combining and a rope binding us together. We both started to slow down, our hips still meeting each other, and he cleaned his mark. I felt another wave of pleasure shoot through me at the touch. We laid there together with our spent and tired body. I felt my eyes close only to be jerked open when his lips touched the mark, and I knew the night is far from over. Chapter 43. Kind sir, please let me sleep for a few hours. We had a long night and I could really do with a few hours of sleep before I'm forced to start my day. What, I am not doing anything. I'm only appreciating my mark that looks so good on you by kissing it. You can sleep. I won't do anything else. I swear. And to prove his point, he kissed the mark again. My whole body trembles as the kiss left the trail of tingles down my body. He keeps doing that in every 5 minutes, and he has been doing that right after he found his mark on my neck. And I understand his happiness and amazement at the mark. I do, but now I'm tired and need some sleep so that I could focus on other things. But the devil beside me definitely has different plans as he keeps doing that while giving me that smile that had my heart struggle to beat and left me gasping for breath. Was he always looked like an angle, or it's just the bond? But he won't stop till I gave him the taste of his own medicine, and I know exactly what's needed to be done. I turned my face to see him leaning in again to kiss. I stared at him and put my hand on his lips to stop them from touching my neck, and like a child who couldn't get his candy he groaned in complaint. I pushed him back. That gave me a clear view of him. He looked more confident, more content, more him. I haven't seen him looking like this in a very long time. I like this sparkly version of him. The version which is youth, joy, warmth and love. His groan broke my train of thought. I realized that I still had hand on his lips, which is stopping him from reaching to his mark, which made him impatient. I bet if I stay like this any longer, he will start whining. How the hell I was able to score this gem for me? I smirked at him, down to where my mark rests, and lick it. He shuddered and his whole body melted beneath me. Liking the response that I'm getting, I did it again, and he whined with my hand still on his lips. I went to do that again, but a sticky wet feeling on my hand stopped me and I jerked it away. He licked my hand. I get it. I get it, so you don't have to punish me more. I'll let you sleep. To my aching extraordinaire, my Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luckily after that we both got some sleep and regained some energy for the big day ahead of us. As much as I want to spend this time in peace with my family, I know there are some matters that need instant attention. Like this war situation. I need to plan our strategy with lead warriors, for which I had arranged a meeting in the afternoon after latter lunch, and that arrangement gave me about 3-ish hours of sleep. Everything can be put aside, but the fact that my human mate marked me needs my attention most right now. We were sitting in our room eating brunch. I can't help but look for something that might give me any idea about the changes he might have gone through. He smells a little different, but that could be the mating. He still feels human. He feels more than human, but not exactly a wolf. So, what it might be. Do I have something on my face? No, why? Then, why are you staring me like that? I was just trying to figure out how you were able to mark me and what are the changes you went through. I was thinking about that too. I don't know if it was a one-time thing but I don't feel any different. Have you tried bringing them out again? No, I don't know how. That time they came out on instinct. Everything in me was telling me to mark you and make you mine. So I don't know what and how it happened. Okay, I will tell you how. First, take a deep breath and close your eyes. Now imagine the moment you marked me. Try to recreate that moment, that feeling. I shifted closer to him as I felt his breath hitched, and it took him a couple of minutes to open his eyes. And when he did, his eyes looked like molten gold, and golden they were, glowing so beautifully. He catches my dazed expression as he smirked his toothy grin, and I can see his elongated canines. Now I understand how he was able to mark me. He converted into some sort of hybrid. More than human, less than wolf. And right now, he smells heavenly. His fragrance is so strong that hit me like a wall. He put his hands on mine and gave them squeeze to bring me back to him. I looked at our hands. Only 2 finds his clawed hand on mine. It only made me more curious to how further this change goes. Hey, Earth to Eddie. Tell me, what are you thinking? You look breathtaking in all mine. Your eyes are the most beautiful one I've ever seen. He smiled and I watched wheels turning in his head. Then he frowned and brought his claw to his wrist and dug it in his flesh. He made a long cut as he dragged it, making me hiss in the pain he might be feeling. No, the pain he is feeling. I can feel his pain and his emotions. I was looking at his wrist when I heard holy shit in my head. It's not mean or flicker. Did you see how fast it healed? Now I can't heal like you guys well. This is the coolest thing ever. I should try it again. Are you crazy? No, once is more than enough. Next time you want to do something stupid or absolutely crazy, a little warning would be nice. This boy would be deaf of me. I'm telling you. He acts like kids sometime. I agree that it looks cute, but that's only half of the time, other half is scary. Are you done, or is there anything else you want to try? There is this one thing. He said that like he was deep in thoughts, and the longer he is taking his time, more I'm getting worried. I heard the next sentence in my head. Race undetre. What does that mean? A reason for existing. You are my reason for existing. And this also proves that I can talk to you in your head. We now have link. Way to spoil the mood. What did I do? He said with a pout. God, he cannot get any cuter. Nothing. So, you have mind link with me. Good. Do you have it with pack too? He shakes his head in negative with a no through link. He's going to make a game out of it. Why do I think that I'm forgetting something? Something important. Are you not getting late for the meeting? He asked me through link. Shit. I totally forget. We need to get ready, we can't be late. I'm not going with you. I know I've been performing like the Alpha, but that was in your absence, and now you are back. So, there is absolutely no need for me to go there. What? You haven't been performing like an Alpha. You're the Alpha, and that little mark on your neck is proof of that. But, what would I do? You can handle it all by yourself. I know that. It's not about me handling or not. It's just that you are their Alpha too, and it's your duty to be there. Besides, I know you are going to fight in that damn fight, so you should be aware of everything. Can't you just tell me afterwards? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What is it exactly? I can feel your worry and discomfort through the bond. And I can also hear you saying you don't belong there. First, stop hearing my thoughts, and second, I'm right. It would be ridiculous to be there when I'm an outsider and partial cause of this mess. So by that logic, Stephen shouldn't be there too, as he is to an outsider and partial or more than that reason for this mess. It's his previous pack, after all. Should we blame him too? No, I'm not saying that. Okay, I will come. You, my dear mate, are not an outsider, and you are definitely not the cause for this mess. Only person who is responsible are those bastards who cannot accept diversity. I didn't give him another chance to argue as I pulled him by his shirt to kiss him and successfully put end to all that mental banter he was having. This is a nice way of shutting him up, and I'm also not telling him how to block his thoughts from me. At least not now. This meeting is really important. We need to determine our moves against our enemy. Adrian PNV. She managed to drag me to the meeting even though I tried not to come. She just doesn't take no for an answer. My stubbornly beautiful mate. And, of course, she heard that. I am really hating this mind link thing. She never let me hear her thoughts, and I don't know how to keep her out. I'll teach you later. Probably, she replied through link, as I'm seeing everyone sitting around this conference table looking like business. I cannot compare them to the group of goofs they actually are, but with the severity of situation they transformed completely. It's hard to imagine me as a part of them. So, we all know why we are here today. Our enemy could attack any moment, and we need to be prepared for anything, she said after giving me the knowing look for the comment that I had in my head about myself. Starting with obvious. Kids, elderly, and anyone who cannot fight will stay in the pack house, and few warriors will be posted to guard them. Stephen, you know them the best. So tell us about how they might strategies. Alpha is an egotistic owl maniac. He cannot accept defeat. He cannot let other look down on him. And when his plan to stop me from coming here failed, he set down on getting revenge on me and my mate, only to find even bigger bruise on his fragile ego when he was sent away by a girl. But he is not impulsive. He's very calculative. That's why he went to elders instead of going to other packs for support. 'Cause he knew that if elders were to agree to him, he would be killing two birds from one stone. First being getting rid of us. Second, getting superiority against other pack. This attack won't be in any sense unprepared or weak. He had 2 months to think of best route to enter our pack and our weak links. I can bet this was the only thing on his mind. You think he might have asked for some other packs for help? Jay asked. Ask other and let them share his glory. No way. He wants spotlight on him for defeating one of the biggest packs of the continent. I think his attack would be focused on the main monstrosities being us. Especially you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It will help him win, as a pack can't survive without Alpha. Especially you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Those words were ringing in my ears as the room get filled in silence as we all contemplate what we just heard. I can't help but feel my heart squeeze painfully at thought of anything happening to her. I can't lose her, won't be able to survive that. And like every word that I had thought today, she heard these two and her hand hold my hand under the table. Okay. Thank you, Stephen, it was really helpful. Chloe, I want some of your best warriors inside the pack house with other. But Alpha, won't we be more useful outside with other? I'm sorry for questioning your decisions, but isn't the whole point of training female warriors was to have better force against our enemies? Chloe, the head female warrior, said. The reason why I want them in is that our enemies would never expect female warriors. So if they somehow manage to get past our first defense outside the pack house, they could be dealt with before they can hurt anyone. And from tomorrow I want some warriors to be posted on the borders, hidden from plain sight, so they can warn us about any intruder. I'll pick one who are good in stealth. Tyler, tell us place from where they could enter easily. The area near river and the north-east border are the easiest one for them, 'cause there are several plants on both sides with lots of hiding spot giving them advantage of stealth. We won't know if they enter too close for comfort, Water is also going to hide their scent while north. East side is meadow, making it difficult to get any scent, and that area is also close to road, making it hard to increase patrolling. But we can also use these in our advantage. So I don't think they would use them, especially north, east, because of obvious reasons. Unless he's quite desperate. The south side is closer from their pack and also near river, making it the best shot they get. If we knew that these routes are easy for them, would they really use them? I can tell that he is an arrogant house, but he cannot be that stupid to willingly enter a trap. I countered. You're right. That's what increases our trouble. So I suggest we give equal attention to our borders, but with stealth, which can help us know the moment they enter the pack, so we could lure them to this spot. It has tall trees which can give us an upper hand, as we know our woods better than them, and this place is near the border and far away from pack house. There are several rocks making pretty good hiding spots. And if things start going down, we will have time to warn our warriors in or outside the pack house. Tyler explains by showing the locations on the map. He also pointed at the places to hide for surprise attack. That is good plan. I need a quarter of our warriors on all for direction and river. They should be spread widely and in constant contact with everyone. After them I want Kyle, Tyler, Jay and Chloe with small group of warriors of your own to the location and to provide others backup. Raven, are you going to join us? It's absolutely no pressure, you can do what you want. Eddie asked, turning towards Raven and her mate. I appreciate your asking, but I'm going to be where my mate is. She replied while looking at her mate, who looks to be having trouble accepting it. And I understand both of them. I don't want Eddie to be anywhere near danger, but I also don't want her to be there alone. And aren't you? She gave my hand the assuring squeeze which she has been holding whole time. Something which I really appreciate. I wasn't expecting any less. Eddie said, smiling. I want Adrian, Stephen and you at the location, hiding behind a rock with rest of our warriors around you guys. I also want some warriors up on the tree, and Adrian would have silver daggers and a gun with him. Does anyone have problem with that? Nobody said anything about that, though I expected at least one voice of objection which never came. They finalized some other details which I didn't listen, as I zoned out. She never told us where she would be whole time, and no one asked about that. I can't tell whether it is a good plan or bad, as I never in my wildest dream thought that I would live long enough to be a part of a war. To say that I'm scared would be an understatement. I'm totally out of my mind. People could die. We could die. All because a bastard cannot accept a female leader and gay relation. How stupid this is. It's our freaking life. If you can't accept us, then fuck off. I don't remember asking for your approval. Baby, let's go home. I want to spend rest of the day in the bed with you. 'Cause I have a strong feeling we won't get any time tomorrow. Chapter 40 for Jay's POV. I couldn't sleep the whole night. There was just too much on my mind. I wanted to stop Raven from entering the battlefield, but I know that I should respect her decision, as I can understand her reasons behind it. But I can't help but feel that this is so unfair on her part. The first whole pack thing she gets to experience would be this stupid war. She didn't even get the chance to know everyone well, and I fear that for some it would be too late after it. I have absolutely no delusion that we could get through this unscratched. We will lose some of our pack members. I am worried about Eddie, too. She didn't tell us about her own plan about the war placement, and we couldn't question her at that time. Family or no family. You never question your alpha in a formal meeting or setup. But her being alpha didn't do anything to our worries. We know she would put every single pack member before her own safety, which is expected from an alpha. I just need to look for her more than others. Someone had to make Xavier understand why he can't fight, and that task was given to most sensible of us. Which obviously means me. So that's how I was given the most difficult task of my whole life. Explaining in Alpha why he cannot fight in a battle which puts all his children in danger. All I'm going to say is that if they ever gave me a task like this, I'm going to kill them. She made a pretty good plan given the circumstances, but no matter how good a plan sounds, it's just a theory, and on the field, things more often don't go according to our plan, especially when your enemy had 2 months to form a plan of action and you barely a day. All we can do at this point is stick to the plan as much as we can and improvise when needed. We also need to make sure that all the injured wolves get the medical attention as soon as possible. We had a mantra. Never leave a wolf behind. Easier said than done. But we have to try our best. I need to calm myself or Raven might feel my stress through the bond, and that's the last thing I want. I should try to relax while I still can. Goddess knew how much I will need them in next few hours. Morning couldn't have come faster. At the crack of dawn we received our very first warning of some suspicious activity near north-east border. Second warning followed after only a few minutes from other borders. It would take them less than 15 minutes to reach Packhouse from river, and 20 from other borders if they didn't receive any resistance in their path. Thankfully we have our first line defense present there, and the second line would need good 10 minutes to reach our designated positions. Everyone, get ready and take your position. And I need leaders to tell me after you take your position. I know we can beat them. I trust all of you and your abilities. Let's show them what we got. Eddies tell us through our link, and I turned to see if my mate was awake only to find her looking straight in my eyes. I know it's selfish of me and I know it's not possible, but I still want to say it. I don't want you out there in danger where I can't ensure your safety. I know you are strong and you have the responsibility to protect Pack as you obey you and all. But I still would do anything to keep you locked up here with me. She said, looking in my eyes as her hands make their ways to hold my face and bring it closer to her. Jay, I know it's not going to happen, I understand. I just want to say it. Please take care of yourself out there. Please, I want you back in this room later in one piece. The vulnerability that I was feeling through the bondage hit me like brick, but before I could comfort her somehow, reassure her that everything would be okay. She gets up from the bed to get ready without giving me a second glance. I think I should do the same. I will talk to her before heading out. Given the urgency of the situation, we only took 5 minutes to get ready and get to the main door of our home. We both paused before opening the door, and I turned to her and tiptoed toward my face and planted her warm lips against mine. I held her close, feeling my brain going crazy with everything that's going on. But I disregarded it and continued to kiss her. The passionate kiss made my knees weak as her touch sent shivers and goosebumps down my spine. We broke away from the kiss as reality of what is happening seeped in, and we hugged each other before setting on our separate paths. We didn't say anything as we set on our path. We both had so many things to say to each other at the moment. Most important being, don't go, but we knew it's kinda too late for that. I can just pray to Goddess above to keep her safe and give her strength to fight all the odds. Chapter 45 Jay's POV. We reached to the first line defense just in time to avoid any casualty. Our enemy was using full force to push us down, so it would be kinder to help them. My team covered the warriors already fighting there and start retreating. We helped the injured ones to reach the medical help. I'm in position and we have started retreating to the location. I informed them through our link, and soon I get confirmation from all of them telling that they also reached their position. I was thinking of checking on Raven, but sudden chaos made it impossible to do as a number of enemies' men shifted in their wolf form and started launching on whoever they could find. It took us all a moment to decide how we are gonna keep defending while leading them to trap, but it all came to a stop when a warrior near me got down rolling as a huge brown wolf tackled it down. I commanded all to shift and start attacking while the one behind us will keep retreating. I attacked the nearest wolf to me before he could attack my men and snap his neck, and turned to look for another. It's been a while and my body has started showing signs of fatigue, but this fight is far from over. We had an E-Tiders group a while ago and been leading them to trap together. We had lost some of our own and we had to feel the pain of losing a pack member. It's not like the pain of losing a mate or a family member, but we the higher-ups of pack still feel it. It's not much, but it does make fighting more difficult with giving us more reasons to fight. I must have been too deep in my head to not see two wolves approaching me from behind. I only noticed them when a white blur tackled one, knocking it with its other companion, and I heard Daddy growl at me through our link to focus. She has changed. She is bigger and faster than before, and she moved with such ease that she didn't even notice how huge her wolf is. Jay, how are you doing? I heard her ask through link. I know Raven wanted to ask more than that, but she's afraid of the answer. I smiled at the thought of my beautiful mate as I tackled another wolf to ground and hear a disturbing snap of their neck breaking. Yeah, I'm fine. Not hurt anywhere. I replied, completely ignoring the hundreds of scratches on my skin, and asked her how she is doing. Jay, could you give a hand? I am, you know, a bit stuck. Tyler screamed from under 3 wolves who were trying to bite Tenny, and everywhere they could dig their canines on his body. Idiot, why hasn't he shifted yet? I went and ripped the first one I could get and throw him as far away as I could, then went for another one, and did the same with him, except this time I get his neck and I threw his trembling body to the ground, which stopped moving seconds later. I turned to see Tyler handling the last one. I bent down to give him a hand to lift him off the ground when I heard a loud bang of gunshot following with a thud behind me. I turned back to see the one that I had thrown first lying dead right behind me, with a hole in his torso and blood sweeping out from it, and Adrian standing with gun still pointing in that direction. He gave me a quick nod and ducked behind a tree, maybe to handle another. He is dealing with this pretty well. Better than from what I had expected, Tyler said while dusting off his clothes. This idiot. He is doing good, but would you please shift so you don't have to care about ruining your clothes when you fell? I growled the last part as I get back to fighting my next victim. We had finally reached the area where we had cornered most of our enemy's wolves. Kyle and Chloe are near this area, and we have been mostly successful in transporting our injured members. It took us nearly 2 hours to make them enter the trap, but I still haven't seen those bastard Alpha and Beta, and I bet he is circling whole pack just to find these two. All I can see is wolves fighting and blood-red ground from the dead bodies which keep killing. We all are covered in blood, some our own, some of our victims, but those who are responsible of all this shit is nowhere to be seen. We have been thinking that we were leading them to the trap, but they turned the table when they started follow their strategy. Wolves started cornering us, making it difficult to help other. They are targeting the ones we expected them to attack most, which being to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kyle and Stephen. But what makes the situation worse is that there are so many wolves that keep coming, keeping rest of us busy, making it difficult to help them defend against the continuous attack. I saw wolves circling around Adrian, teasing him by jumping one by one at him, tiring him out. He was doing his best to defend him with daggers in each hand. And I see Raven, who was closest to him, trying to reach him, but wolves after wolves keep coming at her, making it difficult for her to move even an inch from her place. I was too forced to helplessly watch him struggle with them when he suddenly dropped his daggers to the ground. I feared that he might have got hurt, so I tried more to reach him, and I managed a couple of steps toward him when I saw his eyes glowing as his claws elongated and his teeth turned into canines. He growled as he attacked anything that came his way. I think he will manage just fine. So I turned to the others. I found Kyle close to Stephen as they both defend themselves against the attackers. Tyler was a good few feet away from me, and he was looking somewhere. He was looking in the direction where more than a dozen wolves were trying to attack a white wolf double their size, who was making it difficult for any of them to come closer. I know she could handle herself. This all could be ended if we could find that Alpha. I scanned everywhere I could see from where I was, but there was absolutely no clue of him. I thought that I saw some movement in the trees from the corner of my eyes, which made me turn in the direction, only to find someone up in the tree holding what looked like bow and arrow and pointing it at Eddie. My body reacted to the information before my mind could, and I found myself running toward her. I made it just in time to push her to the ground when a sharp pain runs through me and darkness filled me. Eden A's POV. I was biting the fool of me who came too close for his own good when someone pushed me to the ground, only to find Jay lying there with an arrow in his chest. Everything turned in slow motion as I kneel next to him, nuzzling his body. I didn't even notice the growl that left me. I didn't notice other approaching me. I was jerked awake from the trance when I felt the familiar sparks when hand land on me. I look up to see all of them, there, and Raven whimpering as she came closer to her mate. Take him to the infirmary right now, I said through the link, and urged all of them to leave. He's still breathing, he would be fine. Yeah, he would be just fine. Retreat, everyone. I won't lose any more of my family. Not today. I ordered my pack member, only to find them looking hesitantly at me. I growled at them and they slowly start retreating. I made sure that boys had left with Jay and Raven before starting the end of this war. Adrian's still standing beside me. Honestly, I didn't expect him to leave. I look up to him and told him what I need him to convey to our enemy as I cart to him directly in wolf form. You fucking coward, come out. I want to end this right now, right here. You had problem with a girl leading a pack, now here is your chance. I challenge you to battle to death. Adrian yelled, adding a couple of his own words, and sit down next to me. We must be a scene to watch. A boy and wolf sitting surrounded by a number of wolves. They just watch us, staring at us as we waited for the Alpha to step forward. There is no need for anyone else to get hurt. Are you that scared that you might get your ass beaten by a girl that you didn't even want to show your face, or is it that your coward of Alpha didn't dare to show up in a war that he himself has started? Adrian mocked him again, forcing him to show any kind of reaction, and reaction came not in the form we wanted it to come. Reaction came in the form of another arrow shot at Adrian, which luckily, he caught before it could cause any damage. Damn, he got fast reflexes. I once followed a leader blindly, until I realized he cared more about his own life than the people who followed him blindly. I stood up to challenge his authority, not just for myself, but to end these massacres. Chapter 46. This is all you've got. And you fools, you really want to follow a leader who cares about his own life and not of the people who follow him blindly? Is he even worth calling leader if he cannot even have the dignity to accept a challenge that will stop this stupid massacre? Adrian again mocked and questioned them with holding broke an arrow in his hand, which smells a lot like wolfsbane. Jay had been shot by one of that. Fuck. We waited a couple more minutes for them either to retreat or for their Alpha to show himself. It was clear by the atmosphere that they are questioning whether their Alpha is worth keep fighting, as they unconsciously keep taking small step back. I don't want to kill any more bystanders to get that bastard out of his hole, but I'm growing impatient here. I want to go back to check on everyone. I could feel Adrian fidgeting beside me, making me turn to look at him to ask if something is wrong or is he hurt somewhere. God, I'm such an idiot, why didn't I think of that before? Calm down. I can feel you bursting from anxiety. I just want it to end as soon as possible and I'm not hurt. Not as badly as your wounds. Just end it, he assured me through our link. I nodded in reply and get up. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to do at this point. But lucky it was I didn't have to think, as the most awaited person of the day blessed us with their presence. He came growling and glaring with his glowing yellow eyes, which was meant to make his victims fear him. He stopped good 10 feet away from us and roared, "You will pay for mocking me in front of my pack. First I'll kill this obnoxious girl who thinks she could play big boy's game, and then I will tear this wretched human from limb to limb." He was an Alpha who get mocked and called coward in front of his own people. His pack and the culprits were right in front of him. He wouldn't stop until he punished who are responsible, until he had a go at me for himself. He needed to do this for his own good. His eyes darkened to a shade almost like black, and he didn't even bother to strip as he ran at me, shifting in mid, run and tearing his clothes in the process. I made some distance between Adrian and me to avoid hurting him by mistake as he rushes towards me, with his large brownish wolf with the intention of killing me. He jumped at me with a wide jaw which thirsted for my blood, but I simply moved aside just in time for him to go rolling on the ground. He might be fast, but I have practiced with elders, and after that he is as fast as a normal wolf to me. The surprise is clear, but he didn't let it waver him for a second. He snapped at me with his sharp canines, clearly trying to bite a huge chunk off as his claws dug into my forepaws. With a growl of my own, I pushed back against him, using all my strength to throw him off me. He rolls to his landing, but this time is quick to his feet. Growls and snarls are shared between us as we fight without holding us back, our intent to kill unwavering as we attack again and again. His canines found me again and again. His claws kept digging new wounds all over my body, but I didn't feel any of it, as all those words of hatred and Jay's face keep coming in my head. I let him have his fun. Let him show his strength to his pack. Let him think that he had won this before I decided to end this all. I caught his neck into my jaw mid. Jump. He released a loud cry followed by whimpers as I dug deeper before slamming him into the ground. Never releasing my deathlock, I let my teeth sink deeper in his neck. letting the blood ooze out from him as he cried below me. Snap from his neck breaking satisfies my rage, and I step away from growling loudly enough to make everyone kneel, baring their neck in submission. I turn to look at Adrian only to find him looking at me with emotions similar to pride on his face. I called pack warriors to take Blood Moon's warrior to cells. I would deal with them later, and I also asked them to take all the dead bodies to the basement under infirmary. Later, we will have all the dead pack members would have the funeral, as they would be buried honorably, and all the dead enemies would be cremated. No disrespected action would be done with their bodies, and if possible, their family would attend but dead had to wait, as treatment of living is more important. Some of the healing staff would go to treat prisoners. I was giving those instructions when I felt Adrian near me, making me turn to him. He was holding a long shirt for me. I don't know if he had found them from where we keep spare clothes in woods, or if the warriors brought it with them. But right now I don't care. I exhausted both mentally and physically. This whole war thing might have ended with his death, but I still have a long day ahead. I went behind a tree to shift back and wear the shirt as my warriors escorted surviving member of the Blood Moon back to the prison cell, where they would stay till I decide what to do with them. I need to go to infirmary to check on all the wounded members, and also Jay. He is their cause I couldn't protect him. Now as I think of it, Flicker being quiet for a long time, even now she is hiding somewhere deep in my mind and not making her presence known. All this must be hard on her. I flinched when a hand landed on my shoulder. I must be exhausted to not notice presence of my own mate. Let's go. We need to get you all fixed up. That bastard had left some deep wounds. Every cell of my body did not want to go there. I don't think I have strength to face all those families that I failed today. But I can't avoid it for long, and I don't think any type of excuse would work on Adrian. Even with my steps we still reached the infirmary too soon for my liking, and my hesitant steps didn't go unnoticed by Adrian as he wrapped his arm around my waist in both supporting and promoting me to go in. No amount of preparing could have made me strong enough to face mourning families of our fallen ones. The injured ones were getting their treatment. Some needed for help than others. I found my family in front of ICU, all looking worn out and broken, but at least they are not severely injured. They noticed my presence and came to me. "Is it all over?" one of them asked, and only managed a nodding reply. They exchanged looks with Adrian, conversation passing between them without even needing a single word. Me being too worn out to understand, didn't even tried. How is he?" "Doctor said that we brought him here at right time." Kyle replied, but the arrow was shot too close to his heart and it was poisoned. They did their best to stop it spreading further, but his heart might have gotten affected. Stephen continued. "He's like this because of me. Only if I was strong enough to protect him like I was supposed to, then this wouldn't have happened. I should have been the one protecting him, but he ended up protecting me like he used to do when we were young." I could feel my shoulders slumping and my legs ready to give up any moment, while I was feeling too numb to do anything. I heard door opening and a very angry and very sad Raven came out, only to stop in front of me. I wanted to console her, apologize to her, or maybe beg for her forgiveness. Only my body would cooperate with me. "How dare you come here? He's in that state because of you. He's dying because of you, and you still have the nerve to show your face here. What kind of alpha are you? What kind of sister are you to be the cause of your brother?" She laughed humorlessly. "Maybe you never considered him as your brother. Maybe that's why your own brother is standing here with just some scratches. My whole life I had wanted someone to love me, cherish me, and then I found him. He was better than anything I could have wished for. But now even he is leaving me because of you. He is dying there because he put you above everyone, even himself. You took everything from me. You are a murderer. Never show me your face again." I know she's right, I am responsible for this. I couldn't build the courage to look in her eyes as I muttered, "I'm sorry." I didn't know when I started running. I heard some faint voices calling my name, but my body was on autopilot and it took me somewhere where I could hide. I don't think I have any strength to face anyone. Chapter 47. Adrian's POV. It's been more than an hour since Raven's incident, and since then we are trying to find Eddie. I am worried about her. She was already blaming herself for things she had no control over, and I can't even imagine how she felt after being accused for all those things. I don't want to blame Raven cause I could never understand her pain. Pain I never want to feel. Pain of your mate leaving you behind. Jay died sometime after that scene. Still I can't help but feel like she was being unfair to you. It wasn't her fault. She did her best to protect everyone. And she didn't even get her wounds treated. There were so many wounds and no amount of super healing could heal them fast enough with a tired and mentally exhausted body. That's why me and Hyder have been looking for her while West were with Raven. We cannot leave her alone at a time like this. She also needs family support. Finding Eddie is seeming to be very difficult as she had blocked her link to both me and Pack, and we have looked at every place we could think of. Tyler just called me to tell that he hadn't found her smell anywhere near borders, which means she still is on Packland, but I also looked at our home and her office, and there is no trace of her being there. I need to find her as soon as possible. She needs me now more than she ever had. Even with the block link I could feel her emotions. They are faint but enough to tell me she needs me. She is blaming herself for all those we had lost today. She is feeling they're lost. We met at the front of Infirmary. We decided to look here as we had looked everywhere else. If she wasn't out there and she is still on Pack, then she had to be here. We divided the area so we could search more ground and find her soon. He took first to floors while I take other two, and with promising each other that we'll find her soon and tell other person, we went our separate way. Tyler called me after looking on first floor that he hadn't found any trace of her, and I told him same. I searched whole floor and couldn't find her, and this was the last place left. We had looked everywhere else. Defeated, I decided on my way back to take stairs. Maybe by some miracle I would find her there. My legs decided to have mind of their own when they froze near it, or which looks to be storage closet, and I decided to take a look inside. I don't think I have another choice as my body is definitely not want to leave this place. My heart broke when I found her sitting inside a small storage closet with her head over her knees, and I can tell that she is crying. What made me feel worst was the fact that her wounds didn't heal, and if possible, they looked worse than before. I don't know what to say to make her feel better, so I just sat next to her wrapping an arm around her. She didn't react to my heart broke a bit more. I need to be strong for both of us right now. I cannot afford to break down. I need to be her strength. I pulled her close, leaving no space in between, and tried pouring love and comfort through our link. I know she blocked it, but I just hope that even if a tiny bit of it could escape that barrier, then it might make her feel it a bit better. And after a moment or two I felt her slowly relaxing me. She wasn't all the way relaxed, but she wasn't as stiff as before. So I'll take it as a win. He's gone and I didn't even get a chance to apologize. She whispered so low that for seconds I wasn't sure if I had heard her right. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It wasn't your fault. And I understand that Raven was hurting, but she didn't have the right to blame you for this. But she is right. Even I blame myself for his. For his and all others. It was my duty to protect them, and I failed them. She cried in my shoulder, making me feel angry on myself for taking this long to find her. She was suffering alone for so long. Baby, listen to me very carefully, as I'm only going to say it once, I said while pulling her face out from her hiding spot and looking at her tear-stained and swollen eyes. You cannot save everyone. No matter how good you are, whatever there would be, or you would lose some. I saw her process my words as she looked at me like she was hanging with a thread and only I could save her. I kissed her temples, pouring my heart in it. I know you lost some members of your insanely big family, but you cannot forget those you saved, and that number matters more. This war might have been over, but they still need you, and don't forget the ones that are in cells. You are also responsible for their life from now on. I know you are tried, but Eddie would have to waken down as Alpha Eden's work isn't finished yet. Just hold on for some more time. I promise I will let you break after everything gets sorted. And I promise I will hold you for as long as it takes to get back up again. I waited for her to respond, and all she could manage was a small nod with some of her original spark back in her eyes. I would be a fool to think that this would be the end of this conversation. I know these scars would take days or even months to heal, and some would leave their mark behind. I know I cannot do anything for them, but her physical scars, they don't have to last longer than they have already did. I stood up, offering my hand for her to take, which she did after staring it for time. She took my hand and stood up. But maybe her legs weren't ready because of being in same position for long, or it's just all the mental and physical fatigue catching up with her. As she stumbled and almost fell, if not for my hand that saved her just in time. I made her lean on me as I texted Tyler that I had found her and she needed medical treatment. He told me he would arrange a doctor near where we were. It would save us some time, and also there are far less people around here. And it's the last thing I want for her to meet more people in the state that she is now. I picked her up in bridal style, knowing that this would be easier for her given her attempt of standing up. She wrapped her arms around my neck tightly, though I think it is more to do with seeking comfort than to fear of falling. We met Tyler and Doctor at the door and we entered together. And the way they were gasping, it was clear that they ran to here in order to not waste any time. I lay her down on the bed. She was barely conscious at this point. With her mind at a little peace, her body finally catch up with the fact that she is in lots of pain and barely had strength to open her eyes. Tyler and Doctor both gasped when they looked at her, making me notice a large chunk of flesh missing from both of her legs and how utterly defeated and broken she looked at the moment. Doctor asked us to leave him to do his job, but I don't want to leave her after looking for her so long. And I was still contemplating excuses to stay when Ida's hand landed on my shoulder and he slowly dragged me out of the room. "Where did you find her?" Tyler asked hesitantly. "In the storage closet right over there." I pointed in the direction of that storage closet. "She would be fine. She is strong. She will be fine." That came more like a question. I know he is trying to distract both of us enough to stop us from barging in. I know how strong their bond is. I know it's just as hard for him to see her in this state like it is for me. "Did you inform others?" "No, I forget. I will link them now." We both stayed quiet after that, not knowing right words to break silence. We waited for half an hour, which felt like days for Doctor to come out. He came out with helplessness written on his face, and it scared me more, thinking that something might be wrong. Maybe I was too late to find her. I have given her some painkillers which would help with pain and make her sleep for a couple of hours. Her whole body is littered with several punctures, abrasions and many avulsions, deepest one being in her legs where chunks of tissues had been removed, probably by biting. She also had lost a lot of blood, and if she wasn't an alpha with healing better than normal wolves, she would have lost conscious way before. Maybe during that fight. But due to mental trauma her body couldn't heal herself. Mental scares confused it to which needed first attention, her body or her mind. And my guess is that it maintained some type of balance. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. If you were any late in bringing her, wounds would get infected, and with the number of wounds even a little infection would have been enough to bring down an already exhausted body. I've given her injections similar to tetanus toxoid, just modified to suit wolves, and I will also prescribe some more painkillers and some antibiotic. If I didn't know the situation, I would recommend total rest for almost a week, but I know that's not possible. I suggest to give painkillers only when the pain is too much to deal with, but her metabolism would run through it soon. So it won't last very long. And take care of her diet and make her rest as much as possible. Her body needs strength and time to heal itself. And make sure she didn't make any rash movement, it would tear the stikes. Bring her forecheck in 2 days. Doctor left us that and we both went inside. We both took seat, finally resting our tired body. I looked at her sleeping with an IV attached to her. If you ignore the IV, it's easy to think that she is just dozing off. Her broken body covered under blanket. I tried to resist and stay awake, but my body relaxed and I felt my eyes getting heavy. I woke up with someone heaving conversation. One voice which I could recognize anywhere was Eddie, but I'm not sure who his other one. It's someone from the family. I don't know who. I tried to listen, but my body still didn't want to wake up, making it difficult to open my eyes and catch whole sentence. "We will hold a funeral for our fallen members tomorrow." I didn't hear the rest of what being said. If she doesn't want to see me, then she won't. But then how will you attend his funeral? Your presence is important, Eddie, not just as a family member but also as the Alpha. He would want you there. Funerals are not for the dead, but for the living. Up for the living. My presence would only bring pain for living, and we have to Alphys. Even if I can't go, Adrian can't, and he will go. Eddie, it wasn't your fault. She will have to see the reason to. This time I recognized the voice that belonged to Kyle, and I slowly opened my eyes and everything looked blurry. If the only thing I could do her is be the one she could vent on, then I'm happy to have that role. Promise me none of you would say anything to her about this, and you won't let her feel alone. She might have lost a mate, but she still has her family. I shifted uncomfortably as my body ached from being in these uncomfortable chairs for long. I turned to find Tyler in the same condition but more aware of surroundings than me. Our movements got their attention as they stopped their conversation. I was hoping to find her sleeping you two up, but remained me to not trust you two with the care of patient. Cod joked in order to loosen up the tense environment. Says who? You who used to eat patient's food. The gross one that they feed the poor souls trapped here. Tyler countered, making me wonder what could be the story behind this comment, but it was enough to shut Kyle up. Kyle, I want to have a meeting with the Blood Moon Pack tomorrow after funeral. Tell them to pick 5 representatives. She paused to look at each of us, and before we could protest, she continues, I want to deal with everything as soon as possible. Then I will not leave my bed till all of you feel satisfied. Promise. Adrian, let's go home. I am done with the day, and you two also need rest. We all have a long day ahead us. After a minute into, they both left, making it clear that they would very much like to keep her in sight, and, after warning her about not resting and moving too much, I released the breath I was holding. I wanted to be alone with her, but I couldn't justify kicking them out. I went beside her before she could make attempts of standing up on her own. I know she is stubborn that way. So, I kicked her the same way that I did when we entered this room. The only difference from that time and now is that I feel more relaxed this time. Chapter 48, Eddie's POV. I can't believe I reacted so childishly. Troubling everyone. Tyler and Adrian had to come looking for me while I was hiding in the corner. They didn't even get the chance to rest properly and to look after me. But I did not have the courage to face anyone at that moment. I needed some time and space to collect myself, but that only happened when Adrian was by my side. Maybe I should have started with that. But it just seemed unfair to depend on my mate when I was the reason for someone losing theirs. Maybe I am a little selfish, as I don't want to stay away from him. He gives me strength, and Goddess knew I don't mind even to stand on my own 2 feet. Even though I had blocked all the links, he somehow still knew how I was feeling and what I needed. I do feel like falling apart, but I know that everyone's need of their alpha to be present is more important than mine taking a second to breathe. Dad is staying with Raven for the night. He understands her pain more than any of us, and I think Dad had hounded Alta in her. It's good for both of them, they can keep each other company for a while. I totally understand and respect her decision of not having me at the funeral. But others are having a difficult time to come to terms with that demand. I understand both sides, and I know that Jay would understand my choice. He was always understanding. Baby, get out of your head and finish your meal, or I would start feeding you like I used to do with my sisters. Adrian's voice breaks through my thoughts, and I nodded. I looked down to see I barely had started eating, and seeing no point in worrying him any further, I picked up the fork and tried eating. But my hand kept trembling. I don't know if it's trembling from fatigue or from the mess of thoughts that is in my head. Adrian sighed and take the fork from my hand and start feeding me. He patiently feeds me as I take my time. After feeding me till he was satisfied with the amount of food I had consumed, he gave me some pills. I guess some of them must be painkillers, as I felt less in pain and drowsier. He picked me up to take me to our room. He carefully changed my clothes and put me in bed. Hang in there just a little longer then. I will let you cry and fall apart, and I promise I will be there to hold you. I will always be here for you. Always and forever. He said and kissed my temple, and I felt myself drifting away. Something woke me up, and I groggily looked for the reason, only to find an empty place where my mate should be sleeping. And I don't know why the first thing that came to my mind was that someone took him away, making me jerked into a sitting position. The pain made its presence is known due to a sudden moment. Maybe it's the reason for me waking up. I took a deep breath to calm myself enough to look for him. After looking around the room, I found a faint silhouette sleeping on the couch, and instant calm spread through my body. But why is he sleeping there? It must be so uncomfortable. And I want him here where I can touch him or feel him. I decided to go there to bring him back to bed. We still have hours of time to sleep. Perks of going to bed early. I pulled my legs from the blanket and put one on the floor. But I mentally screamed as sharp pain spread from my leg to whole body. How could I forget about that and put myself in this situation? I can't stay like this and I definitely can't move. I closed my eyes and take some deep breath in order to subdue some of the pain or at least make it to the point from where I could do something. Anything. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's wrong? I heard his husky, sleepy voice. It distracted me enough to open my eyes and look in his direction. He had sat up and was looking at me with concern. Why are you over there? I cried out my question as another wave of pain shot through me. He half ran and half walked to me and sat on the floor caressing my aching leg, his touch having the cooling effect. Sorry, I didn't want to accidentally hurt you while sleeping. But what were you doing? You didn't think that you walk all the way to there when your legs are in this condition. I don't know what I was trying to do. All I know is that I wanted to be near you. Please lay by my side. Nothing would happen. He carefully laid me down without disturbing any wound and lay down next to me. Better? He asked and I nodded as I drifted back to sleep. Are you sure, Eddie? Adrian asked me again to check if I have changed my mind on attending Jay's funeral. Yeah, I am sure. She didn't want me there and she already had a lot on her plate. I don't want to add more. But you should hurry. One of the Alpha should be there. He looked at me again, thinking about leaving me alone when I can't even move one step with my bandaged legs. He sighed dramatically and with the weight of the world he left. He didn't want to go either. He didn't want to leave me alone and also not want to anywhere wasn't welcome. And it took a good half an hour to make him look it as the duty of an Alpha. The morning wasn't easy for him, as no matter of closing the link, some of the pain still managed to escape, making him feel guilty. He feels guilty for not finding me sooner, and I think it was stupid and selfish of me to run away in the first place. But what's done cannot be undone, and we can only take responsibility and move on. He helped me a bath and did all dressing of the wounds. He again had to feed me as my body was still not ready to cooperate. Then he spent some time trying to convince me about him not going. It is important for him to attend the funeral. I don't want it to look disrespectful and ungrateful for all he did for us. I just want to respect his mate's wish, and that's why Adrian's attending is very important. I am sitting in all black for the funeral of all the warriors. Their funeral is held after Jay's and I am waiting for someone to come pick me up. I hate feeling helpless, but some of it is due to my stupidity and my healing is all over the place. Some of the small wounds are healed, but there are so many of them that it is taking more time than necessary. I feel so tired right now, didn't do anything since I woke up. And painkillers are making me drowsy. I will close my eyes just for a second. I felt hands shaking me lightly, making me open my eyes. I found Tyler standing there. Adrian was going to pick me up, but he is not here. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbert. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You forget me since you find your mate, and now you are looking at after finding me here. You broke my heart. I tried moving close to him to beat the drama out of him, but he was standing a little too far from my broken and bruised body and only managed to catch air with the small distance I managed. Come here. Tyler. Please come close. So you could beat me. No thanks. You deserve it. Okay. I won't hit you. Please help me up. He took a movement or two to think if I was speaking the truth. I think he decided to trust me as he came and picked me up on his back. I used to take a piggyback ride with Kyle and Jay when we were young. It brings back the memories of good old days, when things were simple. Adrian couldn't come because he had to go with the pack for other funerals. Everyone was asking about you, so he told them about your wounds and told them he would attend it, but not for too long as you still need rest. Tyler, do you also think that I was wrong not to go there and for respecting her wish? Do you think that he would be mad at me? I asked Tyler, knowing he understands me and this situation, or maybe I just needed some reassurance. You did the right thing and he couldn't even get mad at you when you did something wrong, and you are not wrong here. And that is why I came to take you to Jay before we go to the funeral of other warriors, but don't worry, everyone left. I myself checked. He assured me, knowing full well who I wanted to avoid, and start walking. We talked all the way. Mostly him distracting me from anything that is happening, and soon I found myself standing in front of his grave. I never thought I would have to see it so soon. Hell, I never even thought of any of us dying like we were invincible. But here I am standing at your grave and still struggling to believe that you are not here with us. All those time when we fooled around causing trouble as children and when we were happy with just being us, kept flashing in my mind. Still hard to believe. Right. He isn't with us anymore. Tyler's voice breaks through those memories and brought me back to present. I hummed and noticed a blanket near probably for me. I knew you would want to spend some time with him alone. I can't trust you with standing on these 2 feet of yours. So I arranged this, he said as he carefully put me down on the blanket and walked away. I am sorry, Jay. I couldn't protect you. But I will do everything to make sure Raven is safe and happy, even if it meant that I would have to avoid her. It's not a big problem. We didn't get time to build a bond between us. So there is nothing to be broken, and you don't need to be hard on her for doing this. She is doing what she thinks she needs to cope with. She needed someone to blame, and I would rather have it be me than you. She can hate me all she wants. I don't mind. I'll pray Moon Goddess to give her a second chance for happiness. You should do that too. Now that you are with her, you have a better chance of persuading her than anyone else. You be happy. We will be fine. I barely noticed tears running down my face, and I barely noticed Tyler standing beside me. Come on, Ellie. Don't break your promise so soon. He wouldn't want to see you cry, and honestly, who would want to? You look hideous while crying. Should I kill him? I grabbed what I found and threw it at him, which happened to be a candle which may or may not be lit. Unfortunately, he ducked just in time as he laughed at his own joke. He takes minutes to settle down while I take a deep breath to stop myself from hitting him with something else. He picked me on his back again, and we went to attend the funeral of other members. It was almost over when we reached there. Adrian was standing there with pack members, looking a part of them like he belongs there as much as I do. He was comforting them with his calm and sincere presence. He was fulfilling the Alpha duty well, and pack respect him. He sensed my presence and turned to face me, and smile on his face grew 10 times, making others to look at me too. Tyler moved us closer to them, and Adrian came to us to bring me to his embrace. I heard a faint "I missed you" from our link. After attending the funeral, I was too exhausted to attend the cremation of Blood Moon warriors, even though I wanted to be there to show respect, but in the end, only Kyle, Tyler and some of their own pack member attended it. Akrian brought me back home, and I fell asleep in the way home. I have called Blood Moon Pack for meeting to decide on their future. The earlier it gets resolved, better it would be for everyone. I don't want to keep anyone in cells longer than necessary, but I cannot trust war prisoners enough to let them roam freely in my lands. I have discussed what I am going to do with them with others, and now I am waiting for their escort to deliver them here in the conference hall. It has already been a long day, and those pills that barely do anything except making me drowsy are wearing off, and body is aching all over. Thankfully, Adrian has taken it up to him to carry me everywhere. He doesn't even want me to put one foot down. As much as I appreciate his concern, I can't help but feel like a nuisance to him. The door opened, and in walked 5 members of Blood Moon Pack with 2 of our warriors. I can clearly sense their fear and discomfort. They don't know what is going to happen to them and their family. Not wanting to increase their fear, I get straight to the point. I called you guys here because I wanted to discuss your pack's future with you. I want you to be an independent like you were before, and any possible way to make it possible. But keeping the recent incident in mind, I would monitor your pack to make sure that there is no type of discrimination and no one is being bullied because of being different or physically weak. My statement brought hope on some faces, but some are still skeptical, which is natural. Their people have chosen them to decide the fate of their pack. One wrong decision can cost them, but only their lives, but also the lives of the whole pack. But who would lead our pack? Our Alpha and Beta both are dead, and Alpha had no successor. Asked the one who gave the energy of Gamma. Maybe he belongs to the Gamma family of the pack. But plus point is that they are not questioning my conditions. Stephen, you could be their Alpha, I suggested. Chapter 49. Stephen, you could be their Alpha, I suggested, making him and Kyle look at me. Don't worry, I am just suggesting. You can decide whatever you want. And meanwhile, I would like you guys to mutually decide who you want as your Alpha. We can find someone from outside, but it would be better if the Alpha is from your people. But we will find someone else if you don't have a perfect candidate for Alpha position. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I sent them back to their cells to discuss it all with other members of their pack. Stephen turned to me and I knew he has something to say about what I said earlier. But he paused for seconds, maybe for collecting his thoughts using the right words. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I am honored that you thought so highly of me, but I would have to decline. There is a lot of bad blood with that pack and my wounds are still too fresh to even think about visiting that place. And I am very happy here with my mate and the rest of my family. I already knew you would say something like that. But I couldn't decide for you. It had to be your choice. And I am glad to hear that you are happy with us. I dismissed them and turned to Adrian, extending my hands for him to take me in his embrace, which he did without any hesitation. He pulled me close and I laid my head on his chest and closed my eyes. The feeling of bliss that I get just from being in his arms enough to make me forget about everything. I felt myself floating as all the tension and pain left my body and I felt my eyes dropping. We had arranged a small dinner get-together thing in the pack. It's a good way to help everyone look at the brighter side of the darkness and have the will to keep living. Most of us have lost someone close to us, be it family or friend. This dinner is to appreciate everyone's efforts and SCAR-FIS and inform them about the changes that might happen. You all know why we are meeting here. Just 2 days ago we were fighting a war for our beliefs, our family, and our pack. And I would like to thank every one of you. I understand it was a difficult time, but you didn't lose hope and keep fighting till the end. I appreciate all of your efforts and I also understand your pain. I am truly sorry for not being able to protect your family members who gave their lives to save us, and I know I can't do anything to replace that missing hole from your life and family. But I promise you their sacrifice won't go in vain. They wanted us to live and be happy, and we will do all that and keep them in our hearts. I personally want to tell all our warriors who are here with us today and those who left us that I am thankful that I got the chance to get to know you, and it's been my honor to fight beside you. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We also want to thank you for protecting us, says one voice among the crowd. I also want to tell you that we won't be appointing anyone as a beta. Pierce's family has the beta position for generation and it would remain that way, I said, making everyone look at me with disbelief. But Alpha, there is no one of that family among us now, someone said, and I saw Avon flinch at the sentence. Is them being made known to all? Do they not know that they have mated, which means she's also Pierce? We still have Raven with us. She's also Pierce, she is after all J. Pierce's mate. It is her choice whether she wants to take beta responsibility or not. She can decide what she wants and take as much as time she wants. And if she decided that she didn't want that responsibility, that's fine with us too. But can a pack function without beta? Every eye turned to me asking the same question. I knew this question would come, but I didn't expect it to come from so many. Even Raven was looking at me asking this now. Pack needs each high-rank member to function properly. But we are no ordinary pack. We have alphas and I believe we can make it work. So you guys don't have to worry about anything, I assured them. But some looked like needed more than just words as assurance, but that type of assurance can only be given with time when the opportunity would present itself. I know it looked like an emotional decision, and I am not even going to deny it. Of course, some part is based on emotional reason, but I have some other reasons to which time itself reveals. I saw many looking at Raven, making her cover into corners, trying to evade their questioning eyes. I would also want to tell you that two kids lost both their parents in this war. We can't compensate for that, but we can provide them a new home and new family. If any of you are willing to take that role, please tell me. If no one comes up, then these two will live with me and I would officially adopt them. And that's all for today. I tried to shift attention from her to the next topic. These two kids need a family to live. They lost their parent for the pack. Lydia, a 5-year-old, And her brother Peter, who is 7 years old, are currently living in the pack house with an old couple who wanted to keep them and their family but are too old to take care of small kids. And I wanted both of them to live in one family. We will see who would come forward to take their responsibility. If no one came forward, then Adrian and I would leave this dinner with 2 kids, whom we will call our own. We have already discussed it, and it was he who suggested this. Everyone went back to enjoying the dinner after my last announcement. Most of the young people were sitting near the campfire while elders were near to keep an eye on them. Dad and Tyler were, with Raven. All 3 of them eating and laughing on something Tyler had said. Kyle and Stephen were standing in the corner sharing their meal and discussing something. Everyone looked to be enjoying this, and I find myself relaxing at their peace and happiness. Never knew how much I need them to be protected when even a single one of them is in danger. I can't shake the feeling of restlessness, still they are all safe and sound. I think they will have a complete family with 2 kids at the end of the night, Adrian said, pointing towards where my brother was still discussing something with his mate. I would like that, I said, and leaned back on him, and he continues feeding me as we looked at our family. We will go to meet your family when I could stand on my own 2 feet without needing your help. I haven't met them one when I am keeping their son and brother away from them. You don't need to worry about that. We can go there later. I will talk to Mom and make some excuse on why I can't meet them. You are not doing anything of that sort. We are meeting them as soon as possible. We are already too late. You have been living with my family for more than 3 months, and I am still to show them my face. It's not fair for them and you. We are meeting then, and it's final. I hope we are not interrupting anything, Stephen said while holding his mate's hand tightly, looking nervous as hell, making me smile, thinking what Adrian said is going to be true. We wanted to tell you. We wanted to ask for your permission. He paused and took a deep breath before continuing. We would like to take these kids home with us if you don't mind. I promise we will take good care of them. If you don't believe us, you can test us. We won't let any harm come to them and raise them as our own. I'll give you my words. Chapter 51 month later. Is this necessary? I don't feel like partying. It hasn't been that long. We can still cancel it. Right. I went about the same thing for 1,000 times in 2 days, but it still wasn't enough to make them change their mind. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's been a month. It's not too early, and it is not a party. You didn't have a coronation ceremony, and you had fought a war as an alpha. It is a necessity that should have been done a long time ago. It was Jay's idea to announce your alpha title this way after this whole mess gets settled. Tyler countered. Eddie, let's rewind a little and tell us how far we had come in a month. Adrian said. They used to do this every time I tried to argue to them about this party. They are being too good of a team against me. I don't like it. Blood Moon Pack has been established again with new alpha and new beliefs, and so far, no problem had been coming from them. And they are our top allies now. And Tyler prompted. Kyle and Stephen are raising 2 kids and are surprisingly good at it. They are 2 little devils who want the attention of the whole family, and the one who dances at their 2 most is Dad. I paused and Adrian gave me a look to continue. I took a deep breath. Pack is back at being normal. The usual vibe of normality and happiness is back. Raven is living in her new cottage near the river and is involving more and more of the pack. No one else dared to challenge us, so we have been living in peace. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He didn't sacrifice himself for you because he wanted to die. He saved you because he wanted you to live, and you are not living. I know no one can replace him, but life doesn't stop for anyone. We have to keep moving with it or we would be left behind. Tyler said, embracing me. I know what they are saying is right, but saying we should move on is easier than actually doing it. But I can't keep on doing this. My pack needs me to be present at this moment, not drowning in painful past. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will try my best at this time. I am sorry I made you worry again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was meaning to ask you. How was your first time meeting his family? They hate me, I said, making both Tyler and Adrian turn to me. That's exaggerating. She didn't know you, that's why she's wary of you. Adrian has repeated this so many times that I think that he might want to make himself believe those words. Your mom said that I am using my power and money to keep you in my grasp. I am using your vulnerabilities to keep you trapped here, and that's why you couldn't go anywhere on your own free will. And this whole relationship thing is a sham to cover my evil intentions. If my intentions towards you were pure, I wouldn't have avoided meeting them for this long. How is it exaggerating that she hates my gut? She thinks that I am an evil queen who had trapped her son. What she said did hold some truth. We might know the reason behind everything, but from her point of view it does look that way. But what's more exciting is that this situation is like some kind of reverse fairy tale where instead of a princess, the prince needs saving. So, Andrian, how does it feels like to be the damsel in distress? Tyler joked. That boy can joke in any situation, and I won't be surprised if he ever gets in a life-death situation because of his weird sense of humor. Like right now, Adrian glaring at him like he's throwing daggers at him. She just needs some time to accept you, Adrian said, looking defeated. I know she will, and I am not going to stop till that happens, I assured my mate. Either way, Adrian gets some crazy power after you guys completed mating. And do you know that his healing power is way faster than ours? Don't tell me you test it to know whose is faster. They both start looking sheepishly at each other. Goddess, these kids. I can expect this type of behavior from this idiot, but I remember the time when Adrian cut his hand to see if he got healing or not. Never mind. You both are the same. But since when did you become BFF? Since we had taken care of a whiny baby together. That type of shit brings people close. Tyler, you know I love you, right? I said, taking a step toward him. Adrian, your mate is scaring me, he said, taking a step back. You know I would never hurt you purposely, and if I ever hurt you in the future, I should apologize for that in advance, right? So, Tyler, I'm extremely sorry for killing you by mistake. I jumped on him as I said these words, only to be stopped by two hands holding me tightly from back. I turned my head back to see Adrian holding me. I tried freeing myself, but he only tightened his hold. I growled at him in frustration. He kissed my cheek, ending my growling. I looked at him in a daze, completely what was happening. The sound of footsteps brought me back to reality, and I sought either escaping, using this moment as a distraction. I turned back to Adrian to complain, but before I could even open my mouth, he kissed me again, this time on lips. One of his finds its way to my hair, and he grabbed them to tilt my head in the right angle. His tongue caressed my lips, and I opened my mouth to give him excess. But to my dismay, he stopped and his hands left my body completely. I whined at loss of contact. He chuckled, looking at my dazed expression. How adorable. Be a good girl. He patted my head and left me standing there trying to understand what the hell just happened. Are you sure about this dress? 'Cause I am not that confident with this lit. It is showing my scars. I whined to Adrian as he was the one to pick this dress. He's more confident about it than me. Scars show how strong you are. Your scars make you more beautiful, and it tells these alphas that you are not one to mess with. So, you were just happy that no one would approach me. Yeah. Can you blame me? You look so beautiful that anyone would fall for you, and I don't like competition. Even though my wounds have healed and most of the scars have also healed completely, but I had a large piece of flesh torn out of my both legs which had left some nasty scars on my way, which I don't think would go. I wasn't feeling too confident in showing skin due to the increased number of scars that are littered in my body. Some were just shadow of their original shelf, but some were more prominent. But this mate of mine had picked this dress that would show most of them. I won't deny that I like this dress. It is a simple black V-neck dress with a slit on one leg. It is simple and elegant, and I would have been more confident to wear it if there weren't so many scars. Enough about me. My Prince Charming is looking delicious in his tux. How could one look so matured and dangerous with their boyish charm? I wish we had more time before the party. But when do we get what we want easily? Maybe later. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are a little late at this and you already knew this, but I would pretend that you don't. I proudly want to introduce the alpha of our pack. My daughter, Eden A. Crescent Black, and her mate Adrian Lucian Whitaker. They have been leading our pack for a while now, and we can't be prouder. Dad announced, making everyone's focus turn to us. I hate this type of attention where they will judge you like it's the most natural thing to do. But it couldn't be helped now. All I had to do is smile and bear with it. Adrian and I greeted some people who came to congratulate us and made our way to stand somewhere away from the majority of the crowd, but still looked like being part of the crowd. I could hear all the whispers from here, and I can bet that Adrian could too. Some were talking in a general judgmental tone. Some were saying that we did wrong with Blood Moon Pack. Some even said that I don't know how to act like an alpha, though I don't have what it takes to be alpha of a pack. But few were supporting us too. I looked around to see what others were doing. I wanted to be surrounded by my people right now, only to find them trapped in their vicious circle of gossip mongers. I knew people came to me to demanding answers or satisfying their need for gossip, or will try to take a bite from my flesh to make themselves feel like they're somehow better than me. Adrian tightened his hold on my hand to bring my attention to him, and that helped me calm down a bit. Alpha Eden, a long time no see. Remember me? And here it began. Sorry. No, please go away. I don't want to deal with you. I knew you wouldn't. Let me help you. We met at a party just like this not very long ago. He smirked at the end of his sentence, his behavior like he had some type of upper hand on me. I have definitely met this, too good for this world, idiot somewhere. Oh, Clay, right. We met at Alpha Jonathan party, right? Oh goddess. Someone please save me from this idiot. So, you do remember me. I know it's hard to forget me. Let me tell you how big of a surprise it is to see that you are the alpha of your pack. I mean, it is a quite big pack. It must be hard to handle it alone. I don't know if he was trying to compliment me or insult me, and I could feel Adrian's irritation at this idiot through our bond. It is, but thankfully I don't have to do it alone. I have a wonderful family to support me, and I also have my mate to be there for me whenever I need him. Oh, yeah, your mate. I heard you're mated with a human. I wonder why Goddess was being so unkind to you. You already had it bad with being forced to lead the pack because your brother didn't want to take his rightful duty. I think you should have been mated with a strong alpha who could lead your pack, he said, completely ignoring the fact that my mate is standing right here. Adrian snarled at him with his eyes glowing and take a threatening step toward him. I stopped him before this self-absorbed idiot could notice. I need to stop Adrian from killing him, especially in front of all these people. You don't have to feel sorry for me. I have a perfect mate for me, and rest assured even elders told me that he is a perfect match for me. Now if you excuse us. I smiled at him the best I could muster and pulled Adrian away from him. How long is this going to happen? It's been what, 2 hours? No, it just feels like 2 hours, it might be less. That I have to deal with a bunch of people talking to me about me being alpha. My human mate, and some even sympathized to deal with the bad side of being alpha so soon. Some questioned on my decision of not appointing anyone for beta and how could I let a rogue stay in the pack. And some even dared to say that I shouldn't have fought with Blood Moon Pack for one person. I should have surrendered them to keep the peace between packs. That I don't have Alpha's judgment. I swear to Goddess if I have to endure it any longer, I would kill someone. They are mocking me as a person and as Alpha, and they are mocking my family. Even though some have come up in my defense, but their number is less than those who want to prove me unworthy of the Alpha title. Maybe I could leave without others noticing my absence. The door of the party hall opened, and in walked the messenger of elders, their presence grabbing everyone's attention. I saw some Alphas smiling, thinking we are in trouble. People don't learn. We don't have anything to fear from elders. 'Cause if they wanted to punish us, they could have done that when I was kept prisoned there. We are here on account of elders. They've sent us to tell everyone that there is going to be a big change in the power dynamic in the werewolf world. Elders wanted to tell you that they have decided to retire, so they would no longer be bothered with matters of the mortal. They understand that mortals need someone to guide them and make rules and enforce them. That's why they have selected one alpha, who they found worthy of the title to be the leader of the werewolf world. Alpha of all alpha. The rest of you have to follow them. Questioning your new leader would be questioning the elders. Alphas, meet your new leader. Alpha Eden a crescent black. Kneel in front of your new leader. Every single eye turned to me as they all fell on their knees, exposing their neck in submission, and I looked around, still not believing what I just heard. The messenger came toward me and kneeled. Alpha of all Alpha, please accept your duty as leader of our world. He stood up and presented a set of wolf brooch and pinned it on my dress and another one in Adrian's tux. This is the sign of your royalty, your power, and your status. Elders expect you to lead us in a peaceful world. Epilogue Raven's POV. I'm sorry I haven't come to see you. I couldn't, but I have so much to tell you. So much I want to share with you, I said as I sit down in front of his grave. It is like I drained most of my energy just to come here. I wanted to come here, but I couldn't bring myself to do so. This place feels colder than our home, maybe because I know that he is here and not here at the same time. You must be angry or hurt that I am not treating your sister well and I falsely accusing her. I know that too, but this pain that your absence has brought, I can only handle it with anger, and I don't want to be mad at you. It wasn't your fault, I know that, even though a small part of me thinks that. I don't want to hate you, and she seemed to be the next best option. I know that's unfair, but... To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just wanted to prove it to me or everyone that every alpha is fucking the same. They don't care about anyone. No one matters to them except themselves. I wanted to see her abusing her power just like I have seen it happen my whole life. Maybe I needed as a reason to justify my anger and hatred toward her. But she didn't. She took everything, even when it was my fault. She apologized to me. She's making it hard for me to hate her. But I need to hold on to it a little longer, till I find something else as a reason to survive. You know how annoying your family is. They don't leave me alone. Every night one of them would come to have dinner with me. And that Alpha, you told me about. I haven't seen him one bit. Instead of him, a founder-dotting father would seem to have adopted me as his daughter. Even when I have hurt his real daughter so much. I have seen that strong Alpha who had brought everyone down on their knees getting defeated by the hands of two little kids. Well, the devil would be more accurate for them. They know how to make their grandfather dance on their beats. You should see them. I bet you would be like that too. A tear dropped on my hand. You used to say that I am strong. But if I am strong, then why can't I bear with this pain? Why does it feel like increasing with every breath that I take? Why is it draining my energy just to stay here? You don't know what it's like to be here knowing you can't come back. That I can never have you back. She is not going to appoint anyone in your place. She said this title belongs to your family. She said that I am also part of this family. Your family. That means your family line does not end with you. It can continue with me. You know, before meeting you I was no one. But now I am someone. And it's all because of you. Because of you. I had a family. The family was something that seemed unattainable in dreams. I thought I would be lucky if I got rejected by my mate. 'Cause that would mean that I have a mate. I never in my wildest dream thought that my mate would accept me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I was just a Rogan, they are not accepted anywhere. Everyone hates them. But you fool. You didn't just accept a rogue like me, you also gave me a family who loves me and accepted me. That is so much more than what my biological family did for me. I didn't just come here to complain. I have some good news to tell you. We're going to be parents soon. I sniffled and took a deep breath. You heard right. I am pregnant. We are going to have a baby. It's already been a month and a half. Maybe this is not the ending of my story. Maybe I'll have a new beginning. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.